Hello everyone, welcome to What If Rimuru, Issei, Ichigo, Tanjiro and Asta went to each other's and I'm universes part 1. Before we start please go support IMKEYMON777 for writing that awesome fanfic. Prelude. Zeno. Zeno stood there with a glare on his face at the two goddesses in front of him as they shook in fear of getting destroyed. Zeno. Inhale exhale. He then looked back at the earth. Even after repairing what Beerus did to it and using the Namekian Dragon Balls to repair it. The two women did the same thing that Beerus did. Then there were the ripped holes in the fabric of spacetime and shreds, as not only did that universe suffer. But others did as well. Out of it all, only a few survived, due to luck. Or power. He even saw what looked like a girl with blue hair. In hateful anger of the surprise attack. He then looked slowly back at the two responsible. Lord Zeno, we can explain. Weena. It's not like we did it on purpose honest. He snapped his fingers to shut them up as he pointed saying. Zeno. You had one job. Weena. But we. Zeno. Just the one. Weena. This leaned down to them and said. Lady Weena. Lady Alcoholi. I believe it's wise not to speak. Even Lord Beerus was smarter than that. Zeno. I really tried to be nice. Weena. Gulp. Zeno. Beerus did this and I let him off. He went to one of the lower worlds and surprisingly, the universe is still there. Him and his jailer have an understanding and he's trying to balance out that unbalanced world right now. So yay, he has my respect for that. He then pointed to Alcoholi. Zeno. But you were the one that made fun of him for what he did and you did the same darn thing. Alcoholi. My lord Zeno. I even gave you Weena. I bent my own rules and let Goku's universe have 2 destroyers just so you won't get bored. Alcoholi. It's not our fault. Zeno. What's crazy is that you did a lot more damage than Beerus, at least he kept it to just the earth. Weena. It really wasn't supposed to be like this. Zeno. Really? Oh really, not your fault, wasn't supposed to be like this, right? Then explain what happened. Alcoholi. Weena. They were quiet, which meant that they had an answer. It was just similar to Beerus's answer when he still had his title. Zeno. This better not be about. Alcoholi. Weena. Goku is such an imbecile. Sigh. Priest. Of course that would be their defense. Alcoholi. I understand now why Beerus lost his temper. Goku is insufferable. Weena. He challenged us to a fight, we said no. He attacked us anyway, so we blew it all up. It was the only way to get him to leave us alone. Zeno. And instead of just destroying Goku you took out the rest of the earth, its inhabitants and shattered neighboring multiverses, because. Alcoholi. Weena. The neighboring multiverses. Zeno. What do you think the gigantic holes in the fabric of space and time are? They looked at the 4 huge holes and gulped, bowing their heads to the non-existent ground and said. Alcoholi. It really was an accident. Weena. Honest. Zeno. How do you accidentally mess up reality trying to kill one mortal? Alcoholi. Weena. They got quiet because now they had no answer. Zeno. Sigh, alright, fine. He pointed his hand at them. Alcoholi. Weena. Wait. Zeno. Not waiting, consider yourselves fired from my reality. You can pick up your unemployment wherever you end up if you end up anywhere. They stood there in fear of being killed right here and there on the spot. He didn't want to destroy them, but they were riskier than Beerus was. He sighed and decided to think of the consequences later, but then saw kneel to his level. Zeno. What they did was a complete and utter mess of misconduct. Zeno. I completely understand your bond with Son Goku, my lord. But without destruction balancing everything out, it's only a matter of time before his universe comes crashing down. Zeno. Sigh, and I'm guessing you have a suggestion, For your entire problem, yes sir. Forgive my speaking out of turn, but I couldn't help looking at this situation as potential entertainment for you. He blinked at Zeno. Entertainment, huh? He then looked at the broken reality, saying. Yes, of course. Grand Priest stayed at his son in sight confusion, but then it hit him. Grand Priest. Oh. Zeno. Priest. I think I see what you mean, Zeno. Grand Priest. Priest. Forgive me, my liege. But I believe what my son is trying to say is that this situation could be a good one. He then pointed to the holes in reality and said. Priest. There. Zeno. Zeno looked at them with a confused furrowed brow and saw what they were looking at. A young man with orange hair and a child who they assumed was his son. If the also orange hair was anything to go by. From what it looked like, he was a leader of some sort. He watched as he stood tall, fending off demonic-like creatures that came from the holes in reality while protecting his son. Zeno. Then there was the boy with a scar on his head and his sister trying to keep the demons from scurrying into the holes. They and two others just witnessed the young man with fiery blonde hair who seemed to be their superior get killed by a demon with pinkish red hair and markings all through his body. They couldn't mourn the man's death since they had no choice but to try and fend off all of the demons that tried to make their way through the rifts. They didn't know who was in them or where they were going, but they needed to stop them. That is, until another one of the upper moons showed up right after. Not only was there that one but also the boy with grayish hair and light green eyes. He and his best friend rival were tired as well, since they just finished defeating the demon with word magic thanks to their captain. They saw the demons, they saw how many there were, and because of them not having the right tools to defeat them, they were annoyed on how to get rid of them. But the boy didn't give up, he kept on fighting and fighting with the young boy screaming at the top of his lungs about being the Wizard King. Zeno knew that these two weren't like the orange-headed Captain General that stood with his allies as he called forth huge creatures with horrifying masks to help him. The gray-haired boy could cancel out their magic, but he couldn't necessarily kill them. The scar-headed boy and the demon girl could defeat them, but there were too many. The orange general and his son were just annoyed with the creature. Defeating them weren't the problem. Their numbers and the root of where they came from were. But they still fought despite all of that. Zeno. And then there was the last one, the one that looked like a girl. He stood there, looking at all of their dead friends and allies, thanks to Weena and Alcooli's rageful outburst of power. Zeno found himself scratching his head. He didn't know about that one. He knew that one was stronger than him. Author? It's light novel Rimuru, not an I'm Rimuru, so he actually is as strong if not stronger than Zeno. Whis. Do you see it now, my lord? Zeno. You want me to bring them all into the same universe? Whis. It would take the stress off of you. Priest. I believe it's a great idea. Zeno. And what about Goku's world? Whis. We can get onto that after we deal. He looked at the continuously cracking reality. Whis. With that. Zeno. You're probably right. Alright, Whis. Do you think you can bring them here? He giggled and said. Whis. Without further delay, your grace. The second he tapped his staff, not long after. The five appeared in front of them. What? Where are we? He grabbed his sister's hand while the Blanette also looked around, shocked as to where they were. That is, until they looked at Whis, Grand Priest, and Zeno along with his guards. What's going on here? What is this? Ichigo. Explain yourselves. How did we get here? He took his son, Kazui, by the hand and pulled him behind him, tightening his grip on his blade. Tanjiro. Where are we? Where is Inosuke and Zenitsu? Izuko. I. They all looked at the gray-haired boy for his yelling. Whis. Maybe I should have just planted the info in that one and shipped him off. Priest. I believe you should have. Asta. Where am I? Who are you people? Where are those demons I was fighting? What is going on? I have so many questions. All. Whis. Hello, back over here, if you will. They then looked back at the tall feminine-looking man who smiled with lowered eyes. Tanjiro took a whiff of the air around them. Realizing that they weren't demons. But they didn't look human, so who were they? He looked at the tall man with the boy identical to him before, the boy that was around his height, and finally the girl. That was behind them. He took a firm expression and tightened the grip on his blade, just in case they were hostile. Whis. Calm down, you have nothing to fear and most certainly nothing to be on guard for. Rimuru. Whis. You could say that all that happened were a pair of beings that bit off more than they could chew. Rimuru. What do you mean by that? Ichigo. Hey, are you talking about those creeps that attacked my soul society? Asta. Hold on, those guys that attacked us, you guys were the reason for that. Tanjiro stared before looking down, remembering that the demons tried to get through a hole in the air. Tanjiro. They were demons. Kazui. Demons. Asta. So they really were demons. Ichigo looked at the shorter boy. Ichigo. Tanjiro. They were sent by Mulan. Asta. Mula who now? Ichigo. And who is that? Whis. Someone who's very annoying from what it seemed like. He and Nezuko looked at Whis incredulously. Tanjiro. You know of Mulan Kibutsuji? Whis. If you are insinuating that I know her personally, then you would be wrong. He then showed them their respective worlds and said. Whis. I am Whis, and though I have no wings I am what's called an angel. Tanjiro. An angel. Ichigo. An angel, huh? Asta. What's that? Ichigo looked at Asta and said. Ichigo. They're the opposite of demons. Asta. Whoa, so you're saying this guy is like super ultra mega powerful? Whis. Well, you're on the right track. Rimuru. Zeno. Ichigo. Alright then, Mr. Angel. Why are we here and why are you playing God, stalking all of our lives? Whis. Hehe, I assure you it's nothing like that. He then gestured to Zeno and said. Whis. I only follow what my king tells me to do. They then looked at Zeno. Ichigo. That's God. Asta. That's your boss. Tanjiro. He's very small but. He sweated a little. Tanjiro. His power is in the air itself. Drat, had I known I would have bowed. Priest. It's very flattering that you all think that Zeno-sama is the god of all. But that he is not. Zeno. I am a god. But I'm not the god. I just work for him. Ichigo. And where is he then? Priest. He quite a few mortals and beings think that he died in his last battle. Author. For those of you that have read my stories before you know that in no story I do will God be dead. Author. And those that don't know, now you know. The story will continue with them saying HS dead, but he's not really dead. A thought is angels know he isn't, but the demons don't. Ichigo. The hell? Seriously? Whis. You'd be surprised. Zeno. Perhaps we should get straight to the point, it seems that you all are impatient for answers. They then paid attention to him as he gestured to Alkali and Weena. Zeno. Thanks to these two, they not only destroyed one of the many Earths in many universes that I govern over, but they've also ripped tears in your own worlds. Tanjiro. And no, really. Asta. No way. Ichigo. I'm guessing that's where those demons came from. Kazui. So, our world is messed up or something. Zeno. Very much so. Rimuru. So, what I'm hearing. They looked at Rimuru. Rimuru. Is that all of my allies, my villagers, innocent men, women, and children? They all looked at Rimuru. Rimuru. Were killed because your people didn't know how to call it quits. Their power washed over them all with Nezuko and Tanjiro gritting their teeth as the power weighed down on them. Ichigo clicked his tongue and took his by the shoulder, raising his spiritual pressure to at least push it off of Kazui. Asta, because Rimuru's pressure was magic base, only felt the intensity, but not the whole magnitude of power. He sweated and gulped but looked at Rimuru. What they did affected his world too, right? Was everyone really wiped out just like that? Rimuru stepped to them. Whis. Zeno. Priest. Rimuru. All of my friends, my family gone in the blink of an eye because of them? Zeno. Yes. Rimuru. Then why? He looked at them with his hand pointed to them. Rimuru. Are they not dead? Alkali. You dare threaten us? Weena. Ha, as if you could. They quieted themselves as they saw the look in his eye. He was angry. They saw what he was about to do, attempt to kill them whether Zeno told him no or not. They locked eyes with the slime before Zeno patted them. Rimuru. Zeno. Don't worry, they will be punished. But I can't have them dead just yet. It's for the benefit of Goku's universe. Rimuru. I don't know Goku and I don't care to know him. They killed everyone, so why should I listen to you? Zeno smiled. Rimuru. Zeno. Because we can bring them all back. Rimuru blinked at that. Rimuru. What? You can. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Asta. Whoa, those guys are that strong. Whis. Yes, in our reality we have wish-granting orbs known as the Dragon Balls. Asta. The dragons what? Priest. With them, you can wish for whatever's within their power. Tanjiro flinched in shocked. Tanjiro. Oh no, but wouldn't that hurt it? That's a very sensitive area, they shouldn't be messing with an animal's nether region so callously. Zeno. And bringing back everyone from your world and fixing everyone's universe, isn't that hard to do? Ichigo. I get the feeling that there's a catch to this. They looked at Ichigo. Ichigo. If you were gonna do that at first, why bring us here to tell us that? Whis. Hehe, a sharp one, isn't he? Tanjiro. He has a point. Nezuko. Rimuru and Asta stared at Ichigo before looking back at them. Rimuru. Great sage. Sage. To bring back everyone like we did before, you would need to collect a large amount of souls. Rimuru. Damn it. Zeno. There is a catch, but it's not like we want your soul or anything. Kazui. So what do you want? Zeno. A world that's not of my own reality, will be reformed. You all are going to live in that world. Ichigo. What? Tanjiro. What? Rimuru. Excuse me. Asta. I can't do that. Asta stepped forward. Asta. Everyone, all of my friends are fighting those demons on their own without me, I have to get back to help them. He glared and said. Asta. My dream is to be the Wizard King. So I can't go to this other place you guys are talking about. Whis. Calm down and let me explain, alright. Asta. Whis. For one, the demons that have been invading your realities have been pulled out of them, it was the first thing we did when we summoned you all. Priest. But since we are transcendent beings we, ourselves, cannot lay waste to them. He stared with seriousness and said. Priest. We'd be seen as meddling in your problems. Ichigo pointed to Wina and Alcoholi. Ichigo. Even though it was their fault in the first place. Priest. Yes. We are to deal with the rifts and fixing any damages that they caused, hence your world's people. Rimuru. Zeno. But those demons have always been there. Whis. Not only that, but the reason none of you can go back to your plane of existence is because when the rifts opened up too close to you all it contaminated your bodies with otherworldly energies, rewriting your very being and loosening what tethered you to your respective world. Priest. If you try to go back in Lament's terms, the universes will play ping pong with your body till it's nothing but dust. You'd be lucky to get swallowed up by a black hole before that happens. Tanjiro, Asta and Nezuko were shocked by this as they looked at one another. Rimuru frowned, but hearing that all of his friends everyone would be breathing again didn't make this such a bad deal. Asta well. Is that steam coming from his head? It was too much info for him. Whis. In simpler terms, you would die trying to go back. Asta. Why didn't you just say that? What's with those big words you were using? Those were simple words. Ichigo and Kazui, they looked at one another, the young father sighing. The Orange Captain General wasn't all that worried though. He knew that Renji and the others could take care of themselves without him. But then, he looked at Rimuru. He saw how Rimuru was the calmest about this, but hearing that all of his friends died, he knew that it must have took a toll on him. Ichigo. Sigh, and what about the people from our world? You can't expect us to just up and leave like that. Rimuru looked at him, feeling that he was asking this for them. This caused Whis and the others to smile, saying. Whis. We will consult with those close to you. They will be allowed to come and see you, but only for 1 day every 3 months, though if there's someone that you'd like to bring with you, you can. Zeno. 3 is the max. Ichigo. He looked at his son. Ichigo. I think I'm good. Pretty sure Rukia and the others could do without me. Kazui. But. He looked down. Kazui. That means that we can't visit mom's grave anymore. Ichigo. Yay, we can. Kazui. Ichigo. Wherever we're going, I'll just have one built to honor her. Kazui. He kneeled to his son and said. Ichigo. Trust me, I want to go back, but I don't want to risk your life to do it, Kazui. He stared at his father who smiled. He could tell that this was a little tough for him, but he was staying strong for Kazui. The boy then smiled and said. Kazui. Thank you, Dad. Ichigo. Hey, come on. You're my son. Your mom isn't the only one that can make you happy. He ruffled his hair, which made him laugh. Kazui saw that his father was trying to make light of their situation and appreciated him for it. Rimuru gave Ichigo a side eye for how he was so open with helping him. He sighed a second later, realizing that he was probably doing that to keep him under wraps and not hurt someone out of his own personal anger. Rimuru. I guess I should thank him when we get out of here. Zeno. Well. Anyone you'd like to bring? Rimuru. He thought about it for a second. Rimuru. I'm sorry leaving those 3 behind, I'm just asking for a chaos. I know who I'll bring, and you said 3 is the limit. Zeno. Of course, but you do know that they won't be able to return home, correct? Rimuru nodded. Whis. Good. Oh, and as for you 3. Asta Nezuko Tanjiro. Whis. Seeing as how your demons were near those rifts as well, they have also been banned from their world. Tanjiro. Zeno. And we can't keep them, so, we're going to have to dump them in the word that you all are going to. Tanjiro gasped and looked down. Asta. Wait, so. Whis. Asta. That demon, me and Yuno were fighting. There's more just like him. I thought he was the top one. Whis. Oh, you poor thing. The one you fought was barely even a soldier. In Vegeta's terms. He was a weakling. Asta. Weakling. Ichigo. Kazui. Asta. All that hard work and that demon wasn't even that strong. Priest. His magic was the only thing he had going for him, but yes. Asta stared at them. He tightened his jaw and balled his fist. He punched the force field and said. Asta. Damn it. Asta. If it weren't for Captain Yami, me and Yuno wouldn't have gotten anywhere with that guy. GRR. They saw that he was visibly angry, but then he calmed down and looked at Whis. Asta. So, they're gonna be in this new world. Whis smiled. Whis. That they will. Asta. Alright then. He looked at them with a determined smirk and said. Asta. Then I guess I'll have to beat them all. Ichigo. Kazui. Rimuru. Nezuko. Tanjiro. Asta. If it means that those demons leave my world alone, then so be it. I may not be able to be Wizard King right now, but I'll destroy them all if they mess with innocent people. Rimuru. Heh. Ichigo. Whis. Very good. And what of you? Tanjiro. Whis. Your demons are there too. Not so much as the weaker ones, but those stronger ones are. Meaning that they're your problem now. Zeno. Not only that but because of the rifts, some were brought back as demons. They then looked at Tanjiro. Some of the lesser demons. That was a plus. The Hashira could handle them all very quickly. But 12 Kazuki would be in this world. Plus Mulan. And there were no telling how Asta's demons were. He was the only one with a Nichiren blade, the only blade that could kill his type of demons. And they were prone to being shattered when it came to powerful blunt force or even sharper blades. Ichigo. Rimuru. Nezuko put a hand on his shoulder. Tanjiro. Nezuko. Tanjiro. He nodded and looked at Whis. Tanjiro. I will take care of them. All. Tanjiro. Don't worry, I'll do what needs to be done. In all honesty. He looked out at space. Tanjiro. Knowing that my world is rid of Muzan and his 12 Kazuki is a relief. He then got in front of them and bowed. Tanjiro. So I apologize if they caused all of you so much trouble. From here on out, I will deal with them, this I promise you all. Ichigo. Who's I? Asta. Rimuru. The Blinette saw that this boy was a bright spirit way too innocent and yet, he felt for the boy. He didn't come in contact with these demons, but Ichigo and Asta did. So his apology was more towards the orange tea and grey-haired boy. Whis. Smiles. Priest. Heh. Zeno. Well said. Ichigo. Sigh alright, it's not like we can go back. They looked at Ichigo who said. Ichigo. We'll go along with this. He put a finger up, saying. Ichigo. I only ask that I'm heavily compensated. All. He gestured to Kazui. Ichigo. I have a son, so I refuse for him to live on the streets. We know Alcoholi. You would dare to ask that? Oh. Zeno covered their mouths with energy. Zeno. Sure. I don't mind compensating you all. Tanjiro. Would you like to be compensated as well? Tanjiro. Oh money? He thought about it for a second before saying. Tanjiro. And no. I can't accept that. Zeno. Tanjiro put a hand on his chest and said. Tanjiro. It was my enemy that began to cause a ruckus. Who am I to benefit off of inconveniencing someone else? It's not right. He showed an expression that had no room for argument and said. Tanjiro. Me and Nezuko will be fine. I assure you. All. He really is an innocent one, isn't he? Asta. Yay, same here. He balled his fists. Asta. I can't charge you guys for helping out my world. That's like bad and stuff as long as everyone's okay, then I'm okay. Whis. Very well bud. Tanjiro. He then pointed at Nezuko which made her glow. Tanjiro. Nezuko. Nezuko. Whis. From what I've seen in your world demons die in the sunlight. You're welcome. The Slayer didn't think about that part but was glad that Whis did. He smiled and nodded before he and Nezuko bowed to him. Tanjiro, thank you Mr. Whis. I won't forget this. Zeno. Grand Priest. The preparations. Priest. Yes, sire. Rimuru. But that done, the Grand Priest stopped time as they traveled to God knows where. They saw that they stood on what seemed like space which made Tanjiro and Nezuko gasped in awe and shock. Asta. Wonderly. They never seen anything like this because and so hasn't Kazui as he looked around with a chuckle of excitement while Ichigo sat down and watched his son with a smile. Rimuru wasn't too focused on the scenery, he wanted them to keep their end of the deal first. He hated being the serious one like this, but everyone was dead and gone. Once they confirm that they're alright, then he'll be alright. The Grand Priestdom came back after 5 minutes, retrieving the planet-sized Super Dragon Balls. Nezuko. Tanjiro. WOT that it's huge. Kazui. No way Ichigo. No kidding. These are those dragon things. Rimuru. Kind of over the top with the size. Asta. A dragon's balls are that big, how can they fly like that? Ichigo. Rimuru. Can he not hear himself? Once they did summon the giant dragon they quickly got on to wishing all the mess done by Wina and Alcoholi be undone. Rimuru gasped silently, seeing that despite the closing tier. Everyone was getting up, breathing and very confused. He ran to the hole and made sure that each one got up. The others got up more loudly than the rest. His smile increased, seeing that all were fine and well before balling his fist. He fell to the floor and said. Rimuru. Great, that is so great, I'm glad. Ichigo gave him another look, he was happy for him as he turned back to his son. This dragon must have been really powerful. All reality was in turmoil and it fixed it all, just like that. Whis. Ah yes, and for your companions. Rimuru. Oh right. Tanjiro felt relieved for the guy girl Inosuke, they were happy again, and he felt that them being happy was better looking. The Blinat looked through everyone, but it didn't take him long to find the three that would be there with him. They were actually causing a fuss at the moment. Rimuru. Them. Zeno came and looked at the three saying. Zeno. Now, they seem kind of fun. Rimuru. Fun isn't the word I would use. Zeno. Alright then. He snapped his fingers as the three then appeared, but they didn't realize it. Where is he? Where is Lord Rimuru? He has to be here somewhere. Where the hell did he go? Rimuru, where are you? Rimuru. I'm right he. Hey, did you get kidnapped? Don't worry best buddy, I'll save you. Rimuru. Guys, just look behind yo. Someone stole my friend. The pink-haired girl blazed with unimaginable energy before yelling out. Where is Rimuru? Rimuru. Behind you. The three. Shion. Gasp. She smiled with tears along with the others. Shion. Lord Rimuru. Pandora, ha, it's really you best buddy. Willem. Rimuru. All. Aye. They all then jumped towards him, which made him sweat dropped as they all dogpiled him. Rimuru. Gee guys, you're too heavy. Shion. You're here. Pandora. Don't just disappear like that. Willem. Rimuru. Willem was hugging his face, but since she only has medium small breasts. He felt the bone in the cleavage of your chest. Rimuru. This actually hurts a little. The three laughed in joy of their friend being there, but then, they noticed that they weren't alone. They looked at the rest that were there and got serious. Well, more Shion and Willem than Veldora, who was looking at space. Shion glared and took out her buster blade and pointed it at them. Shion. Who are you all, and where is this place? Veldora. Oh, we're above the sky. I remember coming up here one time, but then I passed out when I found that there's no air up here. He smiled, taking Rimuru by the waist and pulled them in saying. Veldora. You see this? It's amazing up here. Rimuru. I'm well aware. Blush now. Can you take your hands off of me? You're kinda on my lower waist. Willem. Are you the ones that took Rimuru away from us? Whis. In a manner of speaking, yes, we did. Willem. Then you're gonna get punched. Rimuru. Guys wait. She and Shion dashed at Whis, who smiled and tapped the bottom of his staff on the ground, which made them go face first into a wall of energy. Willem. Huh. Shion. Hey. Veldora. They started trying to beat and slash at the wall while the slime said. Rimuru. Guys, I'll explain everything, just calm down, stop trying to destroy everything. Ichigo. Hazui. They remind me of you and Uncle Renji. Ichigo covered his son's mouth. Ichigo. You don't know what you're talking about. Hazui pulled his Fair's hand off of his mouth and said. Hazui. You're right, it's probably you and Uncle Grimjo that are like that. Asta. Oh, me next. All. Whis. You want to make a wish? Asta. Yay, I have too. They looked at one another before shrugging. They made the dragon got back into the balls and fasted forwarded a millennia before summoning him again. Ichigo. Did they just? Whis. Alright, and what would be your wishes? Asta. I want to bring a friend with me. She told me about how sad she was when it came to the first Wizard King. So I want her to come with me. He looked at the dragon. Asta. Can you bring Cesar with me? Can you do it was the bird that was on my head. All. Why would it know that? Whis. This mortal is a funny one. It's like he knows it's comedy gold. The dragon stared before its eyes glowed red as something fell on it. Huh? What the? They all looked at the talking anti-bird. Cesar? Where? Asta. Cesar, you're here. Cesar blinked and looked down. Cesar. Asta. She then got off and took her human form. Whis. Oh my. Priest. Oh. Alkoli Weena. Hey. Tanjiro. Blush. Rimuru. Blush. Shion. Huh. Ichigo. Ichigo covered his son's eyes. Cesar. Asta. What's going on, where are we? Asta. Hold on, okay, for the second one. They wondered what he'd asked for. Asta. Make me taller. All. Whis. Snickers, oh wow. Dragon. The dragon thought that it was a stupid wish, but complied nonetheless. Cesar. Asta. Yes, The scar-headed boy and Nezuko were happy for them to get all the wishes they wanted. They liked seeing people happy even if they didn't know them. But then something told him to look at Whis, who was surprisingly up at the dragon's ear, whispering. Tanjiro. He saw him point to Tanjiro, which made the dragon look at them. Tanjiro Nezuko. The angel came back down with a smile on his face as the teen said. Tanjiro. Whis. Wait for it. Out of nowhere, a poof took place right next to them. Oh dear. Where am I? Tanjiro. Huh, what the? Zeno. Zeno looked at Whis, who put a hand to his mouth. Whis. Hehe, forgive me, Millard. I asked to choose one from his world at random for extra entertainment. Priest. Well, they are sure to be the most interesting ones. Zeno. Alright then, Whis. Tanjiro. Wait, why did yo? Whis. Well, it was nice seeing you all, but before we let you all go, I have one more bit of advice. He said this, pointing at Rimuru and Ichigo. Whis. For the both of you. Ichigo. Rimuru. Whis. Seeing as how the both of you have some very impressive power, it won't take long for you two to become noticeable, and with that, they'll notice the rest. He took a breath and said. Whis. I have masked your presence for now, and since I won't be with you, you'll be on your own. So long as you don't use your powers so frivolously, you should be fine. Ichigo. And exactly what's in this other world? Whis. Now, there's no fun in spoiling the surprise. Enjoy yourselves, I doubt you'll be bored here. Ichigo glared at this before clicking his tongue. He then gestured to Asta, Tanjiro, and Izuko. Ichigo. And them? You didn't say anything about them. Whis. Ho, you're quite the cautious one, aren't you? Ichigo. Besides the blonde and perplet over there, I'm the only adult out of all of us. Someone has to ask the questions. Tanjiro felt something in his chest. Ichigo was doing most of the talking, not leaving anything out, and he was looking out for everyone. This is their first time meeting. He doesn't know them or what they do, they could be evil, and he's still doing all of this. Tanjiro. Izuko. Whis. I will say that the demon girl and human boy do have a certain spark to them. Their hidden potential is interesting. Not to mention the now tall boy. Asta. I'm pretty sure I'm as tall as the captain now. Zeno. But be that as it may, he's human, no one is going to look twice at him. They looked at the demon girl before him. Ichigo. And the other kid. Whis. His power is the most interesting because it burns as brightly as all of yours, but since it's so empty they'd look at him like they look at the demon's brother. Ichigo. Whis. Ichigo sighed after that. Ichigo. Fine, I guess we're ready to go then. Priest. Very good. Whis. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Zeno. Goodbye. With that, they were gone, transported away in an instant. After that happened though. Zeno looked back at the two goddesses of destruction and told the Grand Priest. Zeno. Can you bring us to Namek so that we can use their Dragon Balls? The Super Dragon Balls won't be usable till the Tournament of Power happens. Priest. At once, my king. Zeno. Good. Alkoli. I'm afraid. Weena. So am I. So many lights. After a while, they all found themselves in the new world, walking along the streets at night. Right after Rimuru explained everything to his friends. Buldora. Rimuru. Buldora then took him by the shoulders and stared into his eyes. Buldora. You mean to tell me that was Zeno like Dragon Ball Super Zeno like Kamehameha Zeno, and you didn't ask him to let us go to his reality? Rimuru. I wasn't thinking about it at the time. Buldora. Why didn't you? I had so many questions. I wanted to ask Shenron what's it like being in the Dragon Balls. I wanted to fight Frieza in his golden form, I wanted to train Gohan myself, since Toriyama is always nerfing him I missed my chance. Rimuru. Author. R.I.P. the GOAT. Rimuru. Buldora, calm down. Buldora. Then there's Anja and Panchi briefs. He began to cry. Buldora. Just when I thought the two perfect mates for me were nothing but dreams, they're real in another universe that I can't go to. Rimuru. What about Bulma? Buldora. What about Bulma? Rimuru. Damn. Buldora. I don't want someone everyone else wants. Rimuru. But everyone wants the MILF Gilf too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Milim and Xian tackled the Blunette into a tight hug that made him go pale. Rimuru. T2M much uneven pressure. Milim. Also out of everyone, you chose us to be with you in this new world. Rimuru pulled away from them. Rimuru. Well, someone had to watch you all. Buldora. Hehe. Buldora then pulled him in by the waist again, which made him give way to an irritated blushing expression. Buldora. Well, even though I won't get to see my two perfect mates, I still have my best friend who chose me to come to this world with him. Ha. I expected no less from you, Rimuru. Rimuru. You're in your own mind, aren't why? Buldora. Don't worry, best buddy. I promise I'll get to looking for places for us to sleep. Xian. And I'll look for food. Milim. And I'll get the money. Rimuru. Wait, no, don't do that. They then dispersed. Shinobu. Well, they certainly are a lively bunch. Kazui. There. Not gonna. Ichigo. Wait for it. Crash. All. Ichigo. On, there it is. Rimuru. Oh no. In the distance Rimuru could hear. Woman. Aya. Baldora. Get out, you don't live here anymore. Man. This is our who. Baldora. Roo. Man woman. I. Cessor. What in the? Asta. Ha 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 ha, they just took someone's house and didn't get in trouble. He patted his arm and said. Asta. Alright, I'm gonna do the same thigh. Cessor chopped him on the forehead. Asta. Ooh, I was kidding. Cessor. I had to be sure. Willem. Money, give it here now. I. But this is mine, I just got paid today and I'm late on rent. Willem. Don't care, give it. I. And no, I need to. Breaks arm. I. Ooh. Willem then sweetly said. Willem. Thank you for your patronage. She started to leave but stopped and said. Willem. Wait, how much did you need? From the floor with a painful tone, he said. I. Half of that was for food and the other was for rent. Willem. Fien. She then gave him half and ran off. I. Thank you. Xian. Human, the food that you're making, you will hand it over for Lord Rimuru. Chef. Lord who now? Xian. I said hand it over. Chef. Hey thief, get back here. Rimuru smacked themselves in the head with an exasperated sigh of irritation and embarrassment. Ichigo. Seems like you got yourself quite the group. Rimuru. Sigh, don't remind me. Car huonks. Car crashes. Rimuru. Willem. Hey, what is this metal thing that bumped into me, say excuse me. They then saw the car get knocked into the air. Shinobu. Oh. Izuko. Tanjiro. Wait, I know what that is, it's a vehicle. But why does it look so much smoother? Asta. The heck is that thing, some kin to metal golem thing? Baldora. Hey Milim, I found a bigger one. Xian. They're everywhere, do metal people rule this world or something? Car honk. Xian. You would dare to challenge me, living metal. Yet another got knocked into the air. Ichigo. Shinobu. They are quite rowdy. That car then got knocked into the air. Kazui. Dad. Is it really okay for us to just stand here and let them do that? Ichigo. Think of it this way, them doing this is just proof that that whiz guy wasn't pulling our leg and sent us to some deranged weird place. Kazui. Still though, hey dad. Ichigo. Kazui. They were gonna give us a chance to make a wish too, so. Ichigo. You wanna know why I didn't wish your mom back alive? Kazui rubbed his arm as he looked down. Ichigo kneeled to him again and gently pulled his chin up so that he could look at him. Ichigo. Well, it's mainly because of me. Kazui. Ichigo. There's been a lot of times where your mother has gotten into trouble with others wanting to do her harm. And each time, I've gotten closer and closer to being the guy that everyone needs to worry about. Kazui. Shinobu Tanjiro Izuko. Cessor Asta. Ichigo. If I bring her back and someone does her and you harm her worse. He tightened his jaw before looking at Kazui with a smile. Ichigo. Let's just say, it'll be bad for everyone. Besides, the way I like to think of it. He looked at the sky. Ichigo. Your mom's been through a lot. And now, she can finally get away from the struggles of the living world and rest easy. The young boy then looked at his father. He had such a positive kind of outlook on Orihim's death. Kazui didn't know what love was like since he was too young. He smiled, realizing that his dad just wanted to let his mother rest. He smiled before saying. Kazui. Yay, you're right. Rimuru. All of you get back here now. They then came back. Xian. HMPH mission accomplished, Lord Rimuru. Willem. Same here Rimu. Baldora. And we got ourselves a place, let's go and celebrate. Rimuru. You guys are unbelievable. Xian then looked at the other 7 saying. Xian. Just so you know, even though we got a lot of food, that doesn't mean that we're sharing with all of you. Tanjiro. Izuko. Xian. Especially that weird unoriginal purple-headed one. Shinobu. Hehe, that's fine. But maybe you shouldn't be the one eating either, you should actually cut down on the food or you might get bloated. Xian. Did you just call me fat? With an ever so cheerful tone, she said. Shinobu. I may have implied it. Xian. Grrr, damn human brat. Shinobu. Brat, huh? Tanjiro. You Ms. Shinobu, please. Let's not start off on the wrong foot, it's fine. I'll go out and ask for some food. Willem. Yeah, you go and do that cause we're not sharing. HMPH. Asta. Alright then Cessor, let's go and get our own food. Are you with me? Cessor. Asta, just wait for Isiko. Asta. Hi. That's hit by a car. Xianvald or Milim. Ha 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 ha. Rimuru. Cessor. Sigh. Tanjiro. Oh no. Tanjiro came to him and shook the teen. Tanjiro. Are you alright? Do you need medical attention? Shinobu. let's see here. Shinobu checked Asta, but then he sat up fast, headbutting her in the forehead. Asta. I'ma leave. Ichigo. Sigh. Shinobu. Please don't get up so fast like that again. I'd very much appreciate it. Asta. Whoa, where'd you get that bump on your head? Shinobu. Cesar then took him by the hair and dragged him away. Asta. Ah hey Cesar. Cesar. Asta, please be quiet and stop moving. Asta. Stomach growls Suo hungry. Cesar. Sigh. Tanjiro. Yes, I am getting that way too. He rubbed his stomach. Willem. I said no. Tanjiro. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to ask. Did I look like I would steal from you? Willem, you probably would, we don't know you. Shion. Nor do we intend to, your relationship with Lord Rimuru makes you suspicious. So do yourselves a favor and find your own rations. Kazui. Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. Oh yay. Fine then, hornhead. Shion. What was that, brat? Kazui. If you didn't know, if it wasn't for my dad you three wouldn't even be here with your Lord Rimuru. He was the one that talked Whis and that Zeno guy into granting his wishes. Eldora. Oh. Willem. Shion. He did. Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. And wanna guess what else they did? He reached in his dad's pocket and pulled out a metal black card, saying. Kazui. On this thing is enough money for more than 8 lifetimes, and they gave it all to us. My dad was gonna split it with your Rimuru and even find everyone a place to stay tonight. The orange tea shrugged and said. Kazui. But hey, you guys seem set, right? Eldora Shion Milam. Ooh. They looked at Rimuru to see that he sighed at their buffoonery. Kazui then took his dad by the Haori and said. Kazui. Come on dad, let's go. He then looked at Shinobu, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Cesar and Asta. Kazui. You guys wanna come too? Asta. Sure. Cesar. Let's just get some food in your system so you can fall asleep. Shinobu and Nezuko nodded, but Tanjiro didn't know if that was okay. The four would be out on their own. So they pulled him off. Shion. Rimuru. Willem. Rimuru. Eldora. Snickers. Shion. We did something wrong, didn't we? They looked at Rimuru. Rimuru. What in the hell do you think? They then ran off after Ichigo and the others, Shion deciding to hug his arm, trying to appease to his manly urges. Shion. Hey there, we're so sorry for what we just did, honestly. Willem. We promised to be good this time. She hugged his other arm, but it felt like sandpaper was rubbing up against him. He knew not to say that though. Rukia would start trying to cut Renji when he commented on her boob size. Ichigo. Sigh, geez, would you let me go? Shion. No. Willem. Not until you forgive us. They then began to hug his arms wholly, but then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone, next to his son. Ichigo had Senitoed out of their grip. Rimuru. He's quick. The orange tea rubbed his head and said. Ichigo. Look, I'll split the money 4 ways, alright. Rimuru. Shinobu. Cesar. Ichigo. Me, Rimuru, Cesar, and. He looked at Shinobu, he only knew the other 2 names because their comrades kept blurting it out. Ichigo. Sorry, and you are? Shinobu. Shinobu Kacho. He nodded. Ichigo. Ichigo. Listen, I'll split it off between us 4, let me just get us something to eat and a place to stay for the night, after that, we can talk about if we should watch each other's backs in this new world, or part ways, alright. They looked at one another before looking at him and nodding, finding that that was fair enough for them. Ichigo. Good. Come on, oh and. He looked at them all. Ichigo. You all need better clothes. All? They were about to ask him what he meant by that, but they then saw him and his son's traditional Soul Reaper attire disappear in a black mist. Ichigo. You stick out like a sore thumb. Kazui. You really do. Shion. Huh, what the? Willem. He changed clothes. Asta. Cool, so like, you never have to take a bath, huh? Tanjiro. It's so convenient. Izuko clapped at this. Shinobu. Is that a spell that you can do? Ichigo. Not a spell. Kazui then noticed the color that his father wore and snickers to himself. Ichigo. What? Kazui. So should I assume that you wore purple because of Auntie Uruchi, or? Ichigo. I chose purple because I rarely wear the color. Kazui. Really, and it has nothing to do with other stew. He pulled at his face which made his son wince from the pain. Ichigo. How about you keep your mouth shut, for once, yay. He let go of his son as he rubbed his cheek, under his breath, he said. Kazui. Still didn't deny it. Smack on top of the head. Kazui. Ooh. Taking this time, they made their way to Tokyo, which was a little too much for all that were Rimuru, Kazui, and Ichigo. Tanjiro fell on his butt in shock from it all. The buildings, the lights. All of it. It was way more intense than what they had in his time, while Nezuko gasped behind the muzzle. She even patted someone's car and tried to reach out for the bright billboards, but she was obviously too short to reach them. So she cutely tried to hop for them. Shinobu. Oh my. Tanjiro. What is this place? Nezuko. Asta. Whoa my gosh. Cesar. Such a crowded place. Ichigo. I forgot this was Tokyo. We could have stayed in what we were wearing. Bildora. Rimuru. He looked at him. Bildora. They have the new editions of Tokyo Ghoul here and Naruto gasp wait is that the manga on Attack on Titan and My Hero Academia. Rimuru. There was a reason I was happy he didn't come to my world and this is why. Cosplayer. Destructo Disc. Bildora. Cosplayer. Misenko Heiaya. Bildora. Ah. He stared at the cosplayers who saw him. Bildora. You two are dressed up as Krillin and Gohan. Cosplayer. Heck yay. Bildora. Wolfang Fist. Cosplayer. Tri-Beam. Bildora. Doden Ray. Cosplayer 2. Crusher Ball. Bildora. Rasengan. Cosplayer. Chidori. Bildora. Gum Gum Pistol. Cosplayer. United States of Smash. Bildora. I have died and gone to an I'm heaven wait that guy is dressed as Monkey. D. Luffy. Rimuru. Vivaldora Holdo. He was already gone. He sighed and looked at Milim who was watching a man make food along with Shion and Asta. They groaned at them as Nezuko then took on her toddler form and rubbed herself in dirt. She came to the cook in motion for anything that he could spare. Cook. Oh you poor thing. Here. He gave her a plate as she smiled at him, but now Shion, Milim, and Asta looked at her. Nezuko. Milim. Shion. Asta. She then ran with it. Shion. Hey. Milim. We're on the same side remember. Asta. Just a piece hey. She brought it back to her brother who adorable waited. When he saw her, he smiled. Tanjiro. Thanks Nezuko. He hugged his sister as they started to eat, but Shion lunged in and took it from them. Tanjiro. Ah hey. Milim. Don't hog it all Shion. Asta. Save me some. Kazui. Ichigo. Cesar. Shinobu. Ichigo. Alright. In a fit of speed, Ichigo ended up getting everyone back to where he was. Tanjiro. Huh. Nezuko. Asta. Whoa how did I get back here? Shion. Huh. Hey. Milim. You made me drop the food, you jerk. Bildora. Hahaha I like the orange guy. Ichigo. Just follow me and we will get food after you guys get dressed. Kazui. You still want to get them dressed? Ichigo looked at Rimuru's group. Ichigo. Yes. All? Groan. Rimuru looked at him. Rimuru. He's taking this rather well. As they went off, Tanjiro passed by a lot of places like the bullet train and even more expensive cars. Tanjiro. It talks to you. Nezuko. Shinobu. So this world is ruled by metal people. Ichigo. Sigh. Ichigo ended up getting everyone a phone. Asta. Wait so you mean to tell me. Tanjiro. You don't need a Kasugai crow to communicate. You do it solely from this little machination. Asta. But this is just a skinny brick how does it work? Kazui. You touch it. Asta. Eh. He did as the boy said. Asta. Whoa it lit up did I piss it off what do I do now? Kazui Ichigo Rimuru. Sigh. Milim. Hey look I just took a picture somehow. Bildora. I've seen these in manga their phones. Shion. Why is it vibrating? Siri. Hello, my name is Siri. How may I help you? All. This talks too. Tanjiro. But how do you fit a person in there? He took the phone with both hands. Tanjiro. Oh no are you trapped in there Ms. Siri? Are you hurt? Is there any way I can help you? It's not too crowded in there, is it? Siri. I do not understand what you're referring to. Tanjiro. What do you mean by that did someone use a spell to trap you in this thing? Rimuru. That is uncomfortably adorable. Shinobu. Shinobu pressed her phone. Siri. Hello, my name is Siri. How may I help you? Shinobu. Hello, can you please give me the information on you so that I may know you better? Siri. Of course. Siri then brought up her manual as Shinobu began to pay attention and read it over. Shinobu. Cesar saw this and did the same thing. Ichigo. At least they're smart enough to do that. Ichigo and Rimuru shook their heads, while Kazui gave way to a nervous smile. But the Blinets still had questions for the tall father figure to answer. They then made their way to a clothing place with Ichigo getting them a bunch that were around their size and making them change. Right after, they went for food but as they waited, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro. W what? Shinobu. Oh. Izuko. Tanjiro. It's 2023. Author. Yes, I know DxD aired in 2012, but I want it to be in 2023. Author. No, I will not make jokes about COVID in this story. Ichigo. Seems like it. Kazui. Yay, the dates even say it. Izuko. Author. She looks like this because a bunch of people saw her and thought she was cute, so they decided to dress her. Shinobu. Well, we're pretty far in time. Asta. What's a 2023 is that close to the 16th century? Rimuru. You're from the 16th century. Author. I actually looked it up, Asta is from the late 16th early 17th century. Ichigo. Geez. Tanjiro. The 16th century. Kazui. What period are you from, Tanjiro? Tanjiro. We're from the Taisho era. Author. I did a lot of research. Demon Slayer is actually set in the 1900s, which explains why the main villain looks like Michael Jackson. Rimuru. A. Ichigo. Damn. Waiter. Alright, here's your food, enjoy. Cesar. Oh wow. Willem Schionveld. Finally. Tanjiro. W wow, it smells so good. Nezuko. Nezuko. Stomach growls. Tanjiro. How you to Nezuko? She took off her muzzle and took a piece, hopefully she'll be able to eat it. Nezuko. Tanjiro. Ha what? She then began to eat with a happy sigh. Shinobu. Oh my. Tanjiro. She can eat regular food. He stood on the seat and happily yelled. Tanjiro. She can eat regular food now. He hugged his sister who continued to eat, happy that her brother was happy and that she could finally not starve herself. Rimuru. I'm guessing whatever that whisk guy did to her made it so that she can. Ichigo then pushed a bowl to Rimuru. Ichigo. Go on. Rimuru. Ichigo. Eat. Rimuru. He looked at the food, it looked really good before looking at Kazui who ate his. Before back to Ichigo who was eating. He then hovered his hand over his food as his slime started to absorb it all, which made everyone look at him. Asta. What the? Shinobu. Curious. Tanjiro. How is he? After the food was gone, they chewed on it as if it was in their mouth. Ichigo. HMPH, not surprised. Rimuru. You knew I wasn't human. Ichigo. I knew you were something. Rimuru. He watched at the orange tea, drank some of his soda before he put it down and said. Ichigo. Relax, I'm not out to get you or anything. Rimuru. Then why did you help me? Tanjiro. Nezuko. Shinobu. Asta. Cesar. Schionveld Milim. Rimuru. The talking them into letting me bring my friends along, the money situation, addressing everything that has to do with all of us. Why do it? He took a halfway suspiciously firm expression and asked. Rimuru. Is there something you want from us? They all now looked at Ichigo who leaned back, wondering what he would say. They have asked themselves the same thing since he's been ironing out the details with Whis, Grand Priest, and Zeno the most. He closed his eyes and sighed before saying. Ichigo. Are you serious? Rimuru. Ichigo. Did you forget how you reacted after everyone in your world was killed? Rimuru blinked at him as if he started to realize. Ichigo. You weren't just willing to kill them, we were gonna be pulled into that too. Rimuru. Oh. Great sage. Rimuru. Don't get an attitude with me. Ichigo. In your fit of rage, I've realized I can't allow you to get yourself too worked up because nobody here can stop you. From that one situation I've already concluded that nothing else matters to you when you're upset and other people's lives are ignored when you're like that. His eyes lowered, saying. Ichigo. And in case you haven't noticed, I have a son. Rimuru. Alright. Ichigo. So, helping you out seemed like the best thing to do at the moment. Your world's safe, your people are alive, and your most trusted friends are at your hip in this new world, the only downside is that you can't go back. Rimuru now got where he was coming from and sort of felt bad. Ichigo's biggest concern was his son. Everyone else's benefit just happened to fall in line with him choosing the best for Kazui. He was rightfully enraged though, it's not like he was a quick-tempered one, but then again, he couldn't fault Ichigo for assuming. Rimuru. Oh why yeah, I guess I did come off a little intense. Great sage. A little. Rimuru. Leave me alone, hey, listen. Sorry, I wasn't trying to endanger your son's life. Kazui. Ichigo. Rimuru. His eyes are like super intense. Ichigo. Sigh, be that as it may, I didn't say I didn't understand it. Rimuru. Shinobu. Shion. Ichigo. Your anger was understandable. Pretty sure I'd be the same way. But the difference between you and me. He paused before saying. Ichigo. I can be stopped. You can't. Rimuru furrowed his brow. He got all that just from Rimuru flaring up. Rimuru. Amazing. In the span of our first meeting he's already determined that I'm powerful great sage. Great sage then scanned Ichigo. Rimuru. It's not like he's weak. I can feel that overwhelming power coming from him. It's sort of tricky to fight from what I can tell. Ichigo. Anyway, yawn before we leave, I think we all need to take in our situation more carefully. All. Ichigo. We can't go back to our world. Silver lining. We get to see our friends and family every 3 months. Downside. He looked at Asta and Tanjiro. Ichigo. Your enemies are here. Tanjiro Asta. Ichigo. And then there's the wonders of this world. We know nothing about it, but what we do know is that they don't know that we're here. We just can't raise our power past impossible levels. Rimuru. Shinobu. I see, so what Tanjiro said was true. The 12 Kizuki are here. This could be problematic. Cesar. And the other demons from our world are here as well, some even stronger than the last one. Shinobu. What to do about this situation? Shion. Well, one thing I can say is that you cannot include Lord Rimuru in your matters. Kazui. They looked at Shion. Shion. Not to be harsh, but it's not his problem, it's yours. So you shouldn't try and expect help from him just because we all live in this world together. Willem. That wouldn't be fair to Rimu. Shinobu. Cesar. Asta. But we all came here together. All. Asta. I mean somewhere down the line, it's gonna become everyone's problem if we don't help each other out, right? Kazui. Yay, at that point, everyone will have to step in if they start hurting innocent people. Shion. Innocent people aren't our concern. The wishes of our lord are. Kazui glared at her. Kazui. Are you serious? Ichigo. Kazui. Ichigo. My dad helped your Lord Rimuru out, you guys are alive and well to kiss his feet. Shion. And we're grateful for that. But your dad made it known that he didn't do that out the kindness of his heart, he did it to get himself out of situation. Kazui. A situation that could have gotten me killed plus it all worked out and you're telling me that he can't lend a hand. Shion. Again, he has nothing to benefit us. Kazui. So the money isn't part of benefiting you. Shion. Lord Rimuru could very well make his own. Kazui. Shion. We only stuck around to see who we're dealing with. Watch your movements. This was never about money, but. Ichigo. Recon. Shion. Exactly. Kazui. GRR. He looked at Rimuru. Kazui. What, you can't speak for yourself. Rimuru opened his mouth before closing it. He didn't believe in letting lives fade, but he was back in his original world. He was basically starting over from scratch with Ichigo's cut to him. Shion. This isn't a benefit to him, none of you have anything that he wants or needs. You can't expect us to help you if there's nothing you can do for him. We're in this world together, but that doesn't mean we need to watch each other's backs. All. Kazui. Coward. All. Shion. What did you say? Willem. Hey, that's not nice. Kazui. You're a coward too. Willem. I'm not. Kazui. Yes you are, if your Rimuru is that powerful why not help us, huh? If you guys are strong, why not help us? He stood on the seat. Ichigo. Son. But he didn't listen as one of his eyes turned black and yellow. Kazui. Imagine if one of us were to die today right here and right now. You three would be at fault because you have the power to help and you do nothing. Shion. Willem. Baldora. Kazui. You may be powerful physically. He glared. Kazui. But you're selfishly weak mentally. Rimuru. He then sat down with them all looking at him to see that he now had an attitude. Willem pouted at the boy for calling him weak, while Shion gained a tick mark for the little brat. Baldora just scratched the back of his head. He didn't really say he would help. Cause a fight is still a fight. It was silent with Kazui glaring at her along with Nezuko. She got at what Shion was saying, but these were people's lives they were talking about. Shinobu and Cesar looked at her with a side glance, but Rimuru sighed. The slime agreed, but the way she put it could have been done better. They then looked at Ichigo whose eyes were shut as he took in what she said. Ichigo. Alright, seems like we've reached a conclusion. All. Ichigo then took out his new phone and sent Rimuru his cut. They felt the phone vibrate and saw that his money was in there. Rimuru. They looked up at Ichigo as he and Kazui stood. Ichigo. I suppose this is where we part ways then. Kazui. TCH. Ichigo. Son, it's fine. She's right, we can't expect them to help if there's nothing in it for them. You can't count the money since Whis gave it to me to split between us all. He then put some money down for the food. Ichigo. Asta, Sessor, Shinobu, Nezuko, Tanjiro, come with me. They all looked at him before following after. Ichigo. Also. Rimuru. Ichigo looked at them. Ichigo. I already set you guys up at a place not too far from here. Check your messages. Rimuru. With that, they were gone. Rimuru. Sigh. They looked at Shion. Shion. Oh what? Rimuru. Did you have to word it like that? Shion. Huh. Rimuru. Sigh, I'm gonna have to find him later. Asta. Whoa. Asta. It's so fancy, so we're gonna be staying in this big room. Ichigo. This is the lobby. We're not sleeping here. As they all marveled at the huge building that they were in, Ichigo went to the front desk to set up some rooms for them. Only to get flirted with as they gave him the room keys. His son grinned at him and leaned in saying. Kazui. Wow dad. Mom's been gone for 2 years and you're already looking hhhh. He held his son by the nose with an irritated smile on his face. Ichigo. I get that you like to hang around Yurichi and Rukia, but don't play that card with me, kid. Kazui. Haha, I'm just saying, I'm not in the mood for another mama. He tightened his grip. Ichigo. Kazui. I'll pinch harder, you gonna quit it out what? Kazui. Okay, tap out. He patted his arm. Kazui. I tap out, I quit. Ichigo. I bet you do. They then came up on their rooms, every single one of them being shocked by them. Nezuko. Tanjiro. Wow. Asta. Woe. Nero Shinobu. Tanjiro. This is so big, so these are how big rooms are in 2023. It's almost the size of a regular house. Kazui. Yay, but this is just middle class. Tanjiro. Middle. Class. It's not the top one. Ichigo. I understand why you'd think that, rich people usually go over the top. I decided to get these rooms since we still don't know much about this world, so it'll be wise for us to at least be in the same hallway in case anything happens. Ichigo. You guys can choose between who can be in what rooms. Seeing as how it's 7 of us total, I suggest some of you take the beds while others take the couch. Nero. Oh Shinobu. Well, Ichigo. Right, sorry, I'm giving orders and we just barely met. Sorry. Shinobu. No, it's not that. Nero. You've proven to not have any ill intention. They looked at one another. Nero. It's just that, since we'll be working together, we thought that we could establish a trust between each other. Shinobu. We just didn't think it'd be so soon. Ichigo. Well, no time like the present and all that. They nodded at him before looking back at one another. It wasn't like they didn't trust each other. This was just the first time they're establishing themselves without all the extra distractions. There was no hate, just business before anything else, is all. Nero. Well, if it's fine with you, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Ah yes, Ms. Nero. Shinobu, me and Nero will take the first room. Shinobu. And you, Nezuko and Asta can take the second room. It's bigger, so it should be enough space for you 3. Tanjiro. Alright. Asta. Man oh man, if the captain could see me now, ha 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 ha, suck it, you know. Ichigo covered his mouth. Asta. Ichigo. Asta. It's 2:30 in the morning. People are sleeping. He then nodded as the orange tea let go of his mouth, saying. Ichigo. Alright, seems like you guys got it from here. He pointed to the room at the back of the hall, saying. Ichigo. My room is gonna be straight down. If you guys need anything, I'll be up for a while, so if you need to talk, just knock on the door first, yay. Tanjiro. Nero. Shinobu. Asta. Nezuko. They stared at him with a questionable expression as he made his way to his room. Ichigo. Alright Kazui. Kazui. Yay, I know, yawn, bedtime. Ichigo. That it is. The boy then took his bath and made his way into the shower. It was about an hour later and Kazui was falling asleep but tried to stay up since he knew that from Tanjiro and the other souls that they were riddled with a question that they wanted to ask his father. They finally ended up knocking on the door as he came to it and opened it. Tanjiro. Oh, Kazui, hello. Kazui. Come on in. Asta. Whoa. Kazui. So, I know this is a dumb question, but I'm hoping you'd be smart enough, do you just yell at everything? Asta. You guys' room is way bigger than ours. Kazui. Sigh, never mind. Nero. Can we ask where your father is? Izuku looked around for the giant of a man that was Ichigo, but didn't see him in sight. Kazui. Dad's taking a shower, yawn, give him a second. He then laid on his side as they all took a seat and waited to talk to the man who was their unofficial leader. About 15 minutes later, Ichigo came out, drying his hair with Tanjiro standing. Tanjiro. Ichigo, sorry to bother you at this tia. Asta. Oh. Nero. Shinobu. Ichigo. Huh. He looked at his son. Ichigo. You couldn't have told me that they were here. Kazui waved his dad off and said. Kazui. Sorry, completely forgot about it. Besides. He looked at Nero and Shinobu. Kazui. Some of them don't seem like they mind the view. Asta was shocked and awed at his muscles because he even thought he and Tanjiro got theirs from hard work. Ichigo's looks like he was bored with them, like he sculpted his own. The maroon-headed boy had to cover his sister's eyes from the inappropriate display. Nero Shinobu. While Nero and Shinobu looked away. Abs wasn't something shocker to them, the men around them all had them. But from how Ichigo talks and carries himself, he was way older than any of the guys that they knew. And that added to his visible charm. Kazui. Hey, this abuse is not okay. Ichigo shook his head before saying. Ichigo. Give me a second, you guys. With that, he went back in and got dressed for bed. When he came out, Nero and Shinobu damn near almost sweat dropped at him. That was no better, that can still see everything. Does he just dress fashionably all the time? Ichigo. Alright, so, you guys needed something. Shinobu. Well. Ichigo. She looked at them all as they nodded, she gave them one back and returned her attention to him. Shinobu. It's just that, despite your helping us with food and shelter at the moment, we can't help but feel that you won't join the fight either. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Asta. Kazui. Shinobu. You most definitely seem like you know what you're doing in terms of strategy and keeping a level head. But you talk as if you won't participate. He stared at her before sighing as Kazui said. Kazui. Dad. Ichigo. Well, you're not wrong. Kazui stared at his father with slight confusion. Ichigo. I'll do everything I can to provide food and shelter for you guys. Asta. Cesar. So that's why you told us to come with you. Tanjiro. To house us. Ichigo. You guys are young and you don't know about this world like me and Kazui do. So yeah, I will house you. But unlike Rimuru's reasoning, my reason for not getting into the fighting. Ichigo. Is because my presence welcomes challenge. Ichigo. Everything about me invites challenge. The more challenges I get, the more chaos that happens. Tanjiro. Chaos that could involve your son. Ichigo. Exactly. I could try to keep Kazui out of the fight, but he's half of me. So I know he won't listen. Kazui. Cause I never get to fight anyone, no Hollows, no Soul Reapers, no Fullbringers, no Quincy's, how am I like you, but I'm not allowed to fight anyone. Ichigo. Anyway. Kazui. Don't ignore me. He looked back to them. Ichigo. This is me helping you. If you find yourself in a bad situation, I'll help you out of it. But joining you in the fight will only make things more dangerous for you. Not only that, but you all have your reasons for fighting the enemy. He lowered his eyes and asked. Ichigo. Would you really want me to take them all out for you? Ichigo. I can see it in all of your eyes, these demons took the lives of those close to you. You sure you want it to be me and not you? They all tightened their jaws, but again. They understood, he was looking out for them and his son. He was trying to keep himself in the middle. Which would explain why he wasn't upset about Rimuru and Co.'s decision. They knew that he was powerful too, his humbleness shows that, but they didn't actually want him to fight their enemies. It wasn't his responsibility, it was theirs. They didn't want to be spoon-fed. Not only that, but except Shinobu and Cesar heard how Whis had to put a barrier on them to hide their power. Going out and doing their world's job was hard enough. At least they knew they could count on him for food and shelter. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood as the boy bowed. Tanjiro. Thank you for having us. Ichigo. Kazui. Asta. Cesar. Shinobu. They all looked at Tanjiro, who bowed. Tanjiro. I knew that you couldn't help us all officially for a reason, but I was curious as to why and now I understand. Ichigo. Tanjiro. And I know that we're selfish for not considering what you have to deal with. But thank you for your kindness and hospitality, we'll try not to be a burden. He looked at his sister. Tanjiro. Right, Nezuko. Nezuko. She then grew as small as a 5-year-old and came to Ichigo. Ichigo. She lifted her hands up to him as he blinked at the girl. Tanjiro. Nezuko, that's not what I meant, stop it, you're going to anger him. Ichigo blinked at the girl before scoffing and picking her up. She instantly fell asleep in his arms, which made his chuckle a little. He had a feeling that she may get attached. Not that there was anything wrong with that. Tanjiro. Nezuko. Ichigo. It's fine. I don't mind. But it's up to you if you want her to sleep in here with me. Asta. Thanks. Ichigo. Asta. You may not be able to help fight, but you're helping in other ways. That's all that matters. He balled his fist and said. Asta. Like that Whis guy said, there are problem. So let us worry about those jerks. We'll help each other out. Tanjiro. Huh. But I can't ask you to do that, Asta. Asta. It's fine, we're in this together, right? He put his fist out. Asta. So let's rip those demons a new one. Tanjiro stared at him before looking down. Tanjiro. Strange, he smells like a demon himself. And yet, he acts just like an energetic boy. He looked at his sister. Tanjiro. He's sort of like Nezuko in a way. And he's willing to help me. He looked up and piloted his fist to Asta's. Tanjiro. Then I'll do that same, right? Let's do our best, Asta. Asta. Oh yay, now we're talking. Ichigo scoffed at the man, nodded before looking at Kazui. Ichigo. Be careful. Kazui. Ichigo. I knew my gut wasn't lying to me about you wanting to help. And all I have to say is that you be careful. Don't make any rash decisions, understand? Kazui. He smiled at his dad before hugging him. Kazui. I promise, Dad. The father smiled and used his other hand to hug his son. Shinobu. Well, I suppose some things are better than nothing. Sessor. We should probably be grateful that we at least have a foundation and base of operations. Elsewhere though. Where am I? What is this place? We have been sent somewhere else. Darn, and just when things were getting fun. Did Zagrid perish? He did. Well, it seems that we have some very powerful adversaries. Hahaha, not so much. He managed to turn that weak elf into a dark elf. But that was it. She laughed even louder. He was nothing but fodder, he couldn't even take out a few humans. Those are demons. But they're not like us. No, why am I back? I was with mother and father. The demon boy dropped to his knees. I don't want to be here. The other was quiet as he looked at his hand. He tightened his jaw and closed his eyes. Vowing that he won't be on the living plane for very long. Their leader stepped forward. Explain yourselves, who are you all? Well, she's very bold. Shall I kill her, Lord Dante? Dante? No, I like her. Tell me, woman, are you married? I asked you a question, you brute. Dante. And I will answer it after you answer my question. What does my status have to do with anything? Dante. So that I may kill him and take you for myself. You're quite a sight to behold. You would dare speak so callously to Lady Mulin. Mulin. Quiet, filth. Her servant shut his mouth. Dante. Do not be difficult. Do not refuse me. Become my woman and I will offer you and your servants power beyond your understanding. Levels you wouldn't even think of reaching. Mulin glared at him as her flesh began to rage, ready to rip his head off. Her servants them got ready to attack the three, but then. Cease this, now. They then looked at the other woman that appeared. Dante. Ah, a strikingly more beautiful woman, I see. He walks to her. Dante. Tell me who your husband is, woman, so that I may kill him and take you for myself. I'm in a good mood, so I take you and the other woman. You are in my husband's domain. That's when the blackness of the area lit up, showing the vast and wide area that they knew nothing about. They all looked around at this bizarre place, but from behind Dante, someone grabbed his shoulder. Dante. Mulin. Bear in mind that if I were to share my wife. He tightened his grip on his shoulder. It wouldn't be with someone as weak as you. Dante. He slowly looked back to Surziches with veins of anger in his head and said. Dante. Are you talking to me, weakling? You must forget your place. Oh, I know exactly where it is. Dante. Ha, you're not even at my level, fool. But I know some that are. And if you continue to try and make a ruckus in my domain, you will find that you're completely outnumbered and outmatched. Dante. He stared at him with angry eyes before Surziches lightened up and smiled, saying. Surziches. But anyway, welcome new friends, to the underworld. I am Surziches Lucifer, the ruler of this kingdom. Demons of your caliber have been offered a place here in my domain amongst my ranks. All. Surziches. Should you not accept this opportunity, you will be sent to Earth. But be forewarned, you will be watched from now on, since on Earth, you are not to be kill humans. You will be counted as strays at that point. Mulin. And you expect me to listen to you, wretch? Surziches. Listen or not, death comes to those that don't follow the natural order. And most of the time, it's not me. Mulin. Death comes to everyone but me. You should grovel in your mistake at thinking that I would die. Surziches. Mulin. We are leaving. Send us back, now. Or we will kill you where you stand. Surziches smiled. Surziches. Very well, but if you ever find yourself in a bind and need a way out and back here. He handed her a piece of paper and said. Surziches. See to it that you and your other allies coat this paper with your blood so that you can be sent back. Whoever is after you won't be able to chase you here, and even if they do, this is still my domain. Mulan. You would be so odious as to think that I would run. Surziches. I think that you wouldn't be a fool in a world that you know nothing of. Mulan. She glared at him before snatching it out of his hand. Mulan. Send us back, now. He chuckled before using his magic to send them to Earth. But as he did, another one of Mulan's demons were angry. Damn brat, calling me a coward, how dare he when I find him. Anger blazed from the teen as he said. I will kill him without a second thought. Once they were gone, he turned to Dante. Surziches. And you, would you like to be among my ranks? Ha ha ha. Dante. Ha 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 ha, you would dare ask that of me? He towered over Zeches, saying. Dante. Ha 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 ha, very well, I will, only so I can rise up the ranks, kill you and take your and every woman that I find lovely. If you want your kingdom to fall that bad, then fall it will, ha 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 ha. Surziches. This is going exactly how that was character planned it. Haha. Please train me. It's been 5 months since then, and Rimuru or his group have not been seen since then. It wasn't unexpected, it's not like they needed to talk. But since then, the group has not even heard a literally peep out of Ichigo and the others. Even though they weren't looking, the town that they were living in wasn't small, but it wasn't big enough to where you won't see the same person you saw yesterday. From that day, Tanjiro and Asta began to work together with Nezuko. Shinobu and Nero helped train them, but since the two ladies either didn't know what breathing techniques are like or how anti-magic works, they hit a stump. Ichigo watched from the house that he got to fit them all in. He didn't like how big it was or that it was on a mountain, but for training purposes, he caved in and got it. At the moment that night began some very horrible events. More so Tanjiro and Nezuko than his own son and Asta. It's just that the two couldn't get to their friend and his sister's aid when they were surrounded. Kazui took Ryujetsu and tried to slash at the human-changed beast that was before him. He could tell that the monster was in pain from being forcibly changed into a demon and just wanted to be put out of its misery. The young orange tea clicked his tongue with Asta, giving the beast a bull thrust with his Slayer and Destroyer blades. He tried to see if he could by any chance absolve the man of the magic like he did with the elves back in his world. But this magic was different and he took too much time. This wasn't a human possessed anymore. This was an actual demon. Asta. TCH, damn it. He then looked at Tanjiro and Nezuko, but the boy was on the ground, barely breathing as his sister was being knocked around. He tried reaching for his broken Nichiren blade, saying. Tanjiro. No, this can't be how it ends. He then looked at the demons that surrounded him. You know, I feel as though I should applaud you. Alma. You have angered Lady Mulan so much with just one act that she sent her most powerful. You should feel proud about that. He said this as Tanjiro's sister was then thrown to him. He caught her and in front of Tanjiro. He yanked the girl in too. Tanjiro. And no. She started to heal, but she wouldn't be getting up anytime. He tried to reach for her. But got both of his hands sliced off. Asta. Tanjiro. Kakishibo. You don't deserve those hands of yours. Tanjiro. Kazui. GRR. Kazui got tired of this and Sanito to them, but Kakishibo barely managed to intercept him. He and the boy's blades clanged against one another before the two began to parry one another. Goku. You dare challenge me, brat. Moonbreathy. Kazui got to him before he could even try in and sliced his face in half, which shocked Auma. Auma. Oh wow, that boy is special. He started to wave his fans, but Kazui took those too. Auma. He looked at his hands to see that they were gone. Auma. Oh dear. He started to Sanito again towards the teen, but Dauma and Goku blocked him. He lowered his eyes before putting a hand on his face. Kazui. Get out of my way now. Goku. Do your worst, boy. Dauma. Hehe, I wonder just how ecstatic the lady will be if I bring her your head too. Tanjiro tried to get up, he really did, but they were so ruthless. As he tried, he was then kicked through 5 trees. His sister groaned loudly in anger for her brother, but someone else's foot smashed her head. Shut it, brat. He walked over to the guy as Nezuko's body still tried to reach out for Tanjiro. The demon gripped his hair and lifted him up, saying. Now, what was it that you said, boy? Because, I believe you called me a coward. He forced him to his feet and faced him a hard one to the neck, making it so that he couldn't breathe. He punched him in his scar before kneeing the teen in the stomach. He gripped his neck and slammed him on the ground before stomping him on his left leg, separating them both. Tanjiro. Aig. Nezuko could hear her brother's cries of pain and cried herself. She tried crawling, but found that she was frozen by Dauma, who multitasked to help Goku with Kazui. Dauma. That won't do. Why don't you just sit there and watch your brother die? Believe me, he won't be going alone. Yet again, Akaza cackled and forced Tanjiro to his one good leg and watched as the boy at least tried to fight back. He just threw out punch after punch, his hack against one of the trees only for Akaza to dodge them all and right hook him in the jaw, knocking it off. He fell to ground as Akaza said. Akaza. What was that you said about being a coward now remind me? He chuckled heartily, but despite all the pain, despite the torture, Tanjiro looked at him. When the number 3 finally calmed down and looked at him. Akaza. The blaze in Tanjiro's eyes, the ones that said, I will still beat you someday. Angered him. Akaza. You filthy dung speck. He gripped his neck, getting ready to yank his head off of his shoulders. But then. The wind began to wash over them all. Amakoku Akaza. When they looked to where it came from, they found Shinobu standing there with Nero, and they didn't look happy. More to the party come we're just getting started. As soon as we're done with your demon slayer friend. Goku. You'll be next. You won't be getting away. Akaza. Heh. Akaza held up Tanjiro by the head as he was barely clinging onto life. Shinobu saw the condition that he and Nezuko were in and looked away, biting her lip which bled from anger. No, you have to look, isn't it funny? His jaw came clean off with just one punch and the girl over there, in just a few minutes, she'd be cold enough for me to push over and watch as she shattered into a million pieces. Shinobu. You demons disgust me. Gasped with a blush and waved his hand at her. Please, no more compliments, you're gonna make me turn even redder. Nero. Asta. She looked at him, seeing that he was angry, he and Kazui. They knew the rule that Whis gave them, but honestly. They were starting not to care if they get caught because Tanjiro wasn't like them. He was fully human. The black energy began to mist off of him, but then he heard Nero say. Nero? No, it's okay. Asta. What? How is it okay? Look at Tanj. He looked at him to see that Akaza wasn't holding him anymore. Akaza. Goku. Goku looked around with his hand on his blade. Shinobu. We brought him. Asta. Nezuko. Nezuko will never get used to the type of speed that he had as Kazui Sanito to the man clad in a white cloak. Use it? The boy nodded as he looked at Tanjiro. He growled and gritted his teeth saying. Kazui. I will not hold back next time. Kazui. It's never gotten this bad. So if we get found out. He glared. Kazui. Then we get found out. I made that decision and I didn't run it by all of you, sorry, that's on me. He took off his hoodie, showing them his face as he said. Ichigo. So let me make it up, now. Kazui nodded at his father before hovering his hand over the teen. He pulled out the necklace he made with his mother's hairpins and said. Kazui. Somten kissin. I reject. The dome of yellow energy blacked with black, then began to reject all that happened to Tanjiro prior. Akaza. What? They watched as the boy's power didn't heal him, but restored him. Kazui began to sweat from his mother's powerful technique, his eyes going dull as he was fighting the urge to pass out from this. He looked at the human-turned demon after fixing Tanjiro. He breathed easily as Nezuko came to her brother and held him. He tried to get up and make it over to the demon, but he passed out with Shinobu catching him. Shinobu. Please. Ichigo. On it. Before they knew it. Ichigo's hand was on the demon's stomach. Ichigo. Sorry Hadu 33. Samkatsui. He gave the demon a fiery blast of blue spirit energy that incinerated him into nothing, which took 3 of the 12 Kizuki by surprise. First the boy and now this stranger that looks just like him. Akaza. Akaza knows that he was staring at him, he didn't even blink. Ichigo. And yet Ichigo stood in front of him. Akaza. GRR. He threw a jab at him. But the man weaved out of it. Ichigo. Damn punk. Akaza. And caught Akaza in the face with a blow unlike anything he's taken before. He's never been punched this hard, he didn't know that beings that aren't demons could strike a demon with this much power. His brains began to splatter out of the back of his head as he shot off, crashing into whatever was in the way. Ichigo. TCH. He saw Kakishibo come up from behind and tried to stab him. But man, he caught his hand holding his blade between his fingers and gave him an even harder fist than Akaza, making his head fly off. Goku. He then put a hand on the demon's body and set it ablaze with a Zero, incinerating it. Ama breathed in very quickly and started to freeze an entire mile of land. He did this to stop Ichigo in his tracks, but he was still too slow. He felt a hand on his shoulder and went wide-eyed, but when he did look behind him. Ichigo. Tenshin fist. His fist lit up with Yotsuga Tenshin. Before giving him a very disrespectful strike to the back of the head, shooting him into the lake nearby. They were a little baffled and staggered from this being's power and speed. This guy was taking it easy on them. Way too easy. And when they all finally got back up. Bakaza. What? They were gone. Bakaza. No, 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 no. Goku. TCH. Amma. Well, that certainly was something, now was it? Amma's eyes lowered but now. He was smiling more in anger than anything. Amma. Now, I wonder who that is. Where could I find him? He is definitely going to be an annoyance. Akishibo. Goku glared too before leaving to go and perfect his skills. That man was too good with his fists, and if he's on the boy's side, it's only a matter of time before they lose. The gray-haired boy was a problem, so was the orange-haired kid, and Tanjiro and his sister were potential threats. They needed to figure out how they could benefit from this world, what it had to offer them. A few weeks later. Ichigo got up out of bed with a yawn before stretching his bones and muscles, deciding to go and see how Tanjiro and the others were. He put a shirt on and came to their room to see that Asta was asleep along with Nezuko, but it took her a long while to heal up from that attack. All of her parts were finally back together, grew back, but she was still in slight pain. She laid her head on her brother's lap. Tanjiro was the only one that was up, looking extremely tired. He soothed his sister with his hand on her head as she slept. Ichigo. Ichigo then left but came back with a broom and mop, cleaning up their room since they've been asleep. He got up the blood and the dirt and put Asta's grimoire on the desktop before taking a seat next to Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Ichigo. They sat there in silence before the orange tea saw tears come to his eyes. He balled his fist and shook, his breathing becoming ragged. Tanjiro. I couldn't do it. Ichigo. Tanjiro. I couldn't even hikai. Ichigo put a hand on his shoulder. Ichigo. It's okay, you'll get them. Tanjiro. I couldn't even get close, I couldn't do anything. They were so fast and strike, I tried to keep up with Asta and Kazui, but I couldn't. And because of that, Nezuko suffered. Ichigo lowered his eyes. It didn't matter that his sister could heal or not, she was still hurt badly. He looked at the boy and sighed, putting a hand on his head. Tanjiro looked at the man. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Tanjiro. No matter what happens, never falter in what you do. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Win or lose, you ended up surviving. With survival comes experience, with experience comes potential. Tanjiro. Ichigo. You hold on to that feeling, understand? And you use it to become better than you were yesterday. Tanjiro stared at the man in astonishment as he then got up, saying. Ichigo. Get some rest, alright. You need it. When he said that, Asta jotted up from his own sleep. Asta. I. Ichigo covered his mouth with an irritated expression and said. Ichigo. Don't yell, my son is still asleep in the other room. Asta. Asta nodded as Ichigo said. Ichigo. Good. Asta. Hey Ichigo, thanks for the other night. Couldn't have done it without you. Ichigo. Enough of that, alright. No more talking about that night. Asta. Tanjiro. Ichigo. For right now, you guys need to lay low for a bit. Since you've been asleep, those demons have continued to look for you. So no going outside at night anytime soon, alright. Asta. Alright. Yay, we do that. Ichigo. Yay. And Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Seriously, let it go. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Trust me, I wasn't gonna let you die. Take a few nights off, alright. Tanjiro looked down. He was really intent of avenging Rengoku, but he was too impatient by going out and killing lesser demons each and every night. He brought attention to them. Tanjiro. Yes. He bowed. Tanjiro. Forgive me, Ichigo. Ichigo. It's fine, listen, I've got some errands to run, alright. So I need you guys to watch the house. Go ahead and fix yourself something to eat when you get the chance. When I get back I'll cook dinner. They nodded at him as he left off. Asta frowned and looked at Tanjiro. Asta. Hey, you okay? Tanjiro. Yes, I think I'll be okay. Asta. That pink-haired demon jerk, he really hurt you, but it's fine. Asta smiled and said. Asta. We'll out the hurting to him and those other two, just you wait and see. Tanjiro smiled at him. Tanjiro. Thank you Asta, but. Asta. Tanjiro. I'm not like you, Ichigo, Kazui or Nezuko. Asta. Tanjiro. I can't use anti-magic or grow back my limbs. I don't even have the strength that you all have. Asta. So what does that mean? Your breathing Thinji is so cool and you're so fast. Tanjiro. But they're faster, so are you, Kazui and Nezuko. Asta. Tanjiro. I'm only human, I can't keep up. Asta. But no, that's millimeters. Tanjiro. I tried and it got my sister hurt badly. Asta stared at the boy, he was really feeling bad by this. He couldn't give him one of his blades without it killing him. Becoming a demon meant that he'd have to get his sister to try and do it, but that would most likely make her rage out in a flesh frenzy. Asta. Maybe I am not training, maybe you need more training. Tanjiro. I'm not just thinking of my demons, I'm thinking of yours. Asta. Tanjiro. You can keep up with mine, and you said you barely managed to deal with your weakest demon. And if that's true. He looked at the ground. Tanjiro. How much help can I be to you? Asta. Asta didn't know what to say. Tanjiro was always an optimistic one, but that night must have truly got to him badly. He tightened his jaw and tried to use his brain. It began to steam, but he kept on focusing to help his friend. He was really drawing a blank until an idea came to his head. Ichigo. Asta. Oh I know. Tanjiro. Know what? Asta. Ah darn it went wait it's back. Tanjiro. He got in his face. Asta. I got an awesome idea. Tanjiro. The father of the house came into his son's room, seeing that he was still asleep and decided to go and wake him up. He sat next to his son and ran his hands through his hair. His closed eyes twitched before he opened them and looked at his father. Kazui. Dad. He smiled. Ichigo. Hey, it's time to get up. You got school. Kazui. Yon was using mom's power not enough to show that I don't want to go to school. Ichigo. Come on, son. I felt out your spirit energy, you've been good since yesterday. Kazui. Groan. He put his fist out to Ichigo who said. Ichigo. Really? Kazui. Yep. Come on. And if I win this time, I get to stay home. Ichigo. Alright then, fine. That shook their fists with Ichigo getting paper. Kazui getting rock. Kazui. Ichigo. Alright, get up, get dressed. Kazui. Best 2 out of 3. He pecked his son on the head. Ichigo. Nice try. But no. After getting him up and getting dressed himself, he left to his study where he found Nero and Shinobu. Ichigo. Hey there you, two. Morning. Nero looked to him saying. Nero. Morning Ichigo. Shinobu. Ichigo, hello. How are? Nero. Shinobu. Tanjiro and Nezuko. Ichigo. They'll bounce back from it. I told them to relax for a while, something you two should be doing too. Don't push yourselves, alright. Shinobu. Nero. Yes. From the time they met Ichigo, they've realized that no matter what he puts on, he makes it look good. The fact that he was in his 30s and he looked this young was kind of like witchcraft. About a month ago, Whis came and explained to them that the reason that he hasn't brought their allies to see them yet is because he had an even better idea. But they knew that it was most likely for part of the entertainment. And because they knew now of the effect Ichigo has on people. But what slightly frustrated Nero and Shinobu was that he didn't realize that it affected them too. He was a good-looking man. A good-looking man that didn't pay attention to how open he was around others. Shinobu. Are you going somewhere? Ichigo. Yay, I'm just gonna go and find me a job. Nero. Are we running out of money? Ichigo. Whis said that money could last up to 8 generations, this house barely put a dent in it. I'm just not the type to be slacking around. Everyone's doing their part, the least I can do is get a job. With that, he left out, hearing that Kazui was ready. Nero. Sigh, he really needs to stop doing that. Shinobu. I'm starting to think that he doesn't see what we see. A few minutes later. Kazui watched his dad waved at him as he dropped him off at school. He waved back and came in but instantly frowned. No, he didn't have any bullies. No, he didn't go to school with rich ignorant people or anything like that. And no, his teachers weren't after him to embarrass him or get his dad to come up there so that they could flirt with him. School was just so boring. He got into class with the teacher saying. Hello everyone, hi hello Kazui. Kazui. He came and sat in his seat, leaning his head on his hand, the textbook in front of him. Before he could open it, the teacher then squatted down to his level. Are you okay? What's wrong? Kazui. Yay, I'm fine. Hehe, don't mind me, Ms. Sato. Sato. Well, let me know if you need to take a break, okay? Kazui. I'm fine, really. I just get bored easily. Sato. Well, alright then. She stood and pumped her fist saying. Sato. Well, today's class is gonna be really exciting cause we're gonna get on the subject of dinosaurs and how they lived before they died. Kazui shook his head at his teacher, she wasn't like others, she wanted her kids to enjoy her class. And a big plus. She didn't let her attraction to his dad get the better of her. But, of course, that didn't stop him from calling her out on it. Kazui. Ms. Sato. It's okay. Sato. Kazui. I get that you're trying to get on my good side and date my dad, but you don't have to try too hard, me and Nezuko already like you. Sato. Blush AW, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Kazui. Hehe, your undying crush on my dad. She flinched before pouting, telling him. She pouted at him for his teasing and said. Sato. Well, if you're gonna tease people like that, then I guess that you don't deserve a cupcake today. Kazui. Oh no, how could you? She could almost smell the sarcasm in that sentence and pouted at him even more before she went back to teaching. His class went on steadily as he did his work, but then, he felt something. It was powerful too. And close. Kazui. Like closely behind him. The woman. He looked back, which one of the students noticed and said. Student. What's up? Kazui. Nothing. He raised his hand to go to the bathroom, which Sato happily agreed to. As he walked the halls to the bathroom, Kazui could feel that it was following him. From this pressure, he knew that it was a woman. That much he could tell. Why she was following him, he didn't know. He looked back. But nothing. He felt it in front of him, but again, it was gone. It's like every time he tried looking, it moved. He got to the bathroom with lowered eyes as he then tried to use it. Out of nowhere, the lights turned off and he acted quick. Switching into his Soul Reaper form, he took out Ryujetsu and slashed whoever it was behind him. He heard them skid back and even the smell and drops of blood hit the floor. Before long, he listened quietly as the lights turned back on, showing that the woman wasn't there anymore. Kazui. Ugh, the first bit of excitement I get since that night and the person stalking me leave. Thank you for leading me on. That was real nice of you. He said this to whoever was following him before making his way back to class. Kazui. Darn fight tease. Hours later with Ichigo, he was actually at a coffee shop for an interview. With said woman listening to him as he told her some things about him. Ichigo. In all honesty, I would have taken up my dad's clinic. It just seemed right to do, but my sister Yuzu took it before I could. My other sister, Karen, actually wanted to be a teacher, and I thought, why not? Oh really? She stared at the young man that seemed a little younger than her, but he talked so maturely, she couldn't help but be astounded by him. When he walked in to meet her, she completely thought that he was just a handsome man, taking a break from being handsome. From the veins on his arms, to his jawline. Then his spiky hair to his glasses that held back that amber almost glowing orange gaze that he had. And after hearing that he's single but with a child. That's all she needed to know, that this man is a dominant lover when he wants to be. Gulps, he's perfect. Ichigo. He finally looked up at the woman that was sent by the school district to interview him. Ichigo. Ms. Hana. Hana. Oh yes right, your interviewee. That was a very interesting backstory. Clears throat. She was embarrassed since she wasn't really listening. The orange tea sighed and rolled his eyes. This made her sweat drop as he then said. Ichigo. To simplify things, I wouldn't mind becoming a teacher because I know that I'll be able to teach those younger than me different things like other cultures besides our own. Hana. Alright. Ichigo. You forgot what else to ask me, didn't you? Hana. Weller. Ichigo. Sigh. He stood. Hana. And gave her a folder, saying. Ichigo. All of my credentials are in here. I've studied to be a nurse, doctor, teacher, and physical education specialist. You can look those over and just give me a call later. Hana. Alright MMO. She took a firm expression and stood as well, saying. Hana. I do have something else to ask you. Ichigo. You're gonna ask me if I have any past reports of me, an adult, being with someone else, younger than me, right? Hana. He turned back to her. Ichigo. Well, the answer is no. I like to keep it professional, and I have no intention on fraternizing with any of the students or faculty. So, please pass that along to the board. Hana. She then watched as he walked away. Hana. I sigh, this must not be new to him. The sun was setting around this time, and Ichigo finally got done with all that he needed. He called a ride for Kazui, he also finally put a down payment for a car. He made Tanjiro, Shinobu, Nero, and Izuko a bank account along with their IDs. He had groceries sent to his home, and now all that was left was to get home and cook. But before that. Ichigo. His eyes lowered with a frown. He looked to the left and right, seeing that there weren't a lot of people walking around this time except for him. He ran his hands through his head but didn't look back. Ichigo. You wanna explain to me why you're following me? Ichigo. Better question. Why were you following my son too? Whoever this was still didn't say anything, but just like Kazui. He knew that this was a woman. But he didn't sense any malicious intent off of her. He guessed that despite that field that was put on them. The aura around them still made them stick out. He shook his head and just left off around the corner. The woman was a little taken aback, his son was so quick to attack, but he wasn't. She sort of expected them to act the same. Ichigo. Damn it, guess that's on me for making it clear that I'm not normal. He then bumped into someone. Ichigo. Sorry about that. Rimuru. And no, it's fine Ichigo. Rimuru. Ichigo. Ichigo. Rimuru. He looked at Rimuru, who looked up at him. Ichigo. Oh hey. What's up? Rimuru. The genderless being gave him a look for how he said that. This is the first time in 4 months that they've seen one another. The orange tea out a hand on his hip and said. Ichigo. Huh, and all this time I thought you were a boy. I didn't know you were a girl. Rimuru. I don't have a gender, blush, I'm only dressed like this because Veldora, Shion, and Milim won't stop nagging me about it. He then looked at the cars that passed by. Ichigo. Still the rowdy bunch, I see. Rimuru. Sigh, what's new? Ichigo. Make sure you be careful out here. Doesn't matter to other people if you're a girl or a boy when you dress like that. Rimuru. Yay. He stopped, seeing the tall man start to leave off. That was quick. He called out for him. Rimuru. Hey wait. Ichigo. Rimuru. Unbeknownst to the orange tea. Ever since their talk of helping with the demons, Rimuru's actually been looking for Ichigo, but the second they left that restaurant, he and those kids disappeared. No trace. No sighting. Nothing. It's like they disappeared off the face of the earth. Ichigo. You okay? Rimuru. Shion was very blunt and rude about what she said to them, but again, she wasn't wrong. Rimuru only watched their own. Not everyone else. But that didn't mean ignore lives that could be taken like that. Rimuru. Hey listen. Ichigo. Rimuru. About what happened 4 months ago. Ichigo. Stop it. Rimuru. Ichigo. What, you thought I'd be holding a grudge this whole time? It's fine, you don't have to worry about that stuff. Rimuru. The brunette looked at him as he watched the sun fully disappear. Ichigo. We're doing fine. They're doing fine. Rimuru. The brunette then smiled at him before saying. Rimuru. Yay, alright then. So, why are you out this late? Ichigo. I actually just came back from a job interview. Just cause I'm rich doesn't mean I need to laze around the house all day. What about you? Rimuru. I was actually just leaving my company now. Ichigo. Your company? Rimuru. Yay, matter of fact, you said you were looking for a job, right? Why not come by my company? Shion. Absolutely not. Rimuru flinched and saw Shion there, looking at the brunette before the orange tea, who said. Ichigo. Yo, Shion. Shion. Don't yo me, you manipulator. Rimuru. Ichigo. Manipulator. She walked up to him, getting in his face, but her breasts were heavily on him. Ichigo. You can't move back a little. She ignored him. Shion. Exactly what are you trying to do with Lord Rimuru, trying to manipulate them into giving you a job? I think not. Milim then popped up from behind her. Milim. And you can't do stuff with Rimuru either, we know they're cute and hexy, but you can't have them. Rimuru. Blush, the hell are you talking about? Veldora in his Oro cosplay costume, on the other hand, draped his arm over Ichigo. Veldora. Hey there orange, how are ya? Shion. Don't get so familiar with him, Veldora. Ichigo. Hey there, Veldora. Shion. Don't ignore me. Ichigo. Sigh. Shion. What business do you have with him? Ichigo. We were just talking. Rimuru. That's literally all it was. Shion squinted her eyes in suspicion. Shion. Be that as it may, Lord Rimuru will still not be helping with your cause. Rimuru. Shion. Shion. And giving you a job is off the table. You could use that time to try and convince them, and that won't do. Ichigo. Sigh, relax, I wasn't trying anything with your lord and savior. Shion. You better not. The man shook his head and walked off. Ichigo. See you around. He wasn't about to spare another word. Shion. HMPH. Milim didn't think that he was such a bad guy, he seemed really cool, but she felt that Shion might have been onto something. Suddenly, she felt a slight pull on her and looked out into the distance behind her. There was a reddish-like aura coming from somewhere close. She furrowed her brow at this, and Veldora saw it too. Veldora. Milim. They didn't know what it was. But they knew it was powerful. Rimuru tried to reach out for him but stopped themselves. But getting involved with him really put them between good and evil. Rimuru. Hey Ichigo. Ichigo. Rimuru. Where are you guys living? I haven't seen you around town. Ichigo. Oh, we live up there. He pointed to the mountain. Rimuru. You guys live in the mountains. Ichigo. Just so if we do get caught up by those demons, which I'm not doubting anymore since they saw my face, they can go all out without worrying about the people around. Rimuru. That's smart. Well, do you mind company? Ichigo. Shion. No, I am no. Rimuru gave her and Milim, who was about to agree, one look which shut them up. Ichigo. Sure, but a certain son of mine isn't gonna be happy to see you guys. So, you have been warned. Rimuru. Still mad, huh? Ichigo. Remember, he's still half of me. And younger me was a way more brutal guy. Rimuru. Guess I should go ahead and get it over with. Shion. Lord Rimuru. Why do you make it sound like you actually did something wrong? Pinch. Shion. Ouch. Rimuru. Led the way, Ichigo. The young man scoffed and led them to his house. But when they got there though. Shion. Rimuru. Eldora. Whoa. Willem. Woo. They all gawked at his house. Rimuru. Huge house. Shion. Why is it so big? He saw that they were in awe and rolled his eyes, saying. Ichigo. Sigh, stop gawking at it. It's not even that big. This is just what I have to work with. Author. The brunette blinked at him for that. Was he kidding right now? Rimuru stared all around the house, seeing that he had all of this open to himself. The slime even peered deeper into the acres that Ichigo owned, seeing a huge forest with a water supply that looked clean. Willem. Woo, all this open space. Eldora. You can even throw Hadokens out here. Rimuru. Ichigo. How much did you pay for all of this? Ichigo. 630 yen, 000. Ooh. Rimuru. You spent that much on this house. Ichigo. It was actually on sale to be honest. Before he could open the door, Kazui opened it, hearing yelling. They all saw him in his Soul Reaper form. Kazui. Dad. Is that you? Who's with Yo? He saw that Rimuru and the others were there. He instantly frowned. Ichigo. And where are you going? Kazui. Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. I was gonna go do patrol. Ichigo. Nope, you're off for the night. Back inside. Kazui. All what? He pouted at his father, but he squatted down and said. Ichigo. Nice try, not gonna work. Your mom was better at it. Kazui. HMPH, and where are they with you? Ichigo. I found them by chance. Kazui. Really? Should've left them where they were. Shion. Excuse you? Kazui. What, does your boobs block sound too? Shion. What? Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. They don't need to be here anyway. It doesn't benefit them. Rimuru. Actually I just wanted to come and see how everyone was doing. Kazui. Oh wow, look at that. Ichigo. Kazu. Kazui. You have a voice this time. I'm proud of you for upgrading. Rimuru. Shion. You will shut your mouth. Kazui. Hey Lord Rimuru, your other mouth is talking. It's getting annoying, can you tell her to shut up, or are you only limited to yes, sure, and I don't know? Rimuru. Eldora. Willem. Shion. Kazui. Oh hey dad, you haven't told them about what happened to Tanjiro yet, have you? PFFT, not like they don't know, anyway. Rimuru. Ichigo. Kazui, out of all of us, Tanjiro suffered the most. Left leg yanked off, both hands cut off, his jaw on the floor right next to him. Rimuru. Willem. Shion. Eldora. Kazui. Had it not been for me and my dad, he would have died. I had to spend the last 4 weeks in a coma from putting him back together. Rimuru. Kazui got in the brunette's face. Kazui. You wanna know why I don't like you? It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't want to help. It's not even just your reasoning behind not helping. Rimuru. Kazui. It's mainly because, in the few months we've been here, 400 have died and you were close by them each time. Rimuru. Kazui. Same with Tanjiro, you were there. Rimuru. Kazui. The entire time, he was screaming out in pain, me and Asta trying to get to him. You were having burgers, listening to some purple-headed bimbo and a pink-haired loli that doesn't know what pants are. Willem. Kazui. People are dying and you want compensation. I'm not saying I don't get why you don't want to fight, but those people were close by. You had ample chances to help those men, women, and children that were in trouble, and you didn't. He then gestured to his friends. With an Ichigo-like scowl, he said. Kazui. Lord Rimuru, huh? You're not a lord, you're not a god. He got in Rimuru's face and said. Kazui. You're a floozy, with too much power on their hands, dressed in drag. Rimuru. Shion stepped to the bit with a killer glare and said. Shion. If you continue to speak to Lord Rimuru that way, then I will shut you up myself. Kazui. Please stop acting like you're important. The only reason you're noticed is cause of your chest, nothing else. She growled, about to grab for the kid who wasn't even phased, but then Ichigo gently took her by the wrist. Shion. Ichigo. The purpled and the orange tea stared, one glaring, the other with his eyes lowered. Ichigo. Please don't threaten my son. Shion. Son. I thought that was just some rampant dog without a leash. Ichigo. Shion. Rimuru. Willem. Eldora. They all looked at Ichigo closely, feeling some kind of spike that came their way. Ichigo. Please don't call my son names. Shion. Ichigo. I'll talk to him, he's my responsibility. But you will not raise your hand to him again. Shion. Ichigo. Do we understand each other? It was mountainous for a second and they didn't know what happened. Shion. What did I just feel? Eldora. Whoa, so he is strong. Willem. Wow. Rimuru. Great sage. Rimuru. Hey, you in there? Static sounds. Rimuru. They continued to stare at Ichigo. Rimuru. He ruptured great sage. Ichigo. Sorry. All. Ichigo. I didn't mean to come off as hostile or anything. I guess it happened since I didn't pay attention to the fact that you guys were close by when people were being attacked. My bad. All. Hazui then took this time to walk off, bumping into Rimuru's shoulder and Shion's hip. Even though his dad told him that he wasn't patrolling tonight, he needed to. He was too angry at the moment. Shion. Hey. Rimuru. Ichigo. Hazui flickered away while Ichigo sighed. He was gonna have to talk to him about projecting his morals on other people. Izuko then came to the door, rubbing her eyes finally being awake and looked to see that Ichigo was back. She grew small again and lifted her arms for him to pick her up. Tanjiro. Nezuko. Tanjiro came to the door as well, seeing what his sister was doing. Ichigo. Sigh. He did as she wanted and picked her up, chuckling and said. Ichigo. You're not a baby. You can't expect me to want to pick you up all the time. She then laid her head on his shoulder, looking into his eyes. Ichigo. Sigh. Anyway, like I said, I'll talk to him, alright. He shouldn't have talked to you that way. Rimuru. No, it's fine. Keep forgetting that this world isn't like the one I'm from. Morals are a thing here. Once they got in, Asta came out of his room along with Shinobu and Nero. Asta. Huh. Hey, it's the he or she guy. Rimuru. Asta. And his friends, what's up? Shinobu. I didn't know that we were having company. The bird girl just nodded. Rimuru. Hey there guys. Ichigo. Let it go. Rimuru. Ichigo. This is the first time my son's been around so much death. So, it's hitting him a little. I'll talk to him, but get that look off your face. Rimuru. He looked down and sighed. He was near those people who became casualties and victims. It's not like it didn't bother him. And it's not like he didn't feel bad. He looked at Tanjiro. Rimuru. They told me about what happened to you. Tanjiro. Oh. Asta leaned in. Asta. Go ahead, ask Ichigo. Tanjiro whispered back. Tanjiro. Just give me a second. Ichigo. Rimuru. You okay? Tanjiro. Yes, thank you for the concern, but I'll be fine. The Blinette nodded. Rimuru. They really must have been something. He gave the Blinette a smile and said. Tanjiro. It's my fault. I ended up that way because I wasn't good enough, is all. Rimuru. Well, I could always offer you sparring. Tanjiro. Shion. Low. He glared again. Rimuru. Shion. Did we not just take some shit, like, a few seconds ago? Shion. He turned back to Tanjiro. Rimuru. Just some simple sparring, maybe fighting someone stronger will help you in your fight next time. I don't mind. Tanjiro. Asta. Hey, that'll be great, right Tanjiro? Willem. Are you sure, Rimuru? Me helping him get ready for his fight isn't me entering the fight myself. If Ichigo can do it, then I can too. Shinobu. But you're not Bean. Rimuru. Technically, it is beneficial to me. He looked at Asta and said. Rimuru. I remember you telling me that if we don't work together the problems will reach us too. So, if you guys die I'll have no choice but to do something. Sparring you guys seems like the best option. Tanjiro. Rimuru. Listen, I know that we've all established that not everyone here is a hero and whatnot, especially me. Shinobu. Nezuko. Tanjiro. Asta. Ichigo. Nero. Rimuru looked down. Rimuru. I honestly like staying out of you guys' conflict if I'm gonna be coldly honest with you all, but hearing people scream in fear and pain wasn't exactly music to my ears. The slime looked back at them, saying. Rimuru. So, the least I can do is help you guys become better at fighting the demons that make people scream out that way. I can do that much. They stared at Rimuru. They all knew that he was most likely in hearing distance of all the people they couldn't get to. They knew that he could have helped and didn't, of course. They respected his reasoning cause Ichigo wasn't exactly helping them fight, just getting them out of tight situations. Both smiled as Asta said. Asta. Haha. Shinobu Nero. Smiles. Ichigo. Rimuru. I want to do this. Veldora and the others don't have to help. But I will. Lilim. Whoa, okay, great, I didn't want to help. Rimuru. What? Lilim. Well, it's not because of Ichigo and the others. We just caught a whiff of some powerful lizard earlier. We're gonna wait till we find that guy and help him. Veldora drapes his arm over Ichigo, saying. Veldora. And who knows, if we train him up real good, me, you and best buddy Rimu don't have to worry about saving the other pucks. Ichigo just shook his head at the storm dragon. Tanjiro bowed. Tanjiro. Thank you very much. Rimuru. Smiles. Tanjiro. But, before we start. He looked at Ichigo. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Aye. He bowed onto his knees, his head to the floor. Tanjiro. This was Asta's idea. And I thought it was a great idea too, so please Mr. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Train me. Rimuru. Shion. Lilim. Oh. Veldora. Oh yay, things are getting good. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Tanjiro. He kneeled to him. Ichigo. Do you even know what you're asking? Tanjiro. Yes. Ichigo. Why would you want me to train you? Rimuru just considered helping you. Tanjiro. I don't want to be the strongest in the world. Rimuru. He looked at him with so much conviction and said. Tanjiro. Just enough to where I can defeat Mizune Kibutsuji, her demons, and help aid Asta into defeating his. Please, I beg you. Ichigo. They all looked at Ichigo. Rimuru still didn't get this guy all the way. The atmosphere around him was suffocating, and yet he still made it seem like his training wouldn't do much. Ichigo closed his eyes before sighing and leaving off. Tanjiro. Asta. Ichigo. Nero Shinobu. Rimuru Shion Milim Veldora. Tanjiro stared in shock before letting his head hit the floor. He honestly thought that Ichigo would help him, but at that moment, his thinking was interrupted by what sounded like a clanging near him. Tanjiro. He looked at the blade in front of him before up at Ichigo, who stood there with his hand on his hip. Ichigo. Pick it up. Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked back to the blade and took it in his hands. It changed black. Tanjiro. What is? Ichigo. This is known as an Asauchi blade. I mixed the properties of your Nichiren katana with it. Shinobu. You smithed his blade with it. Nero. But an Asauchi, what is that? Ichigo. It's what people start off with when they're training to become soul reapers. Rimuru. Soul reapers. Tanjiro. A soul reaper. Nero and Shinobu listened carefully. This is the first time they've heard of that. Asta. What's a soul reaper? Ichigo. That's what I am. They all looked at him as he said. Ichigo. Death, given form. My entire job back in my world were to kill those that are called hollows. Trust me, your demons don't hold a candle to them. All. Ichigo. I am also the one that guide the souls of the dearly departed to the afterlife. Lilim. Whoa. Veldora. That's so cool, wait. Shion. Why you mean to tell me that? All. You are death straight up. Ichigo. That's exactly what I'm saying. Tanjiro was awestruck. Death is only supposed to interfere with those that need to go to the afterlife. But Ichigo was helping him this entire time. Not only that, but he literally has armies of reapers in his other world. He governs over them. Rimuru was shaking a little. Death is supposed to be bony, right? So what's with this handsome guy? Asta. That's awesome. Tanjiro. I never knew. Ichigo. It's not exactly a happy topic to talk about. But before we get started, there's some things you should know about me. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Becoming a soul reaper isn't exactly an easy thing to be. To be honest, you're more lucky than I was. I had to learn what I know in a span of a few days, but you have prep time on your side. Tanjiro. Ichigo. The training that you're about to endure will be painful, because I'll teach you all that I know. So I'll ask you, are you sure that this is what you want to do? Tanjiro stared at him for that intense disclaimer. He's seen Ichigo with his top off, the scars on him look so deep. He glared and said. Tanjiro. Yes, I am sure. Ichigo. Sigh Rimuru. Rimuru. Ichigo. I know it a lot to ask, but can I trust you to help Nezuko, Nero, and Shinobu with your expertise on magic? Rimuru. Shion didn't say anything this time, she just looked at her lord to see what he would say. They smiled. Rimuru. Yay, I can do that. Asta. Hey, me too, I wanna learn from the girl guy, he knows more about magic. Maybe he can help me with anti-magic. Rimuru. Hesai, alright, fine. Guess I got 4 and Ichigo has 1. Ichigo. Thanks Rimuru. And Tanjiro. Tanjiro. He then put some kind of glove on his hand. Tanjiro. Huh. Ichigo. You might wanna. Ichigo. Brace yourself. With a palm strike to the chest, Ichigo knocked Tanjiro's soul out of his body, throwing him outside. Tanjiro. Ow, that hurt what's. He saw that his body was knocked out and was shocked from what he saw before looking at Ichigo who was outside. Ichigo. Don't worry, we'll get around to you changing without me having to knock you out. But before that, stand and take up your blade. Tanjiro stared at Ichigo, his soul form quivering from his spiritual pressure. He didn't need to breathe in this form, but he felt as if he'd suffocate, like having a stroke from his power was inevitable. He tightened his jaw and calmed himself, attempting to stand before falling back to the floor. Ichigo. Rimuru, Shion, Veldora and Milim all stared at Ichigo. They knew that he had to be strong. But even their souls felt like their judgment day was upon them. Everyone except for Veldora, Rimuru and Milim fell to the floor. Especially Shion. Shion. Again. Her very being shook and sweated. Shion. This is impossible, how is it? She forced herself to look at Ichigo who didn't notice her. Shion. How was he even hiding power like this? The air around them felt heavier. The weight of his power almost being a struggle to Rimuru, Veldora and Milim. Tanjiro finally managed to stand, which made the orange tea nod at him. Ichigo. Good, looks like you can handle a tiny piece of my spiritual pressure. All. That's not all of his power. Tanjiro. Why yes I'm ready whenever you are. Ichigo. You have enthusiasm and determination. I respect that. Tanjiro. Thank you. Ichigo. Now for your first lesson. Ichigo. Survival. First day. 2 years later. Ring ring. Ring ring. The teen picks up the phone. Yes, hello. You've reached the Kurosaki residence. Oh, Ms. Milani, hello. Oh yes, he's here. Let me get him for you. The teen then came to the man of the house's door and knocked on it. Ichigo. Are you up? It's Ms. Milani. Nothing was heard before a yawn as the man opened up his door, seeing that his son and the girl with the bamboo muzzle slept in his bed. Ichigo. Yawn, I got it, thanks. You're welcome. Ichigo. Hello. Ms. Milani. You wanted something. Ichigo. What? But you. Ichigo. I understand that, but. Ichigo. I know it used to be an all-girls school, but are you sure that this is a good idea? Have you even checked with the school to see if they'll be okay with this or not? I am a man. Ichigo. Yeah, I know. But what does the board think about this? Ichigo. Right, you're above them, but still. Ichigo. Yes ma'am, yay, I got it. Alright, have a good day, blush. Ms. Milani at least try to be professional. He then hung the phone up and sighed. What happened? Ichigo. Sigh, well, I taught you guys all your academics. So, you're gonna be going to an actual high school. Yawn, what happened now? He looked at the taller gray-haired teen as the dark purple and black-haired teen came up from behind him. Ichigo. You all are gonna be going to school. I'm sorry. School. But that would interfere with what we need to do. Ichigo. No, it won't. I'll fiddle with the school's schedules to make sure that I'm at least your homeroom teacher, alright. I'm gonna get to work on admitting you guys, so give me a little time, alright. They all nodded. Ichigo. Good. Tanjiro. He looked at the boy who was taller than he was 2 years ago with longer hair. Ichigo. Make sure you communicate with your Zanpakuto, neglecting it will only put you two out of sync, understand? Tanjiro. Yes sir, thank you for reminding me. About a week later. With another teen. Slap. Ah, what the buck. The girl growled with a huge blush on her face while her friends who were hiding behind some bushes came out and said. See? We told you he was bad news. He's such a pervert. They said this, looking at the bald teen while the boy with glasses floor to the floor with his glasses being broken. Motohama. Hey, what was that for? Mitsuda. What the buck, so it's like that you gonna get all pissy because you're so bucking gorgeous and hexy. Girl 8. Where is your logic? Girl 12. You just tried to grope her. Motohama. Only a little, she's just so darn hexy we can help our libidos. All girls. Well, you need to. Murayama. Like seriously, who really sits there and looks at a girl and thinks I wanna look up under her skirt? Hadis. Seriously, can you boys be any more perverted? All boys. We can't help it. Seeing what was going on, more boy from school came and joined their bros. Boy. Our balls get heavy just looking at you all. Yeah. How is that in any way our fault? You think we get to just pick and choose how our bodies look? All boys. We just want some. All girls. You can't have any. Guys and girls now glared at one another from the differences they had at the moment. That is, until a tall teen saw them. Ugh. He had brown hair, green eyes, and he was around the height of 6 feet to 6 feet 1. He sweat dropped because he knew that the battle of the hormones went on wherever, it didn't matter to them. He was actually on his way to work but sighed and made his way to them. Guys. All. They all looked at him. We're late. Oh, you're here. Boy 10. Good, you can help us end this thing once and for all. And exactly what's that? They leaned into him and asked. Guys, girls. Who is in the right here? The Kai. Right about what? Cause all I hear is you guys arguing about the same things you did freshman year. Murayama pointed to Mitsuda. Murayama. Well, your pathetic pervy best friend here. Mitsuda. Hey. Murayama. Only went on a date with me so that he could see me in something besides my uniform. He even tried to grope me, and his only excuse was that I looked too hot to not touch. Mitsuda. Stop making it sound like it's that bad. Well, Mitsuda, what your side of the story? Mitsuda. She was spot on, wasn't she? Mitsuda. Just look at her. Motohama. She has the perfect proportions in every category: lips, waist, breasts, ass, they have it all, they check out every box. Girl 6. That's so gross. Girl 2. Men are scum, I swear. Boy. And girls are manipulators. Boy 8. Yeah, you guys like to use your hex appeal to get your way on men. If anyone's bad, it's you guys. They then started to argue with the tall teen, looked at each side. He shook his head before seeing an empty water bottle. He picked it up and twisted the middle of it till it was tight and gently screwed the top off as a huge pop went off. This got everyone's attention as they then looked at him before they all watched the top fall to the floor. Alright, now that I have you guys' attention. Let me start off by saying. All. He pointed to both sides. Both of you are wrong. All. What? Hadis. Hey, that's not. Hadis, you talked Ria into dumping the guys she was with plenty of times, and most of them were nice, you just did it so that you wouldn't lose a friend to some guy. Hadis. Motohama. Ha. Motohama, you snuck in the girls' locker room to take pictures of their feet. Motohama. Hey, don't call me out. Murayama. Told you, you guys are disgusting. Murayama. She flinched, hearing her name as he said. Not only have you broke up with me to go with Mitsuda, but now, you're doing the same thing to him, and the crappy part about it is that he's worse. Mitsuda. Ha, wait, hey. My point being is that both sides have a crappy tendency. He gestured to girls. Girls can make a guy do what they want whether it hurts the dude or not. Then the boys. Guys can play with a girl's heart to get between their legs. Can't you guys accept that you're both equally bad and move on? They were quiet now. He then picked his pack up and said. See ya. Murayama pouted and said. Murayama. No fair bringing us up like that, it's not like I forgot about you or something. He held up 3 fingers. This is the first time in 3 months that we've talked. She flinched as he turned to her, saying. But it's fine. I wasn't making this about me. You saw something better, can't be mad about that. She pouted even harder as she blushed. He was so nice. Mitsuda looked him and then her, before back to him and then back to her. Mitsuda. All would you fallen for that guy again? Murayama. What, that's not what I. Mitsuda. That's not even cool, that's my bro. Murayama. Then why did you date me in the first place? Mitsuda. I asked him if it was cool. Issei. Those guys are not gonna stop, are they? He then made his way to his job with a shake of his head. He made it into work, but his boss wasn't happy about that. He wanted to fire him since the boy and such a nonchalant vibe about him and whatever he was talking about. Issei. Hey there, mister. Boss. Yay, hi. Go ahead and clock in so that the other can get off the clock. Issei. Alright, geez. His shift went relatively easy despite his boss trying to work him to death, but the death didn't show an ounce of care for what the man was doing. When he break came, he texted his dad to see if he wanted something before he went home, but the man texted him back letting him know that they were good. After his shift, he stopped by, knocking on the door. When they opened it. Mom. Issei. The mother threw herself at him as he chuckled. She rubbed her face against his and said. Mom. Oh my darling boy, how are you? Are you eating well? Do you have another girlfriend yet? His dad came in and said. Dad. We having grandchildren yet? Issei. Dad. I'm 17, I'm not ready for that kind of stuff yet. Dad. Nonsense, me and your mother weren't ready and look how you turned out. Issei. That's not a good thing to tell me. Dad. Bah, you're a man now. It's time for you to start living. His dad said with this the biggest smile on his face. Issei. Ugh, the only reason I moved out was because I could hear them go at it all night. Anyway, I just stopped by to see how you guys were doing, haven't talked to you in a while. Mom. Oh, we're fine. But what about you? Dad. Yay, school's about to start back up, you ready, son? Issei. I've got no choice but to be ready for it. His mom gave him a thumbs up. Issei. Well, make sure you do well, son. Dad. Don't be such a sourpuss, really get in between those legs when you get a girl. Issei. I'm ignoring that now. Bye guys. Mom, Dad. Bye son. With that, he made his way to his own place. He got inside, putting out his clothes for his first date tomorrow and plopped down on the bed, falling asleep. It was quiet in the night as he slept, taking off his shirt somewhere down the line. His body slept soundly, but not his mind. In his dream, he woke up, finding himself standing, surrounded by what looks like red fire. His vision was blurry as he tried to rub his eyes but ended up hearing. Well, never thought I'd bump into you this early, partner. Issei. He heard the booming voice and looked around to see where it came from. Issei. Hello. You're awfully cautious. Issei. There's a booming voice in my head and the last thing I remember is passing out on my bed. Hey, fair point. I know you probably have a couple of questions. But I know that you're used to this kind of thing, now aren't you? Issei. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you do. The feeling of being watched. The strength you possess, the toughness of your body. You already have a pretty good idea of how different you are. Issei. Very well then, I'll let you go. I want to see exactly how fun this'll be when you wake up. Issei. What do you mean? They've come to attack you again. Issei. And that one, sad to say, is on top of you. Issei. What? Out of nowhere, the teen's eyes snapped open. From his nose he caught a whiff of something and, just like the voice said, someone was on top of him, with their hands around his neck. And the guy looked kind of feminine. What? They were shocked that the boy woke up so suddenly but smiled right after. He squeezed Issei's neck, but the teen quickly grilled his hands and tried to get the freak off of him. Please try not to struggle. I'm only here to eat. You can understand, yes. He squeezed harder. Issei tried to move his hips around to get him off, but for some reason. The weirdo blushed at this. Aha, you naughty boy, trying to persuade me, a demon, with lewdness to secure your life. Issei. That is not what I was doing. Well, I'm sorry but this body belongs to Lady Mulan, so you can't indulge in it as you please. Author. I went with Dante's name for the female musin. It's way simpler. But, if it makes you feel any better. Enmu. When I'm done with you at least you'll be inside of me. Issei. Okay, creep alert, creep alert, creep alert. He stopped trying to take the demon's hands off his neck and punched him in the face over and over, but the bastard didn't budge. Enmu. So forceful. Don't be upset, you love my insides. From what my other victims tell me, it's a dream come true. He came down to Issei's face. Enmu. Maybe if you give me a piece I can ask Lady Mulan to let you have your fun, at least once. That way you can die a gruesome death, knowing that you got to feel the inside of me. Issei. You bucking creep. Issei's eyes flickered red as he then punched Enmu in the face so hard that he flung him through his wall. The teen then got up and breathed out, catching his breath as the weirdo got up. Enmu. Oh dear, you really are strong. He smiled and said. Enmu. Good. Issei. The next thing that Issei was something being flung at him. He crashed through the third-floor window and into the concrete, groaning from the slight pain before getting up. Issei. What the hell? Enmu jumped down in front of Issei, who glared at him. Issei. You called yourself a demon. Enmu. That is what I am. I was supposed to be long dead after that boy cut me down. But for some reason, I'm back. And I am very hungry. Issei. And you really thought you were gonna take a bite out of me? He stood. Enmu. That was the plan, handsome human. Issei. Well. He balled his fists. Issei. I guess you're starving tonight. Enmu. Haha, I like you already. I really would make you my plaything if I could. But a job is still a job. The slabs of meat then shot towards Issei, who dodged one and ran for Enmu. Another tried to sweep his legs from under him, but he hopped over before under. Issei. Hi. Enmu. He's quick. He dodged each and every tendril that came towards him before sliding to a stop in front of Enmu, with his fist reared back. He used one of the tendrils to lock up his arm, which made the demon smile, but then. Enmu. He watched as the boy growled out and literally ripped the meat slab off of his arm, punching Enmu in the neck and shooting him into a van that ripped over. Enmu. He's so strong. He got up and touched his face, seeing that the left side of it was shattered, bone and all. He blinked in confusion and looked at the boy, waited there for him to get up. Enmu. He's not an ordinary human. The humans I've killed in this world aren't capable of such strength. What is he? He stood with a lessened smile and looked towards the van the teen punched him into. He used the meat slabs to fuse with the machine as it then came at the boy at full speed, smacking into his body, crashing him through the brick fence. Issei ran from the pain. Issei. Damn it, it feels like I just got punched in the ribs. He looked at the bruise and said. Issei. But there's no bleeding, so that's a plus. The van sped to him again but off of impulse. Issei flickered away. Enmu? So fast. He looked around for the boy. Enmu? Is this boy a Hashira of some sort? No, he's even faster than that. He felt the dust pick up on his left before behind him. He looked in both places, but when he looked back forward, the teen's punch was seconds away from his face. Enmu? This isn't a human. With all of Issei's strength, he cracked him in the mouth so hard that not only did his neck snap, but he shot through 4 cars this time. Issei. Huff 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 huff. He hit one knee from exhaustion. Issei. I don't know how I did that stuff, but at least Mr. Creepy Ass is down. As if on cue, Enmu punched the car that was on top of him off, it flying towards Issei. He gasped and Dodge rolled out of the way with an annoyed expression. Issei. I'm starting to think the demons are bucking annoying. Enmu. What are you, child? Issei. Enmu. Look at what you did, this damage that you caused, the things that you can do. Tell me. Enmu looked at him with a frown. Enmu. Exactly what are you? Issei. TCH. He stood after catching his breath, but what surprised him was that all the stamina that was drained began to come back twice as fast. Issei. I don't know. Someone then began to run towards the two as Issei brung his fist up. Issei. But what I do know is that I'm not letting some asshole demon put his mouth on me. He glared, not knowing that green and red energy misted off of him. Issei. So if I gotta keep this up all night, then we're both gonna be here a while. Enmu. Such bravery. Enmu began to touch himself in a flirty way and said. Enmu. I think I may fall for you, I may even risk being killed by Lady Mulan, just to feel how beastly you can be. Issei. You bucking freak. Enmu. Yes, talk about me more. They both then heard footsteps coming to them. Issei went wide-eyed and switched around, but whoever was coming up behind him was too fast for him to see who it was. Enmu. Gasp you again. Issei. You again. Demon Slayer. He looked at the guy that yelled that but all he saw. Issei. Was a blade the size of a building in front of him. Black divider. With so much speed and force he brought the massive sword down on Enmu, but he rolled out of the way only to thrown back from the force of the attack. He smacked into a nearby building thinking. Enmu. If he's here, then those other brats are here as well, I need to get away quiet. His eyes widened. Feeling something. Enmu. It's behind me, what is that? Issei saw that there was someone behind Enmu with his back towards him, he couldn't see any distinct characteristics thanks to the good the boy wore. Enmu. What is going on, that cannot be the same boy I fought from before. Before he saw a shadow above him as he looked up. Issei saw it too. Of a girl with the ends of her hand being orange. She had her foot raised as she tried to slam it down on him. Using the meat slabs he shot them at the girl who twisted her body around and kicked them away, which got Enmu smacked in the side with the grey-haired boy's still huge blade. He started to fly. Enmu. They surrounded me, no I have to. He stopped, seeing the boy from before, now in his line of sight. As the demon flew towards the teen, he took a stance. Enmu. What happened? For your sake. Enmu. Gasp. In a fit of unthinkable speed the teen skid to a stop behind Enmu and slowly sheathed his blade, calmly saying. I hope you stay dead this time. The second his blade was completely sheathed, Enmu's legs, arms, shoulders and neck with all cut up. Issei. Enmu. What happened? He felt his head falling to the ground. Enmu. Did I lose? No. His body began to disintegrate. Enmu. That's not fair, I was even more careful this time. How did he find me? How did he know where to look? He looked up at the boy. Enmu. You beast, why you could have left me alone to my own solitude. And let you kill innocent people again. Enslave children to kill for you like before. Separating loved ones from their families. Issei. The brown-haired teen looked at the demon with a firm expression. He was stuck in shock of what just happened in front of him. He thought that he was gonna be the guy's first kill. But he's been killing since he got here. Seeing as how Enmu didn't have anything else to say back to what the hooded boy said, the bloody mass of flesh burned away into ember specks. Issei now tightened his jaw before looking at the three. He was alone with them now. Oh, that was great, you really took him down, no sweat. The teen rubbed his head sheepishly. Thank you, but I would have done it so easily without you and Nezuko. Asta. Oh come on, stop it, I'm pretty sure without us you could have did it. Thank you. Nezuko blinked at them both, happy for her brother before looking at the other tall boy. Issei didn't know if they were good or not, they helped him out, but that didn't mean be open with them. Asta. Oh. He nudged the hooded boy who looked towards Issei. That's right. He came towards him, but Issei gave way to a stance that showed that he'll use force if necessary. Are you hurt anywhere? Issei. No, I'm Sai. He calmed down, this guy's vibe literally screamed I'm harmless and innocent. That's good. Sorry, I wish I could give you a name, but I can't. It's kind of a rule I was given. Issei. Yay, it's fine. You took on that demon by yourself. That takes a lot of bravery. The boy then bowed saying. I'm sorry that we didn't get here sooner, his allies were scattered everywhere and he disappeared. Issei. I get the feeling that this guy is way too nice on a daily. Did you not just kill someone a few seconds ago? And no, it's fine. The boy stood up straight with a smile and nodded. Very well then, please make sure you get inside safely. With that, the boy disappeared like he wasn't there in the first place. Issei. He looked to the other two, but they were already gone as well. Issei. He was left there, by himself. He then left off and made his way back into his apartment, taking his shirt back off. His body having a few scars. Issei. Sigh, that's like the 13th time I've been attacked. He laid on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Issei. So glad I moved out. This was one of the reasons he moved out of his parents' place. Every so often, those things that he know now as demons would track him down and attack him, and he didn't want his parents to be put in the middle of that. They didn't know why he moved out, but the answer he gave them was that he wanted to be more responsible, and they were proud of him for that. But since he was 15, he's been dealing with these attacks, and so far, he's only gotten these things to retreat for the night. Issei. Well, silver lining. He got comfortable and said. Issei. It's still early and I actually get to get some sleep. It was 3:30 a.m. Some of the wreckage from his shattered window hit the floor. Issei. I'll fix that later, yawn. With that, he drifted off. The next day, he made his way to school with everyone else, looking at his hand in suspicion. He tried to feel out the strength and speed he had last night but didn't feel any different. It was good that he didn't have any scars but still. Issei. How did I do that last night? What's going on with my body? You like to ask dumb questions, don't you? Issei. Before he could even try to put together what he just heard. Motohama. Yo. Mitsuda. Was it my brother? Issei. Oh, it's you too. Motohama. Don't say it like we're not friends, man, that's cold. Issei. Wait, we were friends. Mitsuda. Hey. Motohama. What's your deal, Issei? Issei. And how do you know my name? Being as dramatic as they are, they both then fell to the floor. Mitsuda. Man, I hate this dude, you're not cooler than us. Motohama. Yay, just cause you're tall doesn't mean anything. Caddis. Actually it does. They looked at Caddis and the other girls that started to pass them up. Caddis. Issei's an okay guy. I just don't see why he likes to hang out with you two perverts. Mitsuda. That's not funny. Issei. I mean, charity work is charity work. Motohama. We're not charity. Issei. You say something. Motohama. Again. Murayama. Ugh, seriously, your friends are perverts, your mom's a pervert, your dad's a pervert, how did you of all people not end up one? Issei. Maybe it skipped a generation. Or maybe. He made this face which made the girls pale, saying. Issei. I've been holding up this facade all this time, just so you guys can drop your guard. Murayama. Caddis. I say. That's not funny. Ria. Hey see, come on, that's not cool. Issei. What are you guys talking about? It's just me, your ole buddy Issei-boo. Girls. Ig. They all ran into the school. Girl. Issei, you jerk. Issei. Haha. Boys, Mitsuda. Motohama. Ha. He shook his head at them but then. He caught a whiff of something. When he looked back, he looked at a building not too far. It didn't smell like that Enmu guy last night, but something else. Issei. In the school though, Ichigo was on the phone with Shinobu and the others. Ichigo. Yeah, I know, oh dear, go, please tell me you didn't poison him. Ichigo. And you're right, you're so right, you had the right to defend yourself, but if he dies. Ichigo. No, you can't hide the body in the backyard. Ichigo. It doesn't matter how much land we have, perverts stink up wherever you leave them. Listen, I'm in the school, I'll talk to you later, please proceed with more tolerance, I get wanting to knock them around for touching your butt, but don't kill them, at least not in school, alright. With that, he hung up and looked at the folder he was sent. He stopped in the middle of the hallway, seeing a lot more girls than boy. When they saw him, they gasped with blushed and whispered among themselves with happy glees. Ichigo. Sigh, Ms. Milani, I told you that this was a bad idea. Excuse me, do you need some help? Ichigo. Ichigo looked at the two girls who looked all the way up to him. Ichigo. Yay, I was actually looking for where I could get my class assignment paper, I needed to know what room I'd be having. Sona. Room. Tsubaki then whispered to her. Tsubaki. Mistress, I believe that this is the new teacher for the school. She looked at her. Sona. Really? Him. She looked back at him. Sona. You're a teacher. Ichigo. I don't look like one. Sona. Ichigo. Heh, relax, it's a joke. But can you point me in the right direction? I believe we can do that. Ichigo. Author. These are ox but again, for you guys' pleasure. 3 women then walked up to him which made him lower his eyes. Ichigo. It's gonna be a long year, sigh. Shinoa. Hello there. I'm Shinoa, we run the nurse's office. Ichigo. Hi, it's nice to meet you too. Mina. It's nice to meet you too. You're the new teacher that Ms. Milani sent over, correct? Ichigo. Sigh, to my chagrin, yes. Shinoa. Oh, don't be like that. The girls here are young and are in that stage where they hate men, but they'll get over it. She smiled saying. Shinoa. Especially with you around. Ichigo. Let's hope it doesn't get that deep. Mina. Really? And why not? She leaned into him. Mina. You never know what you might end up getting into in this school. Let's just hope you don't end up like some of the other male teachers. Both of you stop it, you're crowding him. Mina. Oh geez. Shinoa. Here she goes. A third woman walked up but this time. She almost got a blush out of Ichigo. Not just because of her body or that smile she gave him. But because he spent too much time with Yuruchi and he knows how good brown-skinned women feel. Especially the ones with a hair color that's not black or brown. And she was a natural irritated. Emma. It's Ichigo Kurosaki, right? Ichigo. Yay, that's me. Emma. Hello, I'm Emma, heh, nice to finally get you here. Ichigo. Get me here? Emma. Well yay. Sorry, but we do a little background check on the male teachers that want to work here, you know, this school now being co-ed and all. She gave him a sort of eye that he's only no Yuruchi give him as she said. Emma. And you check out more than the other teachers. Good on you. I can't wait for us to work together. Ichigo. Mina. AI and she's got him. Shinoa. Darn, really thought we could get to him before she did. Emma. Come on you two, I'm just being friendly. She then passed him a piece of paper. Emma. Here you go, this at your class. Ichigo. Right, thank you. Emma. You're welcome. Happy teaching. He nodded and walked off with all the females looking at him. Sona. He has a certain aura about him. Tsubaki. Should we keep an eye on him? Sona nodded before walking away with Tsubaki. Guo Academy. In the auditorium at the new school that Ichigo and the others were going to. The principal came out with a smile on her face, happy that she's seeing all the students she had last year and more. She was so sure half of them would be expecting children or pregnant, but the kid stayed strong. Even though she doesn't in her spare time. She took a breath and tapped the microphone with her finger and said. Good morning students. It's nice to see you all here and a couple of new faces. I'm glad that you could all make it back here. She put a hand on her hip. As you all clearly know, as of 2 years ago, Kuo Academy has become a company-ed school where our students can live and enjoy their high school experience. She grinned in a knowing way and waved her finger back and forth, saying. As long as that experience isn't inappropriate. The students took their gaze off of her cause she knew that some of them were doing things they shouldn't. But they felt like she couldn't blame them. It feels good to do it when you're not supposed to. Now, as you know, there are rules to living here with us at Kuo Academy. First off, the dorm houses that separate males and females. By no means are the opposite sex allowed on the side that's polar to their gender unless I or another teacher permits it. Second. She frowned saying. There will be no fraternization of any kind with teachers, and vice versa. It may be smiled upon out in the world, but not in my school. The gulped at this whole the girls scratched the back of their heads. There were a few teachers that they wanted to be alone with explicitly. Third. There is a curfew for the school. You are to be in your rooms by 11 o'clock. Our teachers will be checking to make sure you're in your room by that time and will notify me if you aren't. Running her hands through her hair, she said. I actually bumped the time up from 9:30 since you're all young. But failure to at least be in your rooms by that time will result in detention. And, number 4. She grinned again with a raised eyebrow that made most blush because their principal was hot and scary at the same time. Number 4 is actually related to number 3. Seeing as how teachers will be doing their rounds to make sure that everyone's in their rooms. She titled her head. If any of them inform me that 2 students, a female student and male teacher or a female teacher and a male student, were sucking, licking, humping, fornicating of any kind, you will be fired and or suspended. All. Tanjiro. Wow, the teenagers here really go and do that. In a place of learning. That's very lewd. Asta then raised his hand. The principal looked at him, which made everyone look at him. Tanjiro. Asta, what are you doing? They couldn't see his face, but they knew he was tall as he said. Asta. Okay, I have a question. The principal giggled silently at him since he was bold enough to try and ask a question. Yes. What is your question? Asta. So, what if it's just cuddling? Like none of that other stuff, just sleeping in the same bed. They all blinked at him before turning to the principal. She stared at him before thinking to herself. Good question. They were all shocked and hopeful, boys and girls. It was a sweet kind of torture that you can sleep in bed with each other but not have sex with them. They gulped and gave way to hopeful expression. Wow, everyone's backed up. You can practically feel it. Perverts. Boys and girls. What do you expect in a school full of hormones? The Keno. Said girl didn't answer, which made them all look at her to see that she was staring at one of the teachers that stood at the top of the bleachers. The very tall man with what seems to be orange hair. The Keno. Who is that? He has such an overwhelming presence. Well, I suppose I could accept that. I shouldn't, but I'm 27. So I can understand. Students. Yeah. But keep in mind that if you are caught doing the do, you will not only be expelled but will have to change cities to finish your school year somewhere else. They flinched at that cause, now dry humping each other to the sweet climatic completion doesn't sound too good. So, do we have a deal? Show of hands. They were scared of the risk, but they didn't want to let this chance go. They all raised their hands. Very well, you all got what you all wanted. Enjoy. Class starts at 11 for today, so you have 3 hours to get there. With that, she left off stage with the students cheering. Ichigo sweat dropped at this because not only were the students happy about it. Some of the male and female teachers seemed giddy about it. This is still a school, right? He looked at Nero and Shinobu, who gave him a flat look and sighed, shaking his head. Ichigo. Sigh, I'm gonna hear this later. He then got a buzz from his phone and looked at it to see that said principal texted him, telling him to meet her in her office. He groaned and rubbed the back of his head, leaving off. Ichigo. Why? Tanjiro. That's all lewd, men and women sleeping together before marriage. Ichigo was right, they really do move fast in this day and age. He then leaned into Asta and whispered to him. Tanjiro. Asta, why did you ask the principal that? Asta. Cause I know that Nezuko likes to cuddle with you and Ichigo. He gave him a thumbs up with a smile. Asta. I just wanted to make sure you won't get in trouble when you bring her here. Tanjiro. You could have been more specific about that and get some floss, you got food in your teeth. After orientation, Issei, Mitsuda and Motohama were seen walking the halls with Murayama, Ria, Cadis and some of the other girls. One had to hit Motohama upside the head this time. Motohama. Ow, what now? Girl 10. You're lucky I didn't scream while we were in there grabbing my boob, really. Motohama. I fell asleep. Girl. Who falls asleep groping someone? Motohama. Okay, you wanna go there, how about we talk about how you were one of the girls excited about having someone to cuddle with, let's talk about that. Issei. Back up, if you were asleep how did you hear that part? Girl 10. So you were up, groping me. Motohama. Answer my question. Girl 10. I don't have to, what goes on in my head is my business. Nonchalantly, Issei said. Issei. She was most likely excited because, just like everyone else, the thought of a person getting caught screwing turned her on. The girl gasped and pouted at Issei, who shrugged. Issei. Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't be a hypocrite. Guys and girls are pervs, it's just that one gender hides it better than the other. Murayama. That's not all the way true. Hadis. Yeah, Issei, that's not fair. Issei. Sue, we're gonna act like I didn't catch you two watching porn on my computer. Hadis. Murayama. Stop it. Issei. What's crazy is that you both came to my house on the day that I worked just to watch it. Like, don't you two have your own place? Hadis. Murayama. Stop talking. Mitsuda. Damn, so it's like that. Mitsuda. That's cold, you girls bite our hicks off, but you're doing the same thing. Hadis. We only watched it for our hex ed class. Issei. Why would a hex ed teacher ask you how to do anal? Actually, never mind, there were a lot of teachers up in that auditorium that were happy to get down with a student. Late. You're talking a lot of crap, Issei. But what about you? You mean to tell me that you wouldn't cuddle with one of us? Mitsuda and Motohama growled at that because they knew that most of the girls around them were interested in Issei. He was a good friend to them all, but they couldn't ignore his charm and cool attitude. Issei. Nope. Girls. Huh. Hadis. Would you? Issei. No, I'm not into guys. It's not like you girls are ugly or anything. It's just that I used to date Murayama. Murayama. What do I have to do with this? Issei. Dating a friend of the girl I used to date. And we're in high school. And we all live here. You're practically asking for drama. If I date anyone it wouldn't be someone who's the friend of my ex. No thanks. Mitsuda shook his head at his best friend. He liked the drama. It was a turn on to see two girls fight over who's gonna get his hick to themselves. But then Eve grinned with an idea coming to his head. And unknowingly to him, said girl he was about to bring up was about to come down the stairs that they needed to go up. He draped his arm over Issei and said. Mitsuda. Alright then, Mr. Macho Man. What about Ria's Gremory? They all gasped. Motohama. Oh man why you do that it took me a month to get my balls empty, now they're full again thinking of her. Ria. Ria's Gremory. Late. She's the most beautiful girl in school. Girl 10. Why yay, her and Akeno. Mitsuda. Don't even get me started, her boobs are freaking huge. Motohama. Then there's Kaneko Tauji. I've never been a lolicon, but damn it she gets me going. Murayama. Hey you better not go for Ria's, Issei. Issei. Huh? What? Hadis. You can't if you do, that'll hurt Murayama cause Ria's is cuter. Murayama. Hey. Hadis. Sorry I don't mean it like that. Issei. Okay, so, just putting it out there, but who I date, bang, or have in my bed has nothing to do with you guys. The girls pouted at him, saying that before he shrugged and said. Issei. But, if it makes you feel any better. Despite Ria's Gremory's beauty, I wouldn't choose her as someone to date or get in bed with. All? What? Oh we got ourselves a unique one. Oh my, Motohama. You're insane. Mitsuda. You mean to tell me that if that nice piece of ass came to you and said, I need your nut in my mouth, you wouldn't drop your pants right then and there? Issei. Yay. That's exactly what I'm saying. Sorry that we all can't be horny for the same girl. He got on his phone and walked up the stairs saying. Issei. Like I said, she's really beautiful, gorgeous as hell. But I'm just not into popular girls. Motohama. Popular girls are the hottest. They then noticed that Ria's was right there with her group as Issei said. Issei. You mean the kind of girls that doesn't have to work hard for anything, right? Issei. The kind of girl that can tell the school anything and they'll go along with it because she's Ria's Gremory. He looked back at them. Issei. The kind of girl that has all of you guys trying to nip at her heels. They flinched at how he said that. Did he not see that she was right there? Issei. Sorry, but that's not my cup of tea. He walked past her and her group, not even noticing them or batting an eye their way. They all watched a tall boy make his way upstairs before Ria's put a hand on her hip and smiled. Ria's. HMPH. He has a very powerful aura, it's mountainous. I see now I'll have to keep an eye on him. Seeing that her friend and ally was staring, the shortest girl there said. Kaneko. Really? That one? After what he said. Akeno. Oh, President. Try not to get too attached, you never know who that boy may choose. There is more of a girl ratio in this school. So it could be anyone he'll end up with. Irritated scoffed and said. Ria's. Akeno. If I ever find myself wanting someone, I'm not going to lose them to someone else. Hina. Hehe, sure you won't. She shook her head at their teasing, while Issei's group all heard what they said and went pale. They all had nothing but positivity to say about Issei despite what he said. But the main one that seemed to really be entertained by him was Ria's, and he didn't even say anything to her. Mitsuda came to the group while Ria's wasn't looking and said. Mitsuda. Hey there Ria's, I'm Mitsuda, I used to be on the rugby team and I played basketball, I was wondering. Ria's. Sorry, but I have to go. He froze up as they all walked past him and the group. Murayama. Ouch. Hadis. That was really bad. Motohama. That was really stupid for you to try your luck. Now look at you, shot down in the dirt. Mitsuda growled at him and yelled out. Mitsuda. At least I got shot down, your scary ass didn't even move an inch and she was right there. Motohama. My heart couldn't handle the rejection. Mitsuda. Sounds like a hussy boy thing to me. Issei has just gotten to his hallway where his room would be, seeing all the boy talk about how it's gonna be so good to dry hump their girlfriend or girl that they've masturbated about, but he knew that not all of them thought that. For some odd reason he ended up getting the hallway with pervs which he sweat dropped at. Mainly because he got it last year. He looked at his phone and saw that his mom and dad texted him, reminding him that condoms take all the fun out of hex, which he almost smacked himself in the face for. Issei. This is not how parents are supposed to act. He finally looked up but found that he bumped into someone and dropped his phone. Issei. Shit, my bad. Tanjiro. No, please, I'm sorry. Issei. Tanjiro. They both looked at one another and blinked. Issei looked at his fellow tall teen and knew that something was up with him. He didn't know what it was, but he sounded familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on where he seen him. Tanjiro smiled and picked up his phone and said. Tanjiro. Here you go, again, sorry about that. Issei. Nah, it's cool. Haven't seen you here before. Are you new? Tanjiro. Yes. Me and my friend. I'm Tanjiro Kamado, it's nice to meet you. Issei. Issei Haidu, likewise. So, you ready for the school year? Tanjiro. It is a little overwhelming. I've never been to a school where I can live at before. Issei. Yay, it could get like that, sometimes. But it'll be fine. One thing I will tell you, watch out for some of the girls and guys here. Tanjiro. Really? Why? Everyone seems nice here. He gave the boy a flat expression and said. Issei. Don't let that fool you. Trust me, the girl will get you alone when you least expect it, and the boys'll try to ruin your reputation if they see that the girls like you a lot. Tanjiro. Well, that's not very polite. Issei. It's like this guy's heart is squeaky clean. Tanjiro. But thank you so much for the heads up. He bowed and said. Tanjiro. I really appreciate it. He waved his hands in front of him and said. Issei. Hey, don't mention it, really. Asta. Oh, so this guy's our new neighbor. Issei looked round Tanjiro and saw another tall teen who smiled at him. In all honesty, Issei was happy that there were more taller people in the school. He got tired of it just being him, Motohama, and Mitsuda. The gray-haired teen pointed his thumb at his chest and said. Asta. Hey there, I'm Asta, what's up, man? He had a lot of energy and such a positive attitude that Issei couldn't help but smiled back. Issei. Hey wait a second, aren't you the guy that brought up the cuddling situation? Asta. Yep, that's me. Out of nowhere, after hearing that it was Asta that asked for the cuddles, all the guys came by and patted him on the back and dapped him up for that. Thanks man. 4. Dude, you are a lifesaver. 8. Well, I dry hump my girl at night, I'm gonna be thinking of you for how heroic you are. Issei. Okay, watch out for that guy, he may play for the other team. Asta just laughed at them before coming to Issei. Asta. Well, I hope we all get along, man. So that's me, you, and Tanjiro that are neighbors. Issei. Wait, all three of us? Tanjiro. It seems that way. He looked at the red-headed teen who looked at the paper in his hand. Issei then looked at the door numbers before Asta's and Tanjiro. Finding that he was in the middle of them both. Issei. Man, this feels oddly convenient. Asta. But also super awesome. Issei. If you say so. After talking to them and bidding them farewell, he made his way into his room to go and get ready for his first day back into school. But he was confused on what he saw. Issei. Okay, so the refurbished part I get. Issei. It looks really nice, but. He blinked and looked to the side. Issei. A kitchen. Issei. They made our rooms big enough to put a kitchen in here. He sighed and said. Issei. Whatever. He tossed his bag to the side and fell flat on the bed. Issei. Sigh. He looked at the ceiling before the large windows and thought to himself. Issei. I wonder if the demons could make it here too. I hope not. He frowned. Issei. They can't, not with Mitsuda and Motohama. Murayama, Ria, and Katis either. Balling his fist, he looked at it. Issei. I still don't know why it is that I can do what I do. But I think getting stronger wouldn't hurt if it means I protect my friends. You should really watch who you talk to as well. Issei. Gasp. He shot up and looked around. Still jittery, I see. I would have thought you'd calm down after I helped you with that feminine demon last night. Issei wondered how he was going toe-to-toe with that demon last night, only to find out it was whoever was talking to him right now. Issei. You're still a voice in my head. I don't know you. Soon, partner, soon. But the two that you met, you should keep an eye on them. He furrowed his brow. Even though they don't hold any ill intent for you, they still aren't your average teenagers. Be careful. Issei. Back with Ichigo as he sighed with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He shook his head at the principal since she was on the phone enjoying a friend conversation. Yes, I just thought I'd put some of my skills to good use. That's fine with you, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. You won't regret it, I assure you that Kuo Academy is in good hands. Of course, you have a good day too, Kaiza. Yes, bye-bye now. With that, she hung up the phone and looked at Ichigo who was still frowning, but she loved that about him. She smiled and giggled in a flirting way. Oh, what's wrong Ichigo, I thought that you'd be happy to see me, after all. I did give you what you wanted. Ichigo. Ms. Milani, if you're above the school board, why are you working as the school principal? Milani. What wrong with that? It's fine, right? I've never been a principal before, so I decided to try it out, and since you're gonna be working here, I thought I'd watch you back in case you get caught with some of the students." She put up a finger and said. "Milani. For some fun of course. I don't do things for free." "Ichigo. You mean to tell me that you abused your power and stepped down as superintendent to be a principal in hopes that you could blackmail me into hex?" "Milani. What can I say? A girl has needs, I'm pretty sure you know that. Especially with Nero and Shinobu around." Ichigo's eyebrow twitched and said. "Ichigo. I have no idea what you're talking about." "Milani. Oh, but you do, Ichigo. Come on, from the one day that I have been in your house and met those two, I knew that they were attracted to you." She shrugged her shoulder and said. "Milani. Your only argument is that they're friends and they're young. Even thought they're well past a consent age." "Ichigo. Can we not talk about what goes on in my house? How about you explain to me why you allowed that cuddling stuff anyway?" "Milani. Why not? Everyone's getting what they want." "Ichigo. This is a school, Ms. Milani, not a brothel. Allowing teachers and students alike to cuddle with one another." "Milani. Haha Ichigo, seriously, lighten up. You're almost too stiff." She came over to him and put her body up against his. "Ichigo. Milani. This is sexual harassment." She ignored him. "Milani. Think of it like this." She caressed his torso. "Ichigo. Milani. Would you rather the teenager get caught having risky hex or give them a little leeway to have a little fun?" "Ichigo. You and I both know that teenagers won't keep it at just cuddling." He gently but firmly took her by the wrist. "Ichigo. And your hands are getting too close down south." "Milani. The last principal Kuo had was so strict with the student body being teenagers that about a quarter of the students either got pregnant, moved out, or stopped coming to school. I'm just trying a new approach." She then pulled her arms away and rubbed her body against his. Ichigo blushed and gritted his teeth. "Milani. History has proven that if you keep teenagers on such a tight leash, they'll more than likely break the leash and do what they want." She pulled him down and pecked him on the cheek saying. "Milani. They'll get what they want as long as they mind the rules I give them. Kids appreciate an understanding adult figure and that'll drive them to not want to mess it up." "Ichigo. This could go horribly wrong." "Milani. You have a better idea?" "Ichigo. TCH. Milani. Hehe." He then began to leave out, but before he left, she said. "Milani. Oh and Fee, I can tell you right now, the teachers aren't gonna make a move on the student. Why else do you think they were all too nervous when I allowed cuddling?" She looked in his eyes. "Milani. Cause they know if they want some young skin, then the youth has to make the first move." He sighed at her and shook his head, closing her door as she giggled even more. "Milani. Ichigo Kurosaki, MMM." She then lustfully put one hand in her pants and put the other one on her breasts. "Milani. Blush one day. One day." From the corner of the office, Akeno watched the principal as she played with herself, a grin appearing on her face before she left. "Akeno. Well, it seems that you're doing your job well, Milani." "Milani. MMM. Always, mistress." "Akeno. Hehe you have good choice in men." "Milani. I can't resist that man." "Akeno. Hehe I can see what you mean." She then left out and towards where Ichigo was. He was already halfway to his class as she said. "Akeno. Hello. Hi. Ichigo. He looked at the beautiful purplet and mentally sighed. Were all purple-haired girls just illegally hexy? Biruchi. Shion. Shinobu. And now this girl. Ichigo. Oh, hey there. What can I do for you? Akeno. It's like the closer I get, the more I feel like I'm underwater. Hello, you're one of the new teachers that transferred, yes. I'm Akeno Himejima. Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaki, hi. You needed to talk about something. Akeno. Oh wow, heh, he keeps a tight lock on the whole fraternizing thing, huh? No, not really, I just wanted to formally introduce myself to you and welcome you to Kuo Academy, Kurosaki-sensei. She sweat-dropped and said. Akeno. I know that the male-to-female ratio may be uncomfortable, and having girls yell out about how men are the worst could get annoying. Ichigo. She smiled brightly and said. Akeno. But let me be the first to cheer you on when you need it the most. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Ichigo. Ichigo stared at her for a little bit, which she hoped didn't have any intention behind it. This was her third time doing this with a new teacher, and the two prior to the orange tea confessed their love to her or tried to pay to see her topless. Ichigo scoffed quietly, which got her attention. Ichigo. Yay, sure. Thanks Ms. Himejima. Akeno. Akeno's just fine. He nodded at her, about to turn the corner, but before he did, without looking at her, he said. Ichigo. But you know. Akeno. Ichigo. You don't have to put up a facade around me. Akeno. Ichigo. I honestly don't care who you're trying to pretend to be. But don't let me stop you from being yourself. She stared at his back until his was gone. She stood there, in silence from what he said before giggling. Ikeno. He really is an interesting one. Guess that makes two that we have to keep an eye on. Once Ichigo got to his class, he saw that Shinobu, Tanjiro, Asta and Nero were waiting outside for him. Tanjiro. Oh, hey Ichigo. Ichigo. Hey, you guys ready? Tanjiro. It'll be my first time in a class around others my age. This is a little nerve-wracking honestly. Asta. Oh yeah, I'm ready for this. Ichigo. Heh, yay, I see that, but try to keep the yelling to a minimum, alright, Asta. He nodded as he then looked at Shinobu and Nero who were still frowning. Ichigo. You're still mad about what happened earlier, aren't you? Shinobu. Whatever do you mean, Ichigo? A menacing aura came off of her. Shinobu. I'm not mad that some boy felt the need to touch my backside without my permission or consent, only for his main defense to be, nobody told you to look that good. Nero. And I'm not mad that a guy thought it was okay to try and take pictures of my cleavage and trying to touch my thighs. Ichigo. Right. Okay, I get it. Sorry Ms. Milani put us here, so I didn't expect for people to be so friendly. That's my fault, so. Nero Shinobu. Ichigo. If it happens again, you can break their bones. Sound good? Nero. Just their bones. Shinobu. Are you sure I can't poison them? Even a little. He almost shuddered on how happy she sounded saying that. Ichigo. Positive. Shinobu. That's too bad. Ichigo. If it'll make you two feel better, I'll whip up everyone's favorite tonight to get your kind off of it. Sound like a plan. Shinobu. Our favorite. Nero. Both of us. Asta and Tanjiro know they heard Ichigo say all not both, but Tanjiro was already aware that Shinobu and Nero were soft with the young man. Ichigo. Yay. I can speed home, make the food, and head back here. Nero. Shinobu. Sigh, very well. He gave them a smile and said. Ichigo. Great. Alright, let's get this day over with. They nodded at him as he straightened himself out and took on the face of a teacher which they all sweat dropped at because he wasn't good at it. It was just his scowl, added with a pair of glasses. Nero. He's gonna make it worse on himself. Shinobu. He really does ignore the fact that he's attractive. The second he walks in that class it won't go the way he planned it would. Ichigo slid the doors open which got everyone's attention. They knew that they would have a new teacher this year, but they haven't seen him or heard of him through the school. Ichigo. Good morning everyone. Hope you all excuse the slight tardiness. They heard the smooth, deep, slightly demanding tone which made the girls wonder who was this talking with that sensual voice made of honey. Till they saw who it was. Girls. Guy Isp. Boys. New. The girls blushed and whispered while the boys were shocked, but as for Issei, he looked at Ichigo, but didn't think too much about his appearance. He just felt sorry about the migraine he was about to get. Mitsuda stood up and said. Mitsuda. Ayo, who is this hot guy, are you a student or something? Ichigo looked at the tall boy before looking at the seating charts. He pointed to his seat and said. Ichigo. You're Mitsuda, right? Mitsuda. Yay. Why what's it to you, pal? Ichigo. Well, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not your classmate. He sat in the chair where the teacher should be sitting. He put his books and other things down with a slight smile and said. Ichigo. I'm your teacher. Ichigo Kurosaki, nice to meet ya. All students. He's our teacher. Motohama. Ha, that's not right, you're lying. Ichigo. Don't know what I'd gain from lying to you guys. But it's the truth, so let's try to get along, yay. He pulled out the seat chart again and said. Ichigo. Now, before I say anything else I'd like to go ahead and fill up the 4 seats that are empty. Issei looked at the 4 seats on his left near the window before hearing. Ichigo. Issei Haidu, right. Issei. Ichigo. I know I'm kinda putting you on the spot, but do you mind if I use those seats? He shrugged his shoulders and said. Issei. Hey, it's your class, do what you want. Ichigo fed at him with a smile. Ichigo. Alright then, thanks for that. Mitsuda. Dude. Issei. Murayama. You're not shocked by how young our sensei is? Issei. Oh, this is me we're talking about, remember? Ichigo looked at the door and said. Ichigo. Alright, you 4 are free to come in now. Tanjiro. Thank you very much. Issei. Is that? When the door was opened again, the girls flinched with a blush. Girl 8. Oh wow. Girl 10. Ah. Boys. I feel like our chances of cuddling went down the drain. Asta. Wow, so this is what a classroom looks like. It's so big, haha. He then looked at Ichigo. Asta. And this is all yours? Ichigo. Yay, it is, now introduce yourself to the class, Asta. Asta. Right. He looked at the class. Asta. Hey there guys, I'm Asta, how goes it? He waved at them all but everyone was just awestruck. He was ripped. They could tell it through his clothes, they practically hugged his body, any tighter and they would rip. His eyes were lime green, while his teeth were pure white. But then Asta spotted Issei and smiled even brighter. Asta. Oh Issei, what up? All. They know each other. Issei. Oh wow, you got this class, Asta. Asta. Yay, man. Ichigo. Seems like you got along with him, Asta. Good, cause your and Tanjiro's seat is next to him. Asta. Alright, you hear the Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Wait, so, Issei's really in here? All. They watched as Tanjiro came in and blinked at them all before seeing Issei. Tanjiro. Wow, so you really are. It must be destiny. Issei. This is a crazy stroke of destiny. He leaned back. Issei. I mean, we end up in the same hallway of the dorms, our rooms are right next to each other, and we have the same homeroom. Ichigo. That was completely back accident on my part. Didn't think it'd work out this way. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Oh alright. Tanjiro. Hello classmates. I am Tanjiro Kamado. With the brightest and purest smile in existence, he said. Tanjiro. I hope we can all get along. It was silent in the classroom as they stared at Tanjiro. Asta was one thing. But Tanjiro was another. Tall. Handsome. Red hair. Beautiful smile. Girls. Ai. He flinched hearing the screams and looked at them all. Tanjiro. I'm sorry. Did I greet you all wrong? Is everyone alright? Ichigo. Tanjiro. He looked at his guardian and said. Ichigo. Just keep on moving, man. Tanjiro. Alright. He then made his way to his seat but saw that Murayama stood. Tanjiro. Murayama. Hi there, I am Murayama Kaori. You said your name is Tanjiro Kamado, right? Mitsuda. Oh what the foo. Murayama. I just wanted to say that it's going to be an honor to have you in our class. And Caddis. Caddis. If you ever need anything at all, you let us know. Yeah. Do you bring a lunch with you? If not you could always have some of ours. Tanjiro smiled contently at them, he thought he did something wrong, but they not only proved that wrong, but offered him food. Tanjiro. Thank you, but please, eat your food wholly. I've already made mine and Asta's. He then reached in his bag and pulled out a couple of miniature cakes and said. Tanjiro. But I would like to give you all this. They gasped at how good the small cakes looked and blushed. Murayama. For us. Yeah. Really? Caddis. It looks so tasty. Tanjiro. Yes. He pulled out more and said. Tanjiro. I brought some for everyone. Let's all work hard together. From the other side of the private university, the screams of how hot and precious Tanjiro Kamado was. Tanjiro. Why are they yelling? Asta. Ha. Tanjiro. Asta, that's not funny. Nero. Look at that, you two are naturals. They heard the female voice which made the boys almost break their necks to see who it was that said that. Boys. Ooh. Ichigo. Right. Sorry about that, Nero and Shinobu. Nero. We were standing out there 5 minutes after Tanjiro went in. I don't know about other girls, but I don't like to be stood up, Ichigo. Ichigo. Come on, it's not like that, wait a minute, why are you saying it in that way? Nero. I don't know, you tell me. Shinobu. Ichigo. How about you just tell us where our seats are? Because I seem to remember you saying. Shinobu. Let's get this day over with. Motohama stood up and yelled out. Motohama. Yeah. Along with all the other boys in class. Issei Tanjiro. Asta. Oh what's with them? Mitsuda stood up and said. Mitsuda. That's Wasp, let's go, we got two of the finest girls I've ever seen in this class. Boys. Yeah. Shinobu. Please calm down. They all flinched and looked at her. She had this scary but cheery smile as everyone got quiet before saying. Shinobu. Thank you. They could now see that Nero and Shinobu were not okay, but Ichigo stood up and held out a mini cake for the both of them. Shinobu. Nero. Class. Ichigo. Here. I made these personally, for you too. They looked at it before lowering their eyes at him. Nero sighed and took hers before Shinobu took it and said. Shinobu. This doesn't change my attitude. Ichigo. But it changes your tolerance level, so, that's good enough. She smiled at him in a snarky way and said. Shinobu. You always have something to say back. With that, they all made their way to their seats with Ichigo starting his class and getting the names of everyone. Since it was the first day, they didn't really do any assignment, it was mostly just their teacher getting to know his students. The boys stared at Shinobu and Nero with hot looks of lust in their eyes, which made them irritated while the girls gawked at Asta and Tanjiro. Boy. Dude. Boy 8. I know right. Who wouldn't want that? Motohama. Oh yay, and the purple-haired one feels so good. Boy 10. What, no way, don't tell me you. Motohama. Oh yay, don't ever underestimate my pervertedness. I rubbed the back of my hand against that ass, and oh my god, it's so damn soft. Shinobu. Ichigo. Issei. I know for a fact that if I can hear them, she can hear them too. Tanjiro. He's the one that touched Miss Shinobu. Oh no, he's gonna die. Asta. Man, I'm not even that stupid. Boy 3. Dude, be honest, did it giggle? Motohama. Like Jello man, I even managed to get a picture of the other one's cleavage. Boy 5. No foolin', Motohama, send that to me. When he took his phone out, Ichigo swiped it away. Motohama. Hey. Mitsuda. This is a lot coming from me, but you do know that you guys were pretty loud, right? Issei. You really were. Motohama. Kurosaki-sensei. He then proceeded to delete all of his pictures of various girls that he snapped. Even the backup memory. He handed it back to him and said. Ichigo. There you go. Motohama. No. He looked at his photos to see that his phone memory was completely empty. Motohama. Niaiuo. Ichigo. Calm down, it was better for me to do that than let you get beat up by all the girls in class. Or did you forget there are more girls than guys in here? Motohama flinched and looked up. There was a deadly aura over them, all the girls in class. He looked at Shinobu and Nero, who nodded, being satisfied that he finally took action. Befker they did. Ichigo then came to his desk but heard one of the girls say. Ria. Kurosaki-sensei. Ichigo. Ria. Since we're all getting to know each other, see can blush, can we ask you some personal questions? The girls looked at him with hope in their expression. Ichigo. This is the weirdest school I've ever taught at. Sure, as long as you're not asking me what shampoo I'm using. The girl in the back flinched at that and kept herself hidden. Ria. Well, I actually wanted to know. Blush, how old are you? Hadis. Yay, I wanna know that too. Ichigo. My age, huh? Well, I'm 36, technically 4000, but why did you want to know that? Murayama. You look so young, you must have great genetics. Late. I bet your wife really likes the way you look. I know I do. Ichigo. Yay, she actually does. They don't need to know that I'm single. Asta. Huh? What are you talking about, Ichigo? You're not married, you're single. Plus, I don't think Kazui would like another mom. Tanjiro. Asta. Ichigo. Damn it, Asta. Issei. He was clearly trying to keep that to himself. Girls. A single father. Murayama. Wow. Hadis. I didn't think you'd have a son. Ria. But, how come Asta knew that? Asta. Oh well, me, Tanjiro, Shinobu and Nero all live together with Kazui and Nezuko. All. They lived together. Instantly the boys hated the Ichigo while the girls started to not like Shinobu and Nero because of Tanjiro and Asta. There's no way they're not having adult fun. Ichigo. Sigh, it's gonna be a long year. Later on, after their homeroom class, Ichigo decided to meet his end of the bargain and make his way back home to go ahead and cook everyone their favorites. But when he got to his property, he realized that there was a faint demonic energy near him, but it was nowhere close to the mystery woman that been stalking him every now and then. Ichigo. He treaded carefully onto his doorstep and found that his door was slightly open. He sighed and shook his head, making his way in. He inspected his house and came up on a room, hearing shuffling, and opened the door to see who the trespasser was. Ichigo. Rimuru. See, Rimuru wasn't the shocking part. It was what they were wearing that had him flabbergasted. They looked at him with a stare, same with the orange tea, before they blushed and waved their hand out in front of them. Rimuru. Wait, this is a complete misunderstanding. Ichigo blushed before calmly sighing and leaving out, closing the door. He leaned on it right after and asked. Ichigo. Rimuru. I know I said that you're free to come over. But why the hell are you in that form? And why are you wearing the kimono that I bought for Nezuko? Rimuru. It's really not what you think. I'm only in this form because Milim, Buldora and Shion won't leave me alone about it. I lost a bet, now I gotta stay like this. Ichigo. And the reason you're wearing the kimono? Rimuru. A demon came after me near your house. I managed to make it retreat, but my clothes got ripped up. Ichigo. Can't you manifest clothes on your own? Rimuru. Hey, lay off, alright, everything happened so fast, coming to your place was the first thing that came to mind. Ichigo. So I guess I'll just send Tanjiro and Asta out to finish what you started. He then gave them some clothes. Before long, Rimuru was sitting at the table with Ichigo sitting down to take a break from cooking. Rimuru sipped the tea he gave him and said. Rimuru. Thanks for understanding. Ichigo. Yay, yay. Don't come to my house naked again. You'll give Tanjiro and Shion a heart attack. Rimuru. Geez Ichigo, if you don't like my female form that much then beat up Eldora and I'll change back. Ichigo. You wouldn't fight my battles, so why would I fight yours? Rimuru. Heh. Rimuru then noticed that Ichigo spent this time not looking at them, well, more like avoiding their person altogether. Rimuru. He. Ichigo. What are you laughing at? He said this, still not looking at Rimuru. It's been all day today. Girls with bodies that looked too good to be true in his face. He honestly blamed Milani since she was touching his person earlier. The brunette came and sat in front of him which made him look at them in confusion. Ichigo. What? Rimuru. Oh Ichigo, don't tell me that my new form has your body reacting to it. I thought you weren't into non-genders. Rimuru. Oh I'm sorry Ichigo. He looked at Rimuru but flinched with a blush with a glare. Rimuru had enlarged the breasts they already had and started to bounce them as he sat near the man. Ichigo. Rimuru. Don't piss me off. Rimuru. I didn't mean to work you up the way I did. Would you like me to help you calm down? Ichigo. In a quick move, he gripped Rimuru's face which made them wince as he pulled at it. Rimuru. Ouch 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 ouch. He pulled more. Rimuru. Ow 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 ow. Ichigo. How many times have I told you to stop messing around with me, huh, you damn slime. Rimuru. I was kidding just kidding let go that hurts. Ichigo let his face go before sighing. Ichigo. Do what you want while you're here, but don't bring any battles to my house, okay? Milani's trying to find any way to get me alone and I will not fall prey to her. Rimuru. Yay, yay, I got it. But you know. Ichigo. Rimuru. I think things are starting to act up. Ichigo. Rimuru. The demons accumulated here more than before. And Tanjiro's demons have been increasing their numbers. I even asked Milim and Veldora to go and check it out. Ichigo. You didn't need to do that. Neutral, remember? Rimuru. I did it for you guys so I can stay neutral. But yay, they've all come here and I think it has to do with people who have a powerful presence. Ichigo. Hence all of us. Rimuru. Yay, not only that, didn't you tell me that they saw your face already? Ichigo. Sigh, yay, they did and they haven't come after me yet. Rimuru. It's been what, 2 years now? What are you gonna do? Ichigo. I trained Tanjiro, you trained the others, we should be good for now. Rimuru. And that woman that keeps following you? Ichigo. I'm still not getting a malevolent vibe from her. Till I do, she can do as she pleases. Rimuru. She's just reporting you to someone else, you know that, right? Ichigo. Yay, and honestly, I don't care. I'm not doing anything, so they have no reason to come after me. Rimuru. True, but just be careful, alright? Ichigo. Yay, you too. Kuo Academy too. It was 8 PM around this time that Issei was just leaving his parents' house. They asked him to come over for a talk and he obliged because he hasn't talked to them all month since school started back up. He's noticed that the more he's around Tanjiro and Asta, the more he notices that they really were familiar. And it probably had something to do with the voice in his head telling him that they weren't normal. Not only that, but from what the students and angry boys and girls tell him, Riaz has been giving him glance for some odd reason. That part made him shiver a little because he knew it had to be for something that wasn't along the lines of, you look cute and I want to get to know you. It was more of, you have something I want and I'm gonna get it. He looked at his watch and said. Issei. I have time, guess I should stop by and get myself something to cook. It's still weird that they put a kitchen in our dorms. He put a hand on his head. Issei. They do know that not everyone knows how to cook, right? He then heard something coming out of the alleyway on his left and looked into it. It was unnaturally dark, which made him furrow his brow, but he kept on going. It had nothing to do with him and it wasn't bothering anybody. That's not the goal, looking for trouble. Issei. Okay. Weird. He left off, but then a can flew out of said alleyway. Issei. He would have just kept going, but he noticed that. He was the only one on the street. It was 8 PM, but people would still be out around this time. 2 hooded figures, one taller than the other, came out of the alleyway and even though he couldn't see their faces, he knew they were grinning at him. Issei. Alright. Can I help you? Milim. Hehe, that's him, right? Veldora. Yay, my nose is never wrong. Milim. Good. Issei. You two have business with me. He stopped, being shocked that Milim got to him so fast as she gave him a punch in the face that had so much power behind it that he shot all the way down the street. Issei smacked into the concrete but got back up with a glare and blood coming out of the side of his mouth. He wiped it away, seeing Milim dashed off after him with a toothy grin, but before he could focus on her. "Above you, partner." Issei. He looked up, seeing that Veldora was coming down on him. He rolled out of the way, but when the blonde made contact with the ground, Issei was shot off into the sky from the power output. He tumbled back to the floor, making sure to keep an eye on them both, but they were way faster than those demons that kept attacking him. He ended up blocking Milim's fist to his face with her saying, "Milim. Ha, your bones aren't dust from that. Good." She gave him a strike to the stomach which made him cough up blood. She gripped him by the hair and kneed him in the face before throwing him at Veldora, who had a huge spinning ball of magical energy in his hand. "Veldora. Rasengan." The attack crashed into Issei's back which sent him shooting through 5 business building. "Milim. Huh. He's not fighting back." "Veldora. My nose is never wrong." "Milim. How do you know that?" "Veldora. Hey, if he wasn't the dragon we were looking for he would have died when you tried to punch his head off." "Xian. What is all the commotion about?" The two looked at the perplet that was there, tapping her foot against the ground. They looked at one another as she said. "Xian. Well. Milim. Veldora." The pin cat leaned into Veldora whispering. "Milim. She can see us." "Veldora. She shouldn't be able to." "Xian. Yes, I see the both of you." They gasped as Milim gripped Veldora by the hair. "Veldora. Ow. Milim. You said that these cloaks would make us invisible." "Veldora. I thought they would. The wizard at that Harry Potter shop assured me that it would." "Milim. You dummy." "Xian. I'm waiting." "Veldora." "Milim. Ugh. Milim. We were just testing out the new lizard." "Xian. Lizard." "Veldora. Yay, he's a dragon, his potential power made us curious." "Xian. So you attack him out of nowhere? You do know that Lady Rimuru is upset with you too, right?" They both flinched at her. "Xian. Even threatened to not wear the bunny suit for a month." "Veldora. Wait. Milim. No, she can't do that. I haven't gotten all of my pictures yet." "Xian. Well, you better get back before she." "Ooh. Xian." "Milim." "Veldora." A huge green blast of power came out of the rubble that Issei was under which made everyone notice. "That the orc?" "Brias? Hineko? What is that?" "The Keno. Oh my. Hina. That's a lot of magical power I'm feeling." "Brias? That it is. It can't be that guy, could it?" "At the teacher's dorm." "Ichigo. Ichigo looked at the ceiling of his dorm at the school. Nezuko patted his arm which made him look at her. "Ichigo. No, it's fine." Hazui got up and said. "Hazui. I'll go and check it out, Dad." "Ichigo. Be careful though, alright." Hazui smiled and said. "Hazui. Always." He got to the door and saw Tanjiro and Asta there as well. "Tanjiro. I guess we all had the same idea." "Asta. Yay, come on, it may be one of ours." "Ichigo. I don't think so." They looked at him. "Ichigo. None of the demons you guys have fought could ever hope to be that powerful." "Tanjiro. That means that." "Asta. You think it's from Rimuru's group?" "Ichigo. Yay, so, try not to get in their way too much, alright. Whoever they're fighting is really strong." They all nodded and used Shunpo Sanito to disappear. He looked at Nezuko and said. "Ichigo. You know, if you wanted to, you could have went with them, Nezuko." She stared at him before laying her head back on his head. He blinked at her and smiled, running his hands through her hair. "Ichigo. You're right. It shouldn't be that bad." Back with Xian and the others. They all looked at Issei who stood there, quietly. Before he looked at them all. "Veldora. He looks mad." "Milim. We did attack him out of nowhere." That's when Milim noticed something that was on Issei's person. It was on his left arm. "Milim. What is tha?" Before she knew it, Issei was in front of her with his fist reared back. "Milim. He's quick." "Veldora. Quick on his feet, I see." Xian gripped his fist and said. "Xian. Cease your attempts, boy." She glared at him, saying. "Xian. Leave with your life or lose it. Pick one." "Issei." He gently put a hand on her stomach. "Xian. Huh." This made Xian look down, and before she knew it, she was shot off from the town that they stayed in, all the way to Tokyo. "Milim. Did he get a boost of strength?" "Boost? Milim. Huh." In an instant, Issei ended up behind them both. "Veldora." "Milim. Really fast." Not even giving them time, Issei gave Milim a fist to the mouth, shooting her off into the far distance. Quickly right after, he backfisted Veldora into a nearby forest where he smacked into a boulder. He punched him over and with each attack, his strength increased. Boost. 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 After his last attack, he shattered said boulder, making the blonde-tanned Ataku skid against the ground. Milim and Xian came back with the perplet dashing off after him before weaved each blade attack she sent his way. He then gripped her and Voldora's face, jumping high before crashing down, dragging their faces against the dirt. Milim went for a kick to his arm, but he kicked her in the stomach, shooting her towards the air. He jumped high as well with his fists going at near light speed, each strike burning up the air before he ended it with a kick to her mouth, crashing into the other two. They all got up with Milim looking fine, she cracked her neck with a smirk, along with Voldora who said. Voldora. See? Didn't I tell you he was a riot? Milim. Ha, I knew he was, I just expected him to be at level 0, but he's tougher than he looks. Issei glared as green and red energy blazed off of him, shaking a mile wide of land. Voldora. Ooh. Milim. Hehe, he's motivated now. Voldora pointed with a smirk and said. Voldora. You want to keep fighting, don't you? The brown-haired boy glared before taking a step to them. Only to be chopped in the back of the neck by Rimuru. Xian. Ah, my lady. Voldora. Hey there, best buddy. Milim. Rimu. Rimuru. Sigh. Xian Milim Voldora. Rimuru. Rimuru. She brought her hand up in a chopping motion. Xian Milim Voldora. No wait. Rimuru. Chop. Bringing it down on the three of them. Xian Milim Voldora. Ooh. The three were knocked out along with Issei as Rimuru sighed. A few minutes later, Tanjiro, Kazui and Asta appeared. Kazui. Aw, is the fighting over? Tanjiro. Rimuru. Asta. So Ichigo was right, it was your group. But why are you hey? They looked where he was looking to see Issei there, bleeding from the head. Tanjiro. Oh no. Kazui. What happened? Rimuru. It's okay, he was kin to having an adrenaline rush and blinded with rage. I just knocked him out. Tanjiro. But why all of that? Issei isn't the type to get mad for no reason. Rimuru stared at them before groaning. She rubbed the top of her head with a slumped posture. They made Tanjiro and Asta tilt their heads, but Kazui gave her a flayed expression. Kazui. They were picking at him, weren't they? Rimuru. I wouldn't say tha. Kazui. They were picking at him. Most likely because he's the one that they've been talking about. Another dragon to make like us. I believe they said. Rimuru. Kazui. You know this is my dad's student, right? Rimuru. Kazui. Which means that you have to come with us and explain it all. Rimuru. Sai lead the way. Kazui. Sucks to be you. Rimuru. Oh whatever. At the dorms. Ichigo. Sai. Xian rolled her eyes while Voldora and Milim rubbed the back of their head, giggling. Ichigo took a deep breath and looked at Rimuru who flinched and looked away with a pout. Nero and Shinobu just sighed at this. Ichigo. What, nothing to say. Rimuru. Come on, it wasn't even my fault. He leaned down to her level and said. Ichigo. Your group, your responsibility. Rimuru. That's not fair. Ichigo. It is most definitely fair. Those two attack one of my students over a hunch. Rimuru. Well. Ichigo. Even if their hunch was right, instead of doing things quietly instead of just coming to the guy, cause Issei is not a hard kid to talk to, they destroyed 3 skyscrapers. Rimuru. But. Ichigo. 2 grocery stores. Rimuru. That's not. Ichigo. And a quarter of the forest. Rimuru. Ichigo. Sigh, fine, I'll take care it. Xian. HMPH, as you should. Rimuru. Chop. Chop. Xian. Ow lady Rimuru. Ichigo got up and made his way to his kitchen with the brunette saying. Rimuru. Ichigo, wait, hold on. Look, I'll help you. Ichigo. Nah, it's fine. Kazui, you mind fixing those areas? I know it'll be a lot on you, but I'll take you out of school for a while. Kazui. An excuse not to go to school. I'm in. Ichigo. I swear you're like a mixture of your mom and Yuruchi. Kazui snickered in a teasing way and said. Kazui. Wow, Dad, thinking of Aunt Yuruchi this law. Kazui. Gak. Ichigo. Shut your mouth, you damn brat. Rimuru. Listen, it wasn't supposed to end up like this really. Ichigo. Rimuru, relax, I wasn't even really mad at you. I know you can't control them. I was just messing around. The brunette pouted at this. Xian. You should watch your tongue when talking to Lady Rimuru. Kazui got up with a bump on his forehead, saying. Kazui. And you should watch your boobs when you turn around. Wouldn't want you breaking someone's neck, cow tits. Xian. What was that? Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. Dad. She had it coming. He shook his head at his child before asking. Ichigo. So, their hunch was right. Issei's not a normal kid. Milim. Hahaha nope. Voldora. He's got the potential. Ichigo. Well, I guess I can't say I'm surprised. His aura was stronger than others. Asta. So, what should we do? Bring him in. Ichigo. No, he shouldn't have to be yanked into something just because he's abnormal. Tanjiro. Well, maybe we can just train him a little. At least help him get control. This is the second time he's fought someone that isn't human. Asta. Oh yay, now I remember, he did fight one of Tanjiro's demons, even had the upper hand on him. Ichigo thought about it, his hand on his chin. Ichigo. I'll think about it. I just don't want him to feel like he's obligated to stop his life for a fight that isn't his. Shion. A moment. Ichigo. They all looked at Shion. Shion. Why should we leave him in your hands? Ichigo. Nero. Shinobu. Rimuru. Shion. Shion. We don't have a pact or an agreement with him, Lady Rimuru. So I'm not understanding why we're all quiet about it like he's the leader here. Ichigo. Shion. Despite the boy being in your class, none of you have any experience training dragons. Lady Milim and Voldora are and were raised by dragons, so why are you making the decision? Ichigo. Well, you're not wrong. They looked at Ichigo now. Ichigo. I don't have any experience with training dragons, but if you look at the evidence, because Milim and Voldora are and were raised by dragons, they don't have any control. Shion. But. Ichigo. None of you have control over your powers. We do. If me, Kazui, and Tanjiro walked around with our spiritual pressure all over the place, people would drop dead instantly. Author. It's funny because in all actuality, spiritual pressure can actually kill people if your own spirit energy isn't above average. Voldora. PFFT. Rimuru. MMMM. Milim. Hey. Shion. That isn't true. Ichigo. Shion. You fought a demon from this world, and instead of putting it down quickly and quietly, you destroyed the entire port and the boats. Shion. UGRRRRRR. Kazui. It's too late for you to be this mad. Ichigo. Voldora. You thought it'd be funny to spirit bomb a midget devil that came after you. Voldora. Fair. Milim. We. Ichigo. Milim, you had a temper tantrum and kicked over all of Mount Fuji because Rimuru wouldn't buy you candy and you had your own money. Milim. It's better when she buys it. Ichigo. Then there's Rimuru, the day we first met. Rimuru. Milim. But at least we didn't destroy the whole island. Ichigo. That's because Kazui's been cleaning up after you guys. Rimuru's group either pouted Milim, glared Shion, or laughed Voldora at how right Ichigo was. Rimuru. Sigh. Ichigo. Look, I'm not too irritated by it because the more Kazui uses Orihim's powers, the more he gets better at it. But my son isn't you guys' custodian. Can you guys try to keep that in mind? Rimuru sighed at this, he hasn't been doing a good job keeping them in line. Kazui. Sigh, alright, I'll go and fix the children's mess. Shion. I am not a child, you little brat. Milim. Yeah, I'm way older than you, Puck. Kazui. Then start acting like it. Milim. Shion. Tanjiro then got his sister and said. Tanjiro. Well, it's getting late, we're going to turn in, Ichigo. Ichigo. Yay, you do that. Asta. See ya, man. Ichigo. Heh, yay, night. He looked at Shinobu and Nero. Ichigo. Breakfast in the morning. I'm cooking. They both stared at him before smiling. Nero. Sure. Shinobu. Seeing as how our evening was ruined by everyone in here, we'd love to. Asta. Everyone? You mean all of us? But Ichigo made food for everyone, so why are you making it sound like it was supposed to be just you two and Ichigo Gak? Nero hit him in the head with a book. Asta. Ow, what was that for? Nero. Go to bed, Asta. Asta. That really hurts. With that, they all left out, leaving Rimuru, who watched his group leave, even though Shion stayed outside the door. The Blinette looked at Ichigo, who leaned against the stove in his room, and sighed. Rimuru. He rubbed his neck with a groan. Rimuru. Hey Ichigo. Ichigo. Rimuru. Can you sit on the couch for me? Ichigo. Sure. He sat on the couch as she got behind it and massaged his shoulder. Ichigo. Hey, whoa, you don't have to. Rimuru. Nah, it's fine. Sorry we were such a pain, I wanted to do something to help you out. He scoffed and let her massage his shoulders. He groaned from how good it felt. Rimuru. Listen, again, I'm sorry about the trouble, but can I ask you something? Ichigo. Yay. Rimuru. Why did you bring up the first time we met? Ichigo. To remind you guys of how outleagued we are compared to you guys. Rimuru. Ichigo. You have to understand, I'm not saying it to get under your skin. I say it so that the one day that someone does get under your skin, you'll think of us and calm down. Remember, I have a son. Rimuru. Ichigo. I'm not saying you can't kill the guy that's hurt your friends, you can do what you want, I just need you to make sure my son isn't a casualty to your revenge. Rimuru. Ichigo. Sorry, if that sounds selfish. He's all I have. I can't stop him from going out there and helping in Asta and Tanjiro's fight. But at least I know that the enemies they fight aren't too much for him. Rimuru. Sigh, yay, I get it. Man Ichigo, you know you're a little too tense. Relax, I hear you. Ichigo. Yay, but being relaxed with a situation makes people not take you seriously. Rimuru. That's just like you. Are you ever the life of the party? Ichigo. Head of my late wife, I was. Rimuru. Really, what was she like? Ichigo. Bubbly heh. Rimuru. The brunette looked closer at Ichigo as he smiled contently with a blush on his face. He put a hand on his mouth and sighed. Ichigo. I was such an idiot back then, not one time did I notice that she had feelings for me despite me being the one she put her faith in. To her I was everything that was right with the world. Rimuru stared, she's never seen Ichigo smile like this before. He's usually sporting a scowl. But his smile was. Rimuru. Blush. Cute. Ichigo. He liked it. Rimuru, who didn't say anything and saw that she was staring for some odd reason. He blinked at her. Ichigo. Oh Rimuru. Rimuru. She gave way to a flat expression. Rimuru. I think I've been a girl too long, I'm starting to really notice his charm and it's making me feel weird. Clear his throat. Sorry, I dozed off. Ichigo. Sheesh, now who need to relax. She giggled at him as he scoffed but then heard. Willem Shion. Guy Isp. Rimuru Ichigo. They both liked at the door to see Shinobu and Nero, along with Shion, Buldora and Milim. The two had tears in the corners of their eyes while Shinobu and Nero glared. Buldora just found it funny. Ichigo and Rimuru blinked at them before looking at one another, but the two didn't realize two things. 1. Their faces were so unbelievably close. And 2. Ichigo's head was resting on Rimuru's huge soft breast as she was giving him a shoulder rub. Rimuru Ichigo. Blush. They both got up quickly said. Ichigo. Now just wait a second. Rimuru. That wasn't what you. Nero. Hey Shinobu. Shinobu. Yes. Nero. I was under the impression that Ichigo wasn't into non-genders. Isn't that what he said? Shinobu. It is. HMPH never took Ichigo for a liar. And shocker, she's so close to him already. Ichigo. Back up a sec, why do you guys sound like I just cheated on you? Nero Shinobu. I don't know, you tell us. Ichigo. What? Nero Shinobu. Take the hint, Ichigo, we know you see it. Willem. Rimu. Rimuru waved her hands. Rimuru. Hey wait just calm down. Shion. Really him this weakling. Ichigo. Wow. Rimuru. You're getting the wrong idea. Willem pouted at Ichigo yelling. Willem. You can't have her, I don't care how hexy Rimu is, you can't do stuff with her. Ichigo. The hell are you on about? Shion. Keep your hormones to yourself. Ichigo. Don't jump to conclusion. Back with Issei a few hours later. He was just opening his eyes to find that he was floating around in darkness. He gripped his head and groaned. Issei. The hell? What happened? Where am I? But then suddenly, it came to him. He was attacked by 2 individuals. He gasped and looked around. Issei. Those asshole. He looked around to make sure they weren't around before saying. Issei. Where the hell am I? You're inside your soul, partner. He went wide-eyed. The voice from before. He glared and floated around, looking for the source before saying. Issei. Well. You gonna come out and show me who you really are? Or are you gonna keep being the cryptic asshole? Haha. The blaze of red and green energy blazed around Issei as everything shook. He had to shield himself from the amount of output that smacked into him. Once it died down, he coughed up saliva before looking at who it was in front of him. He was so shocked to see that this thing not only made him look like a speck of dirt compared to its size, but that it wasn't human either. Greg. Hello, partner. Issei stared up at him as he seemed to be smirking. Issei. Did I miss something? Greg came down to his level as he asked. Issei. No, you can't be real. Greg. Oh, trust me. He gripped Issei tightly within his claws. Greg. I'm real. Issei gritted his teeth and tried to force his way out of the hold. He managed to open his massive claw a little, but not enough to slip out. Greg. Haha, you're stronger than I expected you to be. Issei. He let Issei go and said. Greg. You know, I wasn't supposed to be meeting you this soon. It's much too early for you to already be thing strong, but I guess with your situation, it was appropriate. Issei. Situation. Greg. The demons attacking you? Issei. Greg. The new type of demons find your blood a very rare quality, like Eon's old wine. But you already had an idea about that, didn't you? You've always known how different you were. Issei. Greg. The time when you were a child and you got hit by a truck and said truck was the one that took the damage. The time when you broke your bully's ribs. Or maybe the time that your parents took you to get your blood drawn and they couldn't figure out what type it was. Issei. So that's why they chase me? 'Cause I'm different. Greg. Yes, but there are others in the world similar to you. You're just at the top of the bracket. If anything, you're surrounded by abnormal beings. Issei. Greg. The red and gray-haired boy. The purple and black-haired girl. Issei. Greg lowered his eyes and said. Greg. The teacher that houses them all. His eyes widened. He looked at the dragon but couldn't be surprised. He quickly put two and two together, realizing that the two-headed boys that helped him with that femboy demon was Tanjiro and Asta. And if they lived with Ichigo. Then he wasn't normal either. Greg. Don't rack your brain about them too much. They aren't alone in this world, but they, and the people they came here with, aren't a danger. Issei. TCH, and the two that attacked me last night. Greg. They did that because of me. They both are dragons. They only want to test you, partner. Issei. Why do you keep calling me partner? Greg. Haha. He blazed with red and green energy again, saying. Greg. Take a look at your left arm when you wake up. Issei. He gasped and jotted up from his bed. He stood with his fists ready to punch whoever was there, only to discover that he was alone. Issei. He checked his closet, his bathroom, even the stove area. After confirming that he was in fact alone, he sighed and sat down. Thinking of all that he knew now that Drake told him, he looked at his left arm and held it out. Issei. HMPH. Just like that, it materialized, making him stare with lowered eyes. Issei. TCH, damn it. He calmed down as it disappeared. Issei. What the hell? Why? Knock knock. Tanjiro. Issei. Are you up? You're going to be late for breakfast unless you're making your own. He glared at the door but remembered that his partner told him that they weren't a danger to him. Issei. But that didn't mean he had to trust them just yet. He came to the door and opened it. Tanjiro. Oh, so you are up, good. Issei. Yay. Hey Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Sorry if I woke you, but since I didn't smell food from your dorm, I assumed that you haven't eaten yet. Issei. No, it's fine. Asta came back with a smirk to greet Issei, but noticed that he wasn't how he was before. He tilted his head at him for it too. Tanjiro. Oh right, I never introduced you, but this is my little sister, Nezuko. Nezuko? MMM? She looked up at the boy and waved stoically. Issei. Oh, hey wait, shouldn't she be in school by now? Tanjiro. Well, as you know from Asta telling everyone, we all live with him, that included my sister and his son. He took them both out of school since Kazui's sick and fears that Nezuko may be too. Issei. So bringing them to another school was the smart idea. Tanjiro. Hehe, his words, not mine. Plus, I was just going to drop her back off at his room. She just wanted to see me off. Issei. If you say so. Now Asta noticed that he was fine. Meaning that, he brought up his mood just so he wouldn't seem suspicious. Issei. Well, come on, let's eat before it's over. Tanjiro. Sure, let's go together. Asta. They then made their way to breakfast before class where Ichigo greeted them all. He saw Issei heading his way and said. Ichigo. Morning. Issei. Yay. He started to make his way in, but Ichigo stopped him. Issei. This made everyone in the room look at the two. Mitsuda. Motohama. Did Issei do something? Asta. Tanjiro. Ichigo leaned down a little and said. Ichigo. Oh and. He cleared his throat and whispered. Ichigo. Sorry about last night. Issei. Ichigo. I think we both know what I'm talking about. He was trying to keep it hidden, but Ichigo couldn't be played. The man knew instantly. Ichigo. You're a smart guy, I sensed it the first day we met and from that booming voice in your head talking to you, I knew you would put it together eventually. He took a breath and said. Ichigo. The people that attacked you were trying to get a red on you. Me and their leader already chewed them out about it. So, they won't attack you again. Issei. What do you want from me? Ichigo. And see, that's the thing. He looked him dead in the eye and said. Ichigo. I want nothing. Issei. Ichigo. Nothing from you or your friends. Issei. He finally looked at him. Ichigo. But, I can help you become unnoticeable to those that attack you, if that's what you want. Issei. Ichigo. Just take some time to think about it, alright? I'm not rushing you, I don't want you to be the main character in some show or book and fight battles for the greater good. I just want to ensure that whatever you do it because you want to and not because you're forced to. Issei. He sounded genuine, could he really trust him? Issei sighed and nodded at him and made his way in. He was a little relieved. Ichigo didn't seem like someone that came all this way for him anyway. And he didn't seem like he cared for lying. He was just a guy that was trying to help. The orange tea then noticed Shinobu and Nero coming in from their part-time job at the nurse's office. Ichigo. I hate you too. Nero. MMHMM. Shinobu. Ichigo. They were gonna walk in but he said. Ichigo. Side dinner. They stopped and looked back at him. Ichigo. Without interruptions. Nero Shinobu. Ichigo wasn't the dense idiot he was back then, he knows full well of the effect he has on people. So, he always knew that the two women gained an attraction for him. He was just trying to avoid it because even though they are legal, they were still young. But seeing as how he let someone even younger than them get handsy with him, they felt left out. So dinner was the right path to go at the moment. They both looked at one another and said. Nero. Sure. Shinobu. We can start there. Ichigo. I really hope we can start there. Doesn't end where I think it ends. Once they all got seated, Mitsuda whispered to him. Mitsuda. Oi, what's with the teach pulling you aside? Motohama. Did you find his hentai collection? I-11. Wait, did you? I-16. Dude, tell us. He's into the schoolgirl blackmail cheating tags, isn't he? Issei. Shut up. Ichigo took a breath and said. Ichigo. Morning, you guys. Murayama. Hello there, Kurosaki-kun. Ichigo. Ichigo's just fine, you don't have to be so formal. Hadis. As you wish, Ichigo-kun. Ichigo. Mitsuda. Damn, just forgot about us, huh? Motohama. Downright devious. Late. Ugh, can we just get them out of our class? Issei. Nah, I gotta have someone in the classroom to distract you so you won't flirt with me or Ichigo. Mitsuda. Motohama girls. Hey. Yeah. That's not okay, Issei, we don't flirt all the tea. Issei. Do I really have to bring up the texts of every girl except for Shinobu and Nero in this class, blowing up my phone about cuddling topless in my room? Girls. Tanjiro. What? Asta. Ha 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 ha. Issei. Hell, the only reason you haven't gotten to Tanjiro and Asta is because one doesn't know how to work his phone and the other, I told him not to give it to you. Girls. That was you. Tanjiro. What why you wanted to cuddle, but we haven't even said vows yet, or had an outing, not even a conversation outside of class. Issei. I'm telling you, one day, one of these girls are gonna corrupt you. Tanjiro. Issei, you shouldn't wish that upon your friends. Issei. You keep acting like a summer child, they will, and they'll make you embrace it too. Tanjiro. Huh. Baruko. Hurtful. Ichigo. You know, I was kinda expecting the guys to be that bad, but it's only the second month and you girls are proving me wrong. Tamo. Not you too, Ichigo-kun. Mitsuda. Ha. Motohama. Girls are perverts. Girls. No, we're not. Issei. Motohama. Motohama. No, shut up, let me have this, ma. Issei. You still have their feet pics. Motohama. Issei. Girl. The audacity. Ichigo. Motohama. Phone please. Motohama. Wait, hold on. Ichigo just swiped it away. Motohama. No, Ichigo, let me have this please. Ichigo. If I let you have them you'll just get beat up after school. Haven't you noticed that the reason the girls aren't coming after you boys with knives and pitchforks is because I'm deleting what you took pics of without consent? Mitsuda. I will die for the booty. Motohama. I will die for the titties. Boys. If it means we get to see that rockin' body naked, then tonight, we dine in hell. They all got a book to the mouth, thanks to Nero. They all fell to the floor with Tanjiro saying. Tanjiro. Oh no, Ichigo, I think they need medical attention. Ichigo. They'll be fine. Asta. You sure? They're twitching. Ichigo. Positive. Issei. They probably should have kept that to themselves. Ichigo. Most likely. He clapped his hands once and said. Ichigo. But enough of the goofing around. You all have a test coming up in a few weeks and you need to be ready for it. Class. Oh. Ichigo grinned and said. Ichigo. Yep, there it is. Music to my ears. Girls. On. Ichigo. Really? All of you? At the same time? Issei. That was uncalled for. Asta. Hold on, Ichigo, what about what Ms. Mura and Ms. Rika asked you? Ichigo. Huh? They looked at the gray-haired hot eye. Asta. Yeah, remember they asked you to assist them with their PE and Kendo class. Ichigo. Oh right, I forgot about that. Damn it, Asta, I already have enough people trying to get in my pants, I don't need more. He then felt the stares coming from the girls in his class. It wasn't anger though. It's just that Ichigo was always fully dressed, he never leaves his dorm room without a shirt on, and they've never seen his arms. Then there were some of the boys because the thought of seeing the girls in skimpy bloomers and loose kendo outfits filled their bodies with excitement. Ichigo. Ugh, fine. Class. Yeah. Motohama. Oh yay, we bout to see it all. Motohama. So much skin I can hardly take it. I-10. Oh man, I can't wait to see Shinobu and Nero in. Shinobu. Ichigo. I would like to use my nurse letter to be exempt from gym activities. Nero. Same here. Ichigo. Accepted. Boys. Hey. Mitsuda. You can't do that. Shinobu. I can't choose to not wear bloomers that show more skin than I'm comfortable with. Mitsuda. Issei. Let it go. You're gonna make yourself look stupid. Nero. Please listen to the smart one in class. Mitsuda sighed and fell out of his seat. Mitsuda. Damn it man, I've been waiting to see that body. Shinobu. Stop waiting, it won't happen. Ichigo. Alright everyone, go get change and meet me outside. They all nodded and made their way to go and change. As they made their way there, Mitsuda groaned in irritation and said. Mitsuda. I don't believe this, all I asked was to see Shinobu in something skimpy she's got as buck man. Motohama. Exactly, and then Nero, oh my god, I know she's like the hottest thing ever. Issei. Ichigo then came by and pinched both of their ears, pulling at them. Motohama. Mitsuda. Ooh. Ichigo. Seriously, I get having hormones, but this is getting downright illegal. He let them go and walked past them. Mitsuda. Aw come on, teach. Motohama. Yay, you can't sit here and tell me that you love never thought about them. They used to live with you. Ichigo. I've never thought about them. Nero. Shinobu. Let's just chalk it up to him trying to make a point. Motohama. Lies. Ichigo. I swear, if you guys actually calmed down and tried not to look up under their skirts every 30 seconds you may actually get a girl you actually like. It's not like you guys are ugly, you're just too aggressive. Mitsuda. That's easy for you to say, man, you got so much riz it overshadows our playa juice. Motohama. Yay, we see how the principal flirts with you. Boy 6. And the nurses. Boys. And half the girls in school. Asta. Snickers. Tanjiro. Oh my. Motohama. Like seriously, if it isn't Issei or a star Tanjiro, it's you. Mitsuda. Come on, man, you gotta put us up on the game. Ichigo. Just go get dressed, all of you. Mitsuda. Damn, it's like that. Rias. Issei Haidu, is it? They all heard the voice. The hexy seductive voice from down the hallway where the girls were changing. Everyone, all of them watching as Rias, the beautiful Red Queen herself. The hexiest and hottest girl in school, walked Issei's way. Issei. Everyone was racking their brains as to what she wanted with him. He turned to her as she came to him with her hip swing from one side to the other. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at her because he knew that she wasn't normal either. But his thoughts were interrupted by hearing someone fapping. Ichigo. Detention to the people that are doing that right now. She stood in front of him, looking up at the teen. Issei. Oh yay, that's me. Did you need something? Rias. Actually, I do. Issei. Rias. I've actually been meaning to talk to you for a while now, but I didn't know how to. Issei. Okay. Rias. Sorry, it's a little awkward for me, but have you joined any clubs yet? Issei. No. Rias. Well. She gave him a lustful eye and said. Rias. Would you like to join mine? Mitsuda. What? Motohama. And no, the occult research club is filled with the hottest girls in school. Murayama. No. Hadis. That's not fair. Ria. She wants him to join. Why, you don't think that it's because? Murayama. And no, I refuse to think that. Issei. Say no. Issei. Huh? He shook his head with a sigh before looking at her. Issei. Why do you want me to join? Rias. Well, I think you'll be a great addition to the club. I like your attitude and personality plus. She graced her hand over his chin, making him look her straight in the eyes. All. She's touching him. Rias. I also think you're pretty cute, so why not? Issei. Rias. You don't know this, but there are also some places that the staff don't check in school. So say if I wanted to give you some incentive. Issei. I'd say no. Rias. All. Huh. Murayama. He really said no to her. Ichigo. Weren't you just begging him to say no anyway? Rias was mildly shocked as he took her hand off of him. Issei. Also, you shouldn't touch people so casually like that without their consent. Rias. Okay. Issei. One of the reasons I don't want to join your club is because I don't want to be bunched in with your group of popular kids. I avoid people like you for a reason. Rias. All. He's so rude about it. Issei. Not only that, I know that you just lied to me. Rias. And what do you mean by that? Issei. You have an ulterior motive. I may not know what it is, but I know that you don't want me to join because of how I think or because of how attractive I am. He lowered his eyes, saying. Issei. You want me to join because I have something you want and it's not what's going on in my pants. Rias wasn't even mad, she was bewildered that he caught on so easily. She thought that what he said a month ago was nothing more than a dud. She thought that if he actually paid attention to her, that his viewpoint would change. But it didn't. And he told it to her face and meant it. Issei. And if I'm being honest with you. Rias. Issei. Even if you honestly offered me hex, even if you paid the teachers to look the other way, I wouldn't be caught dead in bed with a girl like you. He pointed his thumb at everyone else. Issei. They may grovel and bark at your beck and call, but I won't. Sorry but. Rias. With that, he walked off saying. Issei. I'm not into spoiled little princesses that feel like they can get what they want by flaunting what they have. She stared at him while everyone was shocked by what he just said to their queen. They couldn't believe that he was serious about that shit. Ichigo chuckled at him, admiring how suave and blunt Issei was. But he felt sorry for him. Why? Because when he looked at Rias. She didn't look mad. She didn't look upset or torn. She looked like she liked the feeling of being rejected. Her smile said it all. She was there to get Issei because he had something she wanted. But now. She's looking at all of him. She liked what she saw. And she wasn't going to lose him to anyone else. Rias. Oh ho, this is gonna be fun. Ichigo. Alright Issei, enough of the flirting. Issei. Really? Ichigo. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Come on, let's get ready. Issei. Yay, let's get ready for a bunch of older women to gawk at you. Ichigo. Hey, watch it, kid. Issei. And, I think I've decided. Ichigo. He looked at Issei. Ichigo. That quick. Issei. Look, if I don't, it could get the others hurt. Might as well. Ichigo. Alright. He motioned to Asta and Tanjiro. Ichigo. Get with Asta and Tanjiro a week from now. We'll have everything ready. Issei. I can't believe I'm doing this. Yay, I will. The girl with black hair. Around this time, it was Friday, the day before the weekend for everyone at Kuo Academy. On this day, just like all the others, Issei was in the library, getting some books for studying while he's at Ichigo's house for the weekend. He couldn't imagine the man letting him slack off on his studies while he helps him with his super secret magic training, so he wanted to get what he needed. Whilst he was doing this, he felt that there were eyes on him and looked to see that there was a girl eyeing him from across the room. Issei. Uma. Gasp. She flinched seeing that she was caught and tried to leave, but ended up knocking things over. Librarian. SHHH. Uma. Sorry. She knocked over other things. Uma. Oof, sorry. She managed to leave, but he saw the girl trip and fall. It's not like reactions like that were rare to him, but never on that level. Issei. Hope she's okay. Back with Ichigo, just like last time, some of the female teachers asked Ichigo and his class to attend their PE and Kendo sessions. He did so, but made sure to keep it short. Mainly because Ms. Milani was there. Prior to this, just like he promised, he took both Nero and Shinobu out to dinner, something that Kazui teased him about. Saying that his mom would be proud that he's moving on and dating beautiful young women. He didn't understand why that sounded so accurate to him. But, then again. Kazui was half of Orihim. It was the end of the day, and the man was just coming from the nurse's office with one of the boys in his class, since they decided that they would try and get bold. Touching Nero. He's never had a broken rib so quick in his life. Ichigo. Seriously, why aren't you guys taking the hint? It's not even like the girls are telling you no to dirty stuff at this point. They just want you to take it slow. I ate. Patience too short. Needed to feel the booty. Sacrifices had to be my aid. He passed out after that. Ichigo groaned, saying. Ichigo. Sigh, I really wish I could have gotten sent to another school. Emma. Oh, really? You want to leave us already, Ichigo? He sighed, luoing at Emma. Emma. That's a shame, we didn't even get to talk much. Ichigo. Sigh, stop it. She giggled to herself and said. Emma. I wouldn't fault the guys so much. I mean, they think they're in heaven. Skirts are a tad too low, and the uniforms are a tad too tight. Not only that, but every female teacher seems to be a little too attractive and open to anything, illegal or not. Give them some slack, would you? Ichigo. Don't give me that. You know as well as I do that it's not an excuse for boys to touch girls without consent. If they just talk to them, they'd get further than they think. He got up and started to leave with her saying. Emma. Hehe, so, how far do you think you'll get with me from this little conversation? He almost flinched at this and gave her a firm expression. Ichigo. Emma. That's not funny. Emma. What, it's a simple question. I have noticed how you look at me. Giggles. She came to him and leaned her body on the young man, saying. Emma. And I would have never guessed that you'd have a type for darker-skinned women. I guess I've been really stressing you out, huh? Sorry about that. She lowered her eyes and said. Emma. But we could always have a better, more deeper conversation about this to see what we could do about it, if you want. He shook his head and left out with her lowering her eyes at the man. She licked her lips unintentionally and decided to tend to the boy with a broken rib. Issei ended up giving Ichigo his number, texting him on the details of this training and if it'll kill him. Of course the man told him that it won't, and even if it gets close to that, he'll be there to stop whatever could happen, but he left it at that. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo. Misaki. I just wanted to thank you for your assistance a week ago. It truly was appreciated. This is the woman that Ichigo met a week ago that's in charge of the kendo club for female students. And despite how she carries herself, she is also one of the women that ogle at Ichigo a little too much. Sometimes more so than others. Ichigo. Yay, you're welcome Misaki. Hearing him say that made her blush as she said. Misaki. Blush. I would like to thank you for your help. Perhaps lunch tomorrow afternoon. It is the weekend anyway. Ichigo. I don't know if I'll. Misaki. Oh, or maybe a quick snack right now. It's not against the rules for teacher to get familiar with one another. Ichigo. And just how familiar are we talking here? She gulped with a blush and said. Misaki. Blush. How familiar do you want to get? Ichigo. Misaki. If it's you, I'm fine with it. Ichigo. Clear his throat you. Hey Misaki, don't hog him. He liked behind her and groaned. Ichigo. No, not them too. Shino. That's not fair, we agreed to talk to him together. Misaki. What, I have no recollection of that. Ichigo. Mina. Liar, we all agreed that we'd have equal rights to him. Misaki. What are you two talking about? Ichigo. What are they talking about? Misaki. I did not agree to anything like that, I'm just showing appreciation for Ichigo-kun's help with my class. Mina and Shinoa came to her and said. Shinoa. You think just because your boobs are bigger that you can just make him fall for you? Misaki. What? Mina. Well, you're wrong, he likes butts too. Ichigo. Just leave. And that's what Ichigo did. He managed to get around the corner without them noticing and sighed, making it to his class to gather all of his things. Of course though, he knew he wasn't alone. Ichigo. He looked into the class and saw that it was empty, but he knew better than that. Ichigo. Listen, this has been going on for years. Don't you think you have enough proof to tell your superior that I'm not a threat? Ichigo. I know you're there, just come out already. He then felt that whatever was in the room with him disappeared. Ichigo. Or just leave, fine, that's good too. Back with Issei, he gathered his stuff before looking at his phone to see that Ichigo texted him, telling him that Tanjiro and Asta would be waiting at the school gates. He shrugged at it, seeing nothing wrong but heard. Greg. It seems you've made a decision, partner. Issei. Sigh, yay, I guess so. Greg. Are you nervous? Issei. I don't get nervous, if anything, this is a trial run. If I don't like it, I'm out of there. Greg. And you believe they'll honor that? Issei. Yay, I actually do. Greg. You're a great judge of character. Issei. So, you believe them too. Greg. To be fair, in your current state, if your teacher wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Issei scoffed at that and came to his door. Only to see that all the boys in the hallway stared in shock with blushes on their faces. Issei. They all seemed to be looking at the place near his door, and before he could look, he heard. Rias. Leaving for the weekend. Issei. He looked to his right to see that Rias was there, leaning against a wall near his door. She gave Issei a look with a smile, but he gave her a flat expression. Closed his door and locked it. And walked past her like she wasn't even there. The boys couldn't believe that he just did that to her, and he did it like it was second nature. She was standing right there. In the boys' dorm. The place where the hottest girl in school get fapped about. The place she's not supposed to be. And she came to see a boy that most girls find as one of the most attractive in school. To make it even worse. Rias followed after her as well. Rias. Wow, such a rude boy, aren't you? Issei. First, you stalk me the first 2 months of school, then you try to get me to join your club, offer me hex, and lie about it all. Now you're showing up at my dorm. and they say guys are the creepiest. Rias. Oh, scathing. She caught up with him and patted his face, saying. Rias. I just wanted to see if you'll reconsider my offer. No boy has ever joined before and, unlike others, you will get one-on-one time with me. Issei. Hard pass. As they talked, the remaining people in school stared at the two as Rias walked closer to him with a grin on her face. They all saw that she seemed to be really interested in the tall teen. As they turned the corner, Issei ended up bumping into the girl from the library. Issei. Oh, sorry about that. Uma. Sorry. Issei Uma. Huh. Rias. They looked at one another. Issei. Hey, you're that girl from the library. She shivered and turned red before fearfully running off yelling. Uma. I'm sorry. But went smack into a wall. Ball. Ooh. Rias. The girl fell to the floor as other girls came to help her. Issei. Geez, I don't look that ugly, do it? Rias smirked and said. Rias. I don't think you do. Issei. Anything you say falls on deaf ears. Rias. Heh. She took him by the hand, putting her chest on it, but he gently pulled away and said. Issei. And can you not walk so close, people are gonna get the wrong idea. Rias. What's wrong with that? What if I want them to get the wrong idea? Issei. Weirdo. Rias. Just think about it a little more. That's all I'm asking. Issei. I'm not gonna do that. I've already made my decision. You don't want me to join for the right reasons. Rias. Yes, I know. I lied. Issei. And you tried to use my gender as a way to get what you want. Offering me hex, thinking that you can get one over on me. I don't like being bunched up with everyone else. Rias. Duly noted. She stepped in front of him and said. Rias. How about we start over then? I apologize for lying and trying to use a manipulation tactic on you. He tilted his head and crossed his arms. They were in front of the school doors at this point. Rias. But I do find you quite entertaining. Which is one of the reasons I want you to join. Issei. You want me to join for your own entertainment? Rias. Among other things, yes. Issei. Rias. I didn't lie that time, did I? Issei. TCH, right, I forgot, royalty. You guys treat each other like queens and whatnot. Rias. King, actually. He scoffed at her before staring. They both looked into each other's eyes before he said. Issei. What is it about me that you want? Rias. Issei. The truth, this time. Rias. Sigh, you know, I do want to tell you. But I have this theory that if I told you, you'll just refuse my offer. She lowered her eyes, saying. Rias. And I can't have you walking around with a secret of mine. Issei. Was that a threat? Rias. It's whatever you think it is. Issei. Rias. Issei. Sigh. He shrugged his shoulders and said. Issei. Well, I gave you another chance. But, like I said, hard pass. He then began walking off with all the teachers and students being clusterpicked. Rias asked him a second time. And he still told her no. Her smile became wider as she put a hand on her hip. She reached out for him, taking his hand. Issei. He looked at the irritated, saying. Rias. You know, I did say that I wanted to tell you. That wasn't a lie. Issei. Rias. But if I'm being honest, you'll figure it out. Issei. Rias. The way you are, things are gonna happen, and when they do, I'll be there to explain it all when it does come out. Issei. Scoffs. He then gently pulled away and caught up with Tanjiro and Asta. Tanjiro. Ready? Issei. Ugh, I guess. Tanjiro. Alright, let's go. Issei. Led the way. With that, the three walked off. But not without. Asta looked back at Rias. Rias. Asta. She didn't know if it was her imagination or something. But she could have sworn she saw his left eye turn red. Rias. Bekeno then came to Ria's side and said. Bekeno. President. Rias. Bekeno. Bekeno. Hina and Kaneko came around her too. Rias. What can you tell me about Tanjiro Kamado and Asta Kurosaki? Kaneko. Nothing yet. They were homeschooled up until this year. Rias. Alright then. Let's go. Kaneko. Did you finally give up on that jerk? Hina. Heh. Rias. Oh no, heh, I'll have Issei hi do one way or another. Kaneko. Sigh. From the top floor. Uma. But the three, they closed in on Ichigo's house, getting out of the cab, and began to walk up the mountain trail. Issei. So, you guys are really abnormal. Tanjiro. I wouldn't really say that. It's a bit more complicated than that. Issei. Oh yay. Try me. Tanjiro. Well. He then explained it all to him as they made it up to the top. Issei. The hell. Tanjiro. Told you. Asta. Pretty far out, huh? Issei. I can't believe that. Tanjiro. But it's the truth. Issei. You mean to tell me that all of you are from different universes and you have to live here thanks to a pair of goddesses of destruction that got mad at a fightaholic? Asta. You know, when you say it like that, it does sound unbelievable. Issei. It is like you, for example. Asta. Me. Issei. Yay, you. You have a demon living in you that helps you fight the demons from your world. Asta. Yay, that's my brother, wanna meet him? Leeb came out and looked at Issei, who stared at him. Issei. He's tiny, that's the thing helping you? Leeb. Book you. Tanjiro. Leeb. He flinched hearing his name. Tanjiro. What have I told you about the cursing? He clicked his tongue and looked away till Tanjiro pulled at his face. Leeb. Ow, ouch. Tanjiro. No cursing around new people, understand? At least do that. Leeb. HMPH. Issei. Then there's you. Tanjiro. Heh, yay. Issei. So, that femboy demon that attacked me, that was from your world. Tanjiro. I'm so sorry about him. Issei. He tried to have hex with me. Tanjiro. Yay, he's tried that with me and 2 of my other friends as well. Sorry. Issei sighed and rubbed his face. This was a lot to take in. But in retrospect, he did ask for the truth and it didn't feel like they were lying about it. His own world being destroyed and being reset. Them being untethered from their own world so they can't go back anytime soon. Their fight to kill and defeat the evildoers of their world and his world being the battlefield. It was a lot. He groaned and shook his head. Asta. You okay? Issei. Yay, I think. Tanjiro. Do you want to turn around? Issei. No, I'm already here, might as well. They nodded and kept going. Issei looked at Ichigo's place of living. Issei. He's got enough money to get a place like this, yet he once works as a teacher, around teens that are desperate for a climax. He must got some weird fetishes. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Okay, so, Fee, I didn't choose your school. The damn principal did. And second, I like to be active, so, teaching the youth was a good profession to me. He looked at the orange tea along with Nezuko, Shinobu, Nero, and Kazui. Issei. He came to them, staring at their leader. Ichigo. Nice of you to say yes. Issei. Question. Ichigo. You're about to ask me about the bony face thing, aren't you? Issei. So, if you're death, why do you have skin? Why do you eat? Isn't eating and skin like the proof of life or something? You're supposed to be the opposite of that, right? Ichigo. I know Tanjiro explained to you everything already and those are the questions you have. Issei. Where's your side? The big hood. Can you actually kill people by touching them? Is that why you avoid touching anyone? Ichigo. Okay, first off. I avoid touching everyone because nobody likes to be touched without consent, that's just weird. Second. My weapon may not look like a scythe, but it still cuts souls like one. And 3. The hood thing. Really? Issei. Okay, so, how old are you really? Ichigo. 4036 years old. Issei. Ichigo. Issei. Excuse you? Ichigo. Yay. Issei. What? Then. He looked at Kazui. Issei. Then how old is your son? Kazui. Oh no, I'm actually 12. When mom and dad got married after the 1000-year blood war, they wanted to make him the new Soul King, since dad's power was well above Uncle Jashiro's. Issei. I'm sorry, a what? Kazui. Oh, basically the god of our universe. But he didn't want that, so they strong-armed him into being the new Captain General. He became Soul Reaper full-time. Mom, Aunt Tatsuki, dad's other friends, and even the Espadas and Quincy's left Hueco Mundo and the living world to live with him. He then pointed to his dad. Kazui. And I was born when my dad and mom turned 4024 years old. Ichigo. Okay, I feel like you didn't need to tell him all of that. Kazui. Then Aunt Yuruchi talked mom into the both of them doing dirty stuff with dad. Ichigo. Okay, Kazui, that's enough. Kazui. Then mom wasn't gonna leave Tatsuki out of it. Then Aunt Rukia and Uncle Renji were talked into having fun with them together. Ichigo. Kazui. I said that was enough. Kazui. And then, even those 4 Quincy girls felt like it was dad's job to repopulate them since they surrendered, so they jumped in. Even that one guy that tried to act like a girl, but dad caught on and knocked him out. And by some weird chance, that Quincy guy changed into a girl, but dad still didn't give him the time of day. Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. Oh, but Aunt Ranjiku didn't go after dad, she said she'll wait for me to be legal, though wait, isn't that pedophilia? Bonk. Kazui. Ow, what? Ichigo. He did not need to know all of that. Issei. If I'm being honest with you, you're still better than all the other boys and men in school. Cause, from I'm hearing, this Yorichi woman talked your late wife into being your wingman and letting other people have fun with you without your consent. Ichigo. Issei. Yorichi's a brown-skinned woman, isn't she? Which is why you eventually gave in. Ichigo. And why do you say that? Issei, because I see how you look at Nurse Emma. Ichigo. I'll get you back for that. Issei. Sure you will. Ichigo sighed and said. Ichigo. Alright, but enough jokes. He sat down on the steps and said. Ichigo. Listen, knowing you, you probably don't really know if this is the right call or not. Issei. Ichigo. But let me say this again, I'm not here to use you or put you in some grand scheme of mine. I'm just here to help, that's all. Issei crossed his arms. Ichigo. Tanjiro's already told me that you've been attacked by one of his demons, meaning that the others may know about you. Since these demons are still spiritual-based beings in physical bodies, I can help you sense them out and avoid them. Issei. Okay, but what about Asta's demons? Tanjiro. They haven't been seen in the living world yet. Ichigo. They're still spirit-based, so I'll teach you to sense them out too. It should be easy. Issei. And there's no catch to this. I don't have to become your slave for a month or something. Ichigo. You honestly feel like I would do that? Issei. I'm literally making a deal with death. I don't know what's going on in your head. Ichigo. Ugh, no catch. Eldora. No, there is a catch. Willem. Yep, there is. Issei then looked behind him, finding a purple-haired woman who didn't know how to button up her suit. A shorter, busty blue-haired woman who seemed like she was defeated. And then the two hooded people that he remembered attacking him. Issei. How you two? Willem. Eldora. Yep, that's us. Ichigo. Oh my go Rimuru, really? Rimuru. I be trying but they both had a tantrum and I didn't want them to flip Japan over, okay? Issei. What? So these assholes that attacked me are your lackeys? Rimuru. Well, I wouldn't say tha. Tanjiro Asta Kazui Ichigo Shinobu Nero. They're her lackeys. Even Nezuko nodded her head in agreement. Issei. Ichigo. Eldora. Willem. Like I said before, we're only here to help him avoid trouble, not get him into it. Eldora came over and threw his arm around the man. Eldora. Aw, don't be such a stiff, Ichigo, if anything what we do to him will help the kid out. He took his hood off. Issei. Huh. Eldora. I mean, come on, he's a dragon for crying out loud. Trouble's gonna come to him whether he wants it to or not. Might as well teach him how to defend himself. Issei. Dragon. Greg. You called. Issei. Willem. Yay, I agree with Vili. They then took Ichigo by the shoulders with a mischievous grin and said. Eldora Willem. If you let us do this you can be alone with Shion and Rimu best buddy. Ichigo. Excuse you. Rimuru. Blush you. Shion. Now wait just a minute, you two. Issei. Oh wow, you just got a regular lineup, don't you? Ichigo. Shut up. Willem then took off her cloak. Issei. And pointed her finger in Issei's face. Willem. Now you listen to me, lizard, you're one of us, a dragon. You have a title to uphold aside from angels, dragons are known as the most powerful and feared beings in existence. Issei. Greg. He couldn't look away, this pink-haired girl was in nothing but her underwear. Now, Issei's best friends were Mitsuda and Motohama, from them constantly being annoyances, he knew what a girl looked like naked. But that never got a reaction out of him. He had already admitted that the abnormally busy women were hexy, but they weren't his first choice. Murayama was higher than average busty, and so was Ria and Caddis. But when he looked at Willem. Issei. She was just the right amount of busty in all areas. Willem. Hey hello. She knocked on his forehead. Willem. You in there? Issei. Ichigo raised his eyebrow and put an arm on Issei's shoulder saying. Ichigo. Wow, look at that, now I see what your type is. Issei. What? Ichigo. Small bust, big backside. Yay, you're a unique one. Issei. Shut up. Ichigo. Told you I was gonna get you back. Rimuru. Snickers. Shion. Ugh, listen here, Puck. Issei. Shion. You don't know this, but Lady Milam and Lord Eldora are very powerful dragons. The only one that can actually stop them is Lady Rimuru, and the fact that they find you interesting means that you have potential, you should be grateful for their attention on you. Issei. How about no? Shion. Excuse you. Issei. Seriously, is that how you talk to people? Like they're below you? Ichigo. Shion. Please calm down. Shion. I don't take orders. Rimuru. Shion, calm down. Shion. Yes ma'am. The brunette shook her head before looking at Issei. Rimuru. She said it in a bad way, but we do want to help you. You see, me, my group, and Ichigo have agreed that we're not gonna interfere with the fight between good and evil. Issei. Kazui. The only people fighting for it is me, Shinobu, Nero, Asta, Nezuko, and Tanjiro. Rimuru. But they can't be everywhere, so, in case you do get flanked. Issei. You want me to be ready, Sai. He rubbed his head and groaned. Ichigo. I did tell you that you didn't need to rush your decision. Issei. Yay, you did, jeez. He plopped down on the ground. He had two options. He could walk away from this and try to continue on like he is now. Or let them help him and be ready for whatever is to come. Issei. Damn it, I guess I'm still in, then. Tanjiro. Sorry if you were on the spot like this. Asta. Oh come on, don't think of it like that, Tanjiro, this'll be awesome. Issei. Says you. Ichigo. Well, since you agreed, let's talk about what we'll be doing, yeah. Issei. Ichigo. Well, the first thing to do is to teach you spirit sensing. Kazui. Something we all are good at. It'll help you determine who is normal and who isn't. Asta. Then me and Ichigo can help you with that hidden power of yours, bring it out so you can use it. Issei. Oh that. All. Issei. Actually. He lifted his left hand, willed his sacred gear to him. Shinobu. Oh wow. Nero. Curious, there's a lot of magic power coming from that. Issei. Yay, I don't know what it is but. Boost. Issei all. Huh. Instantly, Issei's body sunk into the ground by half an inch from how heavy he was. Issei. Oh what? Rimuru came to his hand. Rimuru. I see. Issei. Ichigo. What? Rimuru. This must be the thing I sensed that night. It's boosting his physical abilities and magic power. She shrugged and said. Rimuru. But it's still unrefined. Ichigo. Okay then, guess we'll have to work around that. Rimuru. I don't mind helping. Shion. Ichigo. You sure, Rimuru? Rimuru. Come on, give me something to do. Plus, I can have Milim teach you to determine how much power someone has. Ichigo. Shion. I know you don't want her to, but do you mind? She looked at Ichigo. It's not like he didn't get why she didn't want her lady to fight, she did. Shion. Sigh, it's not like I have a say at what she does. Ichigo. I guess I'll take that as a yes. Thanks, how about I whip you up some cinnamon rolls? I know you like them. Shion. She turned away. Shion. I suppose that'll be fine. Shinobu Nero. Nero whispered. Nero. Is this okay? Shinobu. It's not like we didn't know she found him attractive. Plus, we've sort of been more of a priority to him anyway. Shion. I can hear you. Issei. So, soul sensing, magic power, and my hidden power. Aren't the last two the same? Ichigo. Magic power comes from what surrounds your soul. Your hidden power comes from the soul itself. Tanjiro. And your gauntlet came straight from your soul. Issei. Really? Okay, is that all I'm learning? Rimuru. Well, we'll get to all of that later, but you should probably focus on the last thing. Issei. Huh. Eldora then threw him off, but Issei caught his balance. Issei. What the hell? Ichigo Rimuru. We have to increase your battle experience. Issei. Oh you dirty bye. Milim Eldora. Training begins now. They both punched him off into the forest before dashing off after him. It was now the middle of the second month of school, and Issei was just making it back to the dorm that Sunday evening. Every weekend, he's been meeting up at Ichigo's house for group training. He's become more familiar with Drake, who gave him his name, but as far as soul sensing, he still hasn't gotten that part down. He exceeded in battle combat and even using speed like Tanjiro, also learning to generate raw blasts of red magical energy. He's learned about Asta's demons, not really having a weakness, while Tanjiro's demons were like vampires in the sunlight. But then, he's learned of his own world's demons and how they put up fields of magic, and whoever steps through, willingly or not, becomes a meal. All in all, he was doing pretty good. He waited at a crosswalk to get to the other side of the street, but then. He looked to his left. Uma. Seeing the girl that's ran and hurt herself every time she sees him. She gasped slowly and shivered before backing up from him. Issei. Hey. Uma. I'm sorry why. She then ran off into the street right when a car was speeding. Issei. Hey. He gripped her by the wrist, pulled her back. Issei. You trying to kill yourself? Uma. She watched the car speed off before looking at him. Issei. Please don't do that. Relax, I'm not some troublemaker. He let her go and asked her. Issei. Why do you panic when you see me? Did I do something to you? She flinched and gripped her stomach with a blush. Issei. She began to fidget more as her hair overshadowed her eyes. A second later. She looked at him with cartoon-like tears in her eyes. Issei. Yuma. You're really cute. Issei. Huh. He titled his head at her and said. Issei. You mean to tell me that you've been running away from me because you think I'm cute? Then what was with the stalking you did a few days back? Yuma. And no, I try not to do it all the time. Issei. You've done it more than once. She went wide-eyed, realizing that she just told on herself. Yuma. I'm. She leaned over, defeated from being caught. After a while, Issei felt it appropriate for them to get something to eat instead of talking on the walkway. When they sat down, him getting her something to eat, he asked. Issei. So, you really have been watching me, huh? She looked away from him and whimpered. Yuma. It's really not like that. I have tried to gain up the courage to say something to you, but I was scared and you never noticed me. Issei. Huh? Noticed you? Yuma. The girl that sat next to you on the first day of school. Issei. Yuma. The girl in PE and the kendo club blush, you looked really good in that jacket. Issei. Yuma. Not only that, but I work at the diner that you and those other two boys go to. I gave you a second burger, but you never noticed it was me. Issei. Hold on, that was you? She nodded. She bowed and said. Yuma. I'm sorry for being weird. But I have wanted to talk to you. But seeing as how you rejected the Red Queen, Ria's Gremory, twice, I didn't think I had a chance. He stared at her with slight shock. He did know that it was a girl sitting next to him, but he didn't know it was her. He did know that someone was staring at him during PE, but girls stare at him regardless, so he couldn't actually single her out. And the girl giving him extra food. That made him smile. He almost felt bad, cause she did try once. He just didn't notice. Issei stood and said. Issei. Hey, listen, it's Yuma, right? Yuma. Yes. Issei. Sorry for being so dense, guess I've had other things on my mind lately. But thanks for the extra burgers. Yuma. You're welcome. Issei. And trust me, if anything, you have a better chance than Ria's. Yuma. What and no you can't mean tha. Issei. Ria's has some crazy reason for giving me attention all of a sudden. At least the reason you want to talk to me is because you think I'm cute. Yuma. Issei. Listen Yuma. Issei. How about I make up for the food you've been giving me? Trust me, working in fast food, I know you get chewed out for it. So, why don't I treat you to something next Friday? Sound good? She stared with widened eyes. He knew she found him attractive. Yes, it wasn't a date. But it was a start to something. Yuma. Yes. Everyone in the diner looked at the two as Yuma saw what she did and covered her face with her shirt. Issei giggled at her excitement as they paid and left. Yuma. And next Friday I can't wait. Issei. Hehe, I'll see you around, okay? Yuma. Alright, get home safe, Issei. She waved and left as he gave her one back. Issei. Sigh, guess I'm going clothes shopping sometime this week. The next day in class. Mitsuda. Way it. Motohama. Bucking try. All the girls and boys in class glared at Issei, which made Tanjiro and Asta confused as to why they all were mad at him. Ichigo, Shinobu, and Nero on the other hand just shook his head. Boy 11. You have a date, you bastard. Murayama. Who told you that was okay to do? Hadis. Shame on you, Issei. All. Shame. Issei. How many times do I have to tell you guys it's not a date? All I said was that we're hanging out. All. That's a date, man. Motohama. Hanging out with anyone of the opposite hex at this school is straight boner inducing. Yeah. And Yuma did it right under our noses too. Murayama. Sneaky minx. Issei. Why do you care, Murayama? I thought you and Mitsuda decided to keep on going with your little relationship. Murayama. Mitsuda. That doesn't mean you go and get a date. Ichigo. What type of? Asta. Hold on, isn't that, like, backwards? Nero. I can't believe it, we've only been in this school a little over 2 months, and already, Asta has more common sense than anyone else. Shinobu. It's actually sort of frightening. Asta. And what does that mean? Shinobu. Hey, don't think too much about, your head will start steaming again. Asta. Hey. Hadis. Are you at least going to go? You blush prepared. All the girls nodded. Issei. What? No, what are you? Yeah. You mean you're gonna do it raw? Boys. Yeah. Motohama. At least we taught our boy well. Mitsuda. Oh yeah, risky hex all the way, ma boy. Issei. We are not doing that. He got each one of the boys holding him. Boys. Ow. He exhaled frustratedly and said. Issei. Look, I'm not dating Yuma, I'm hanging out with her, that's it. Me and her have already made that clear too. I know she wants to date me, but I at least want us to get to know each other before we make that decision, or else we'll just end how me and Murayama did. Murayama. Hey. Issei. Can you guys not make it a big deal? All? No. Issei Ichigo Tanjiro Shinobu Nero. Mitsuda. So, what that booty looking like? Motohama. Are her titties titibicable? I ate. You idiot, that's every chick in this school. He leaned into the teen. I ate. Does she have really full lips? I 6. Does her walk say I have great hussy? Ichigo. Alright, that's enough out of you all, let's get to the lesson. They all groaned from this with Issei sighing in relief for Ichigo jumping in. But then, he noticed that Mitsuda's arm was bandaged under his school blazer. He gently pulled it back, which got his attention. Mitsuda. Huh? Issei. Whoa, hey man, what happened to your arm? Mitsuda. We don't know. Issei. We. Motohama pulled at his shirt, showing that his shoulder was bandaged. Ichigo. Tanjiro. Asta. Hadis. Whoa, where do that come from? Murayama. Did you have that this entire time? Motohama. We ended up getting it yesterday. Something attacked us, I think. Mitsuda. Yay, it was so weird, we just went to throw our trash away after leaving the store, next thing I know, my arm and his shoulder is in pain. Issei glared at this along with the rest. From the knowledge they all knew. It couldn't be Asta's demons. So it had to be either this world or Tanjiro's demons. Issei. I'm looking at that later, so drop by my room after class, got it? Motohama. Mitsuda. Yay, sure, man. He nodded and turned around towards the front, looking in Ichigo's eyes. He gave him a nod back before the man got to his lesson, teaching them how to speak other languages and cultures. Later that night, Asta was seen leaving his dorm, deciding to go for a walk right now. He and Tanjiro have already confirmed that Issei's best friends weren't poisoned and whatnot. But they still needed to find the creature and deal with it. The Kamado duo were out doing their rounds while Kazui was securing the school. Mainly because the place that Mitsuda and Motohama went was very close by. Asta. It was this way, right? He scratched his head, continuing to head in the direction that Ichigo told him, but didn't realize that he stepped through the magic barrier that masked the demon. Asta. Okay, so, this is the place, right? But where's the bad guy? Asta. Hello. Asta. Anybody? Still nothing. Asta. Maybe they left already or Rimuru did them in. He felt a shadow cover his person, which made him turn around. Asta. Huh? Only for a giant claw to crash down into him, releasing a huge shockwave, shattering nearby windows. Demon. Haha, I wasn't in the mood for mashed human, but I'll take what I can get. Before he could move, he felt Asta's demon slayer blade stab through the palm of his hand. Demon. Gaia. He reared back with a growl and a bloody hand. Asta. Oh, so there you are, you're the butt munch that attacked a couple of friends of a friend of mine. Demon. What? Asta. Hope you're ready to do this, cause I'm coming in, full force. He dashed at the beast with a roar of determination and jumped high, bringing his blade down on the monster, but it blocked with its forearm, pushing the boy away. Asta skidded to a stop before moving out of the way of a hand slam. It grew 5 more hands and launched them all at him, but he threw Slayer at the beast, cutting at least 3 off. Demon. Ruuir. Asta. Demon Slayer. The blade speed back to him as he jumped onto it and surfed the air towards the creature. It growled at him, ready to kill the brat, but before he could. Asta. Demon. Asta watched as the demon was cut in half. And he wasn't even the one to do it. Demon. What is? He watched as it disintegrated into nothing before looking around to see exactly who did that. Only to find a small boy there. You don't know Tanjiro Kamado. Asta. Please, I beg you, tell him to come here, now. Asta. Who are you? There's no time for that. I can't control myself too long before Lady Mulin takes over. Asta. Lady Mulin. That's the evil butthole lady Tanjiro told me about. Please, tell him to come to me. Asta looked at the sadness on the boy's face as he cried out. Rui. Please, I need him to send me back to my family. Without Rui wanting to, he sent a line of threat at Asta, who managed to dodge it, seeing that it cut up anything in its path. He landed and dashed at the boy, who did the same as he swiped his webs in an upwards motion, but Asta managed to maneuver his way out of it. Taking the time in the air, he tightened his grip on his blade and said. Asta. Demon Slayer Anti-Cloak. Magicless Flash. With a huge arc of black anti-magic, it sliced through his threads and smacked into Rui, but the boy caught his balance. He put a hand on the ground saying. Rui. Please get away blood demon art. Cutting thread rotation. He fired off a rotating wheel of blood red threads at the black bull boy, but then his left eye glowed red. The second the threads came close. The star disappeared. Rui. W what? Rui looked for a star. Rui. He's gone. But from behind, he caught a blunt blade to the neck, knocking him through several buildings. Rui groaned, shaking his head as a star landed near him. A star. Alright, look, I'm not that dumb to where I can't see that you don't want to do this. But can you really not control yourself? Rui. I'm trying. His body bled and cracked from him resisting the control. Rui. I'm trying to, I really am. Please go and get Tanjiro. I don't want to be on this plane of existence anymore, I want to go back to my family. We want to go back to our families. The star. We. Rui. There are a few of us that were resurrected back under Lady Mulan's control. And those who died only for her to resurrect them as her slaves. He looked up at a star as his body cracked again. Rui. I don't want to do this. The star. The star stared at the boy before saying. The star. Why doesn't have to be Tanjiro? I can do it for you right here and now. Rui took a second to breathe and said. Rui. Because if you do it, Lady Mulan will just bring me back to life. The star. Huh? Rui. Since she's gotten here, she and her allies have learned new forms of magic, it has to be someone from our world to kill us. The star. Rui. That was the deal of her magic. The only way for the 12 Kizuki to die was for someone from our world to do it. Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Shinobu are the only ones here, and I want it to be him. The star. Rui. In my last moments, I saw the look he gave me. He understood me, he knew what all I wanted. Tanjiro mourned me, a demon. Rui stood. Rui. Go and get him, he's here somewhere, just call out to him. The star. Rui gave a star a dark look, showing that he was completely under Mulan's control. Rui. Before I rip Japan into pieces. At a lightning fast pace, Thread came at a star who prepared himself, but then they heard. Tanjiro. Bakudo 39. Enkus an arc shield. As a large shield of condensed Raitsu blocked the attack. The star. The star watched as Tanjiro and Nezuko landed. Nezuko Tanjiro. Both had somber looks on their faces for the boy. Instantly, Rui came back. Rui. It's you. He happily ran to the two, but felt himself get dragged off into the darkness. Rui. W what? He tried to fight against and let the boy end him, but the grip on him was too strong. Lady Mulan wasn't down with him yet. Rui. And no Tanjiro. Both Kamado girl and boy came and grabbed his hands, holding on tightly. Rui. Quickly do it, you have to. Tanjiro nodded and tried to reach for his blade, but then Ryu's threads began to go haywire the more he reached for it, and they were still in a public place. Rui. No, stop. He cried. Rui. I don't want to be used anymore. Tanjiro. It's okay, Rui. Rui. It's not. It's not. Nezuko. Rui. Mother and father, they're waiting on me. Tanjiro. SHH. He caressed his head to calm him down. Rui. Tanjiro. SHH, tell me. He felt the pull get stronger, but he held on strong. Tanjiro. Is it all of you? The whole spider family? Rui. Why yes. Tanjiro. Okay. He came close with promise in his expression and said. Tanjiro. I'll find you. Rui. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. I promise. I swear to you that I'll take you away from all of this, just give me time. Can you do that for me? Rui stared into his eyes before looking at the ground. He believed him, but he was just ready to go now. Rui looked at him and nodded. Tanjiro gave him one back and said. Tanjiro. It won't be long now, okay? I'll find you. With that, they both let him go, as he was dragged off into the darkness. Out of said darkness came Dama and Kakishibo, who stood there looking at the three. They glared back with Tanjiro saying. Tanjiro. Are you happy with yourselves? Kakishibo. Dama. Hehe, whatever do you mean? Tanjiro. He's a child. A wayward one at that. Kakishibo. Do I look like the type of person that cares? With a dark look on his face, he said. Kakishibo. When I get back I'll personally teach him a lesson of pain when Mulan is done with him. He will know obedience. That sentence alone let them know that Rui snuck away to find Tanjiro. Nezuko balled her fists at the two. Dama. Oh my, you three seem raring to go, but you're going to have to be patient. Kakishibo. If you're so distraught for the boy, why don't you step forward? Tanjiro. Wow, he must not let you all pay attention to what goes on in the living world. Kakishibo. I'm not worried about your new power, brat. Out of nowhere through, Kakishibo ended up getting a slash on 3 of his right eyes. He staggered back, grabbing his face before growling and seeing who did that. Hazui landed and said. Hazui. Take that with you, K. Cause I owed you that one. Hakushibo. You insubordinate little. Ama. It's fine, right Koku? Let them have today, yes. Koku. He trembled with anger before leaving off into the darkness as well, Dauma giggling at the men following behind him. Hazui. Ugh, I hate this. I got stuck with security and Asta ended up having all the fun. Asta. Hazui. Tanjiro. Asta. Nezuko. They saw him shake a little too, but just like Koku, it was out of anger. Asta. Tanjiro. Why is that Rui kid a demon? He's looked younger than me. Tanjiro. Asta. And what's with us letting him go, they're gonna hurt him. Tanjiro. I had a choice and I made a selfish one. Asta. Tanjiro. Kill Rui here and left a lot of people die in the process or wait till I can get him alone and do it. Asta. But then there's this Mulan woman, he told me that it had to be you or someone from your world to kill him or he'll keep coming back. Hazui. She said that. Tanjiro. Asta. That's not fair. Tanjiro. I understand your anger, Asta. Trust me, I do. But that's how it is in my world. My demons don't play fair. Asta growled as black anti-magic raged off of him. Asta. This is a load of crap. Later on that night. Ichigo sat there after hearing all that Asta and Tanjiro had to say about their encounter with the demon. Issei was there too, just so he won't be confused as to what was going on. Ichigo. Damn it, I really feel for the kid. Asta. Well, what if we go to that hell and just take them out now then? I mean, think about it, you brought us to your palace of hell when we were training, what makes this any different? Issei. You're the king of your hell too. Ignoring him, Ichigo said. Ichigo. I can't step into another hell till I've already been there once. And since I haven't been invited. Shinobu. We're at a dead end. Asta. We gotta try something. Nero. We know this isn't about the demon child. It's about your family back in Hage Village. Issei. Asta. TCH. Shinobu. We will help him, please calm down. Trust us. She looked at Tanjiro and Nezuko. Shinobu. You're not the only one it's hurting. Asta. Tanjiro. Nezuko. They groaned and just got up, heading to bed. Issei. You have history with this Rui kid. Tanjiro. Rui wasn't born like other kids, he was too weak to do anything. His parents felt it was their fault and to make matters worse, when Mulan changed him, they felt even worse. He sat down, saying. Tanjiro. They felt that they needed to take responsibility, so they all were going to go to the afterlife together. Issei. They were. Hazui. They were gonna kill him and then themselves. Just because he was born weak. Ichigo. The weak don't survive very long in a cold world. They looked at Ichigo as he looked at the floor. Ichigo. They made a choice that they felt was selfless. Hazui. Dad, they were gonna kill him. Ichigo, you don't know how painful it gets when you have to watch your child suffer. Hazui. Ichigo. Sigh okay, everyone take the night off, alright. Get some sleep. They all nodded and left, but as for Kazui, he stared at his father. Hazui. Dad. He looked at his son. Hazui. I'm gonna always be strong, you know that, right? Ichigo. Heh. He kneeled to his son and hugged him. Ichigo. I know, Kazui. But that doesn't mean that I don't worry. You're all I have. Hazui. That's not true. You have us. He pointed to Nero and Shinobu. Ichigo. Hazui. Plus them. He blinked at his son and looked at the two young women who smiled. He looked back at his son with a slight blush and shook his head with a chuckle. Ichigo. You're one unique kid. Hazui. I take that as a compliment. But that, he left out too. Ichigo. Well, aren't you two going to head to bed? Shinobu. We will, but. Nero. We wanted to keep you company a little longer. Ichigo. No can do, I'm not about to let Ms. Milani blackmail me into. They closed the door and locked it. Ichigo. Nero. Sorry Ichigo, but that wasn't a request. Ichigo. Sigh, 1 hour, okay. They both giggled and decided to get comfortable. Elsewhere in the night. There was a girl walking through the streets at night. She ended up getting a buzz from her phone and answered it. AC hello? AC speaking. ACA mom, I think I maybe be close to Kuo Academy or far from it, I don't know, I asked some guy and he pointed me this way. AC what? No I didn't suck his hick. AC well, for one, it was too small. So I gave him a handjob instead. And two, you know how I feel about giving random guys my mouth or vagina. I at least want a date first and he wasn't offering one. He wasn't even nice to me. ACA, I wiped his semen off with my wet wipes. I didn't want to got to school smelling dirty. Hold on, I just got a text. She checked her phone. ACO, it was Aunt Emma, she sent me directions. Hehe, guess I should have waited. Alright mom, I'll talk to you later, bye. She hung up as AC began to follow the directions. She ended up turning a corner but was ended up bumping into someone. Oh ouch. ACC, crap, sorry about that. AC helped the blonde girl up. Thank you. ACN, no problem. But then she saw her outfit. AC, whoa, that's a pretty nice nun outfit you got on. You cosplay. What? And no, I'm actually a nun in training. AC, really? Good for you, sister. Thanks for helping me up. Are you new around here? ACA, today, I start living with my aunt, what about you? I actually transferred from Italy. ACI, and just like that, you became my new friend because you guys have great food. Everyone loves it. AC, well, I'll see you around, gotta hurry to my aunt before she gets worried. But I didn't catch your name. Asia. I'm Asia Argento, and you are? AC, Allison Cruz, but you can call me Ali or AC, I like those better. Hey, I just realized, we both have an A at the start of our name. Asia. Hehe, we sure do, I hope to see you again, AC. AC, you too, Asia. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.